Breaking news blasts across the Babylon news channel as the Black Dragon Guild decided it was the perfect day to embarrass themselves again. They went all out, announcing to the world that they were going to clear the 40th floor of the tower. The anchors were losing their minds over it, acting like some grand revolution was about to happen. But a few hours later, they are back, empty-handed. And the reason for their latest humiliation? The same guy as always, the one and only #1 ranked hunter, the so-called Flame Emperor. One lucky reporter gets an interview with the man himself, hyping him up so much that it is almost painful to watch. He goes on about how he is the first person since the tower appeared to take down a boss monster solo, the living legend, the man who burns everything in his path, blah blah blah. But before the poor mic could melt from all that flattery, the Flame Emperor just grabs it right out of the reporter's hand. Not because he hates attention, but he just can't stand that nickname. Apparently he finds Flame Emperor so cringe that he is planning to hunt down whoever came up with it. Meanwhile, somewhere far from all the glory and TV lights, there is this guy, our boy, sitting in his messy room watching the broadcast. He is glaring at the screen, half in awe and half in pure jealousy. He wishes he could talk like that in front of millions without caring what anyone thought. He scrolls through the comments, with someone thinking the Flame Emperor should tone it down and be more respectful, since the world is watching, while another one, probably a diehard fan, thinks he is just being real. Can't tell if they are blinded by admiration or just hopelessly delusional, but either way, they are defending him. Among those viewers is my guy, and honestly, he does not even care what others think. All he wants is to be like the Flame Emperor. It's like a personal obsession at this point. In his mind, that man is everything. Strong, confident, legendary. Then these two users argue online about how the Saintess could ever date someone with a personality like his. One of them insists it's impossible, while the other believes she is called the Saintess for a reason. Then another person jumps in, claiming to be the Saintess's friend, saying it's all rumors. And through all this chaos, the MC is just sitting there going, he just wants to be like him though. If life were a novel, in his head, Yoon Suha, the Flame Emperor, would be the main character, no question. Back to the live broadcast. The reporter, probably terrified of getting his mic snatched again, carefully uses Suha's real name this time. He talks about how countless hunters look up to him, admiring his success story, how he awakened in his early 20s, entered the tower, and then defeated a monster that a top guild could not beat in 10 years. The guy basically went from zero to legend in less than a month, and now everyone is worshipping him like he is the tower's chosen one. Then, as if trying to squeeze one last quote for the fans, the reporter asks Subai to share a piece of advice for aspiring hunters. Subai just stares at him like he is debating whether to answer or commit a crime. Still, he gives in, but his advice turns out to be simple and menacing. Those who succeed will succeed, but anyone who gets in his way will face consequences. The broadcast ends, and in that little studio apartment, my guy closes his laptop, half crying, half fuming. Not because Subai threatened to kill people. No, because it feels like even the universe ignores him. He is jealous, frustrated, and completely over it. If he had even one decent skill, he would not be stuck in that rundown place or laughed at for being an F-class hunter. But life just had to deal him the no skill, no luck card. He bawls his eyes out, muttering about how he will prove everyone wrong one day. Either that or he will somehow get his hands on Subai's skill, whichever comes first. And then boom, the room lights up like someone dropped a flashbang. He looks up, squinting, and sees something straight out of a tower broadcast, a glowing skip card floating in midair. Then a system window pops up, and it's so sarcastic that even the tower seems to be judging him. Apparently, it's so shocked by his pathetic envy that it's decided to throw him a bone, or rather, a skill. He has seen these pop-ups before in videos, usually when someone shows insane determination or heroic effort. The tower praises them with dramatic lines like, "For your courage you are rewarded." But this one, it sounds more like, "Wow, you are that jealous? Fine, take this, loser." Still, he decides to ignore the tone because a skill's a skill. When he notices the card shining gold, he practically forgets how to breathe. It's an S-rank skill, top-tier stuff. He checks the description and his excitement skyrockets until he actually reads the fine print. The skill activates when he dies, and lets him copy one skill from the person who kills him, but he can't copy from the same person twice. So basically, to use this godlike skill, he has to die first. The irony is brutal. After years of wanting to be like the Flame Emperor, he finally gets a taste of destiny, only for it to come with a death sentence. Let's start with the towers. Those mysterious, oversized pillars that one day just popped into existence around the world. They stretch so high they practically stab the clouds, visible no matter where you stand. Naturally, the first people to enter them were those with nothing left to lose, and what they found inside looked like a fantasy gamer's nightmare. Floor after floor crawling with monsters, straight out of other worlds. Some lucky ones were chosen by the tower itself and received strange abilities. Of course, as soon as those stories hit the streets, people everywhere decided monster slaying was their new dream job. Fast forward a bit, and on TV, a news anchor is still rambling about the hero who cleared the 40th floor, Yoon Soha, aka the Flame Emperor. Apparently people are still obsessing over how he danced through the battlefield with a flaming spear. One guy being interviewed can't stop gushing, calling Sufa the hero humanity needs. Meanwhile, our actual hero of this story, a broke restaurant worker, just wants his boss to change the channel before he vomits. His boss jokes about whether he hates Sufa, but for the guy it's not even about hate, it's about how unfair life feels. On one side there are people like Sufa who shine bright, and on the other people like him stuck with awful luck and a skill that sounds like a death sentence. He has not even dared to report it to the Hunters Association yet. Just thinking about it makes him nauseous literally. His boss, half concerned and half done with his nonsense, tells him to step outside before he pukes all over the place. So our guy steps out, trying to calm down, when the system window pops up again, announcing that Subai, the Flame Emperor, has secured the #1 spot in the Hunter rankings yet again. Just what he needed. Another reminder that the world adored that psycho. Before he could roll his eyes properly, he hears voices nearby. Curiosity wins over common sense, and he peeks down the alley. And what does he see? None other than Subai himself, blocking the way of a woman. And not just any woman, the Saintess. Apparently Mr. Perfect is having a bit of a trust issue moment. He accuses her of poisoning his drink earlier, and even waves around a little bottle of stomach acid from some monster, claiming she tried to feed it to him. It's all thanks to his amazing skills. He survived. The Saintess, clearly terrified, tries to explain that she just wanted to clear the tower with him as a team. But Subai's smirk says otherwise. From where our eavesdropper is watching, this is already getting awkward. He has heard rumors that these two were dating, but looking at them now he is convinced that no couple argues like that unless love language now includes attempted murder. Things go downhill fast as Soha's patience snaps, and he grabs the Saintess by the throat, deciding they will talk on his terms. His version of a conversation involves her nodding while gasping for air. He warns her that lying won't end well, since apparently he has a lie detection skill. He promises to spare her if she answers his questions truthfully. He then starts to grill her about who sent her to kill him, suspecting the witch from the Black Dragon Guild. Our boy could not help remembering the guy on TV who called Suha humanity's savior, yet here he is strangling someone like a maniac. The Saintess stays silent, probably realizing there is no way out. Suha takes that as confirmation and begins burning her alive. Her screams cut through the alley, and our hero's blood ran cold. That is enough hero worship for one lifetime, and he turns and bolts. Unfortunately, fate and a discarded wine bottle are not on his side. He slips, crashes to the ground, and the sound of breaking glass alerts Supa. Supa's head snaps in his direction, his eyes dark and murderous. Panic takes over as my guy stumbles and falls, but it does not matter as Supa is already walking toward him, flames flickering at his fingertips. Our boy, whose name by the way is Kim Gongja, starts begging for his life, trembling and insisting he has not seen anything. Soha, though, does not buy it. He grabs our hero by the neck and demands to know who sent him. Our hero's mind races as this guy looks less like a hero and more like a demon pretending to be one. He tries convincing Soha to use his lie detector skill, but the so-called hero looks confused, as if he has no idea what our boy is talking about. That's when it hit our boy that this psycho just killed people based on gut feeling. Subai finally let go, looking genuinely offended that our hero thought he was a bad guy. In his mind he had done the right thing, as the Saintess was trying to kill him first. My guy could not tell if the man was delusional or just stupidly confident, but Subai grins again and claims he has a way to know for sure. And just when our boy thought maybe he would live another day, Subai decides it is safer to kill him too, just in case. As Subai's flames swallow him, our hero's last thoughts are bitterly ironic. His name literally meant Confucius, and his teachers always told him to live up to it, and to be great. Yet here he is, dying in an alley for no reason. The system calmly announces his death, but that is not the end. Because the moment he dies, something strange happens, and the system triggers a new condition, copying Sufa's entire skill set. My guy's regrets fade as everything goes dark, and a single thought echoes in his mind that maybe he deserved a better ending. And just like that, he opens his eyes again. Back in his dingy apartment, in front of his laptop, the same news is playing about the Black Dragon Guild failing the 40th floor again. Then comes the headline that Sufa has cleared it once more. Our boy freezes as the realization sinks in that somehow he is back to the day before his death. He blinks, stares at the screen, and slowly puts the pieces together that he really has been shoved back to the previous day. The replay feels sickeningly familiar. The same breaking news, the same overexcited reporter, the same smug face of Yoon Suha plastered everywhere. He opens the skill menu and scrolls through it. There it is, that useless death skill again, the one that works only if he dies. Then he spots another skill, the Returner's Clockwork Watch, which basically rewards him for dying by throwing him back a day with all his memories and abilities intact. Of course, it also warns about penalties with level ups, because heaven forbid anything good in his life does not come without setbacks. That is the skill he has stolen from Supa, and it all starts clicking together. Supa killed the Saintess because she really would have poisoned him, and Supa killed him too, just for existing in the wrong place. As the laptop replays Supa's famous line about killing anyone who gets in his way, My guy's lips twitch into a grin that is half amusement, half vengeance. He is not scared anymore, but rather he is interested and looks forward to seeing who dies this time. Just then, a sudden commotion outside snaps him out of his thoughts. Flames dance in the distance, lighting up the sky. People spill out of their homes in panic, yelling about fire. The neighborhood he lives in is not exactly glamorous. Some call it Babylon, others First Floor City or Lantern City, but really it's just a fancy way to say they are stuck here forever. He runs with the crowd toward the blaze. Chaos reigns as water users try to douse the flames, shouting over one another like headless chickens. And then the cavalry arrives. The Black Dragon Guild's leader, the Black Witch herself, rank 2, struts in to take control. The alchemist Castellan, a rank 5 healer and all-around know-it-all, follows behind, assuring everyone that the perimeter's safe, but the real issue is survivors trapped inside. Then comes the rank 10 Holy Knight, acting like he is on a picnic, casually mentioning that the area has been deserted for years, so no big deal. The conversation starts drifting toward gossip. Apparently the Saintess is late again, probably out on a date. Castellan mutters that she does not trust Suha, and right on cue the very man himself strolls in, proving her instincts painfully accurate. Suha looks like he owns the place, which, to be fair, the world practically acts like he does. The Holy Knight welcomes him and asks him to help with the fire. Subai agrees, but only if there is a reward involved. Upon seeing that, our boy's jaw tightens as the same man who caused the fire now wants to get paid for putting it out. The Holy Knight promises he will get public praise for it, but Subai shrugs it off like charity work is not in his job description. People still cheer for him anyway, because apparently personality flaws disappear if one is strong enough. Our boy can practically hear the excuses already. Oh, Subai is not arrogant, he is just eccentric. He is done watching this circus. Anger simmers beneath the surface, that raw memory of Subai burning the Saintess alive, everyone else calling him a hero. He grips his sword. In his eyes, if no one else will call the so-called legend out, he will. Hunters are supposed to slay monsters, not become them, and Subai has clearly crossed that line. He lunges forward, ignoring the hands trying to stop him. For a second it looks like he is going after Subai, but instead he dives straight into the fire. People shout like he has lost his mind, and maybe he has, but there is method in his madness. The flames sear, the heat blinds, and the last thing he hears is the system coldly announcing his death. Then everything resets. He is back, safe and smoking lightly like a reheated leftover. Still rank F, thankfully, with no penalties, because even the system seems to think he is pathetic enough already. He confirms the returner's clockwork watch works perfectly. That is one thing going right, at least. The problem is still Subai. Killing him is impossible, as the man can just rewind time, a neat little trick for avoiding consequences. Subai guy's brain, clearly sleep-deprived and trauma-fueled, cooks up a plan to go back far enough to get Subai before he awakens. He remembers from some interview that Subai awakened at 21, on his birthday, 11 years ago. Quick math, okay? Messy math tells him that is about 4,050 days in the past, which means only one thing: he needs to die 4,050 times, and so begins the most depressing time travel montage ever. He dies, respawns, and dies again. After what feels like an eternity of dying, rewinding, and dying again, he finally drags himself back to the time before Soha's oh-so-glorious legend era even begins. Of course, he overshoots the target by 30 deaths. Between the countless resets, the unnecessary pain, and those little taking a break before dying again moments, it's a miracle he has not lost his sanity already. But finally, it's done. Every miserable loop, every ridiculous death, all to make sure that Subai's name never makes it into history books. He grabs his sword like a man holding a lifelong grudge, which, to be fair, he is, and steps out of his tiny, depressing room. The mission? Find his prey. The date flashing on the screen says May 6th, 11 years before the world decided to worship Subai, and the time is 11 a.m. My guy stands outside the same old apartment, staring at the windows that hide his target. Peeking through, he spots Subai waking up to his alarm, looking as pathetic as ever, groaning about how he should not have drunk so much the night before. Our boy almost rolls his eyes. He has seen this scene enough times to know every single complaint word for word. After all, he has replayed this day 10 times like a man preparing for an exam. He refuses to fail. He has memorized the entire schedule. Subai wakes up at 9, drags himself out to work, spends half his day slaying slimes, and spends the other half whining about wanting the life of the Sword King. Typical 21-year-old dreamer, broke, frustrated, and convinced the world owes him something. The irony, of course, is that Subai would have actually gotten his wish in a week if fate and our boy did not have other plans. By 5:30 p.m., the genius usually gets sick of slime duty and decides to act brave, heading to a tougher floor most newbies avoid. Our hero knows that in the next 30 minutes, the guy will be completely alone, the perfect setup. So putting on his best pitiful victim face, he approaches him, limping like he has barely survived an attack. He plays it well. The helpless tone, the desperate look, and the request for a potion are all perfectly timed. But Subai, he is too busy being annoyed to care. The man can't even meet his daily hunting quota, and now here is this random stranger begging for his expensive potion. Naturally, he demands payment, and not just any payment. He wants more. My guy offers what the potion's worth, but apparently Subai's greed has no price tag. When the offer does not satisfy him, he goes straight for the hand over everything approach. He takes out the wallet from our hero and counts the gold like a disappointed shopkeeper who expected better sales, then sighs as if it's my guy's fault he is broke. He presses a hand on his head, the same arrogant gesture that once came right before our boy's death, and in that moment every buried memory resurfaces like wildfire. Then Subai, being the narcissist he is, decides that since our hero has seen his face, he might as well kill him to avoid future revenge. But this time my guy is done playing victim. As Subai lunges, our boy sidesteps and kicks him hard in the gut. He then pulls out his blade and slashes across Subai's neck. Blood sprays like a fountain, and Subai stumbles. Our hero does not stop until he is absolutely sure the man's gone for good. He knows that letting him live even a moment longer could trigger his awakening, and he is not about to risk another 11-year disaster. Standing over the body, he does not feel satisfaction, not even relief, just a heavy stillness. He remembers how Subai had once killed him, all smug and self-important, pretending it was some noble act. The memory alone is enough to make him grit his teeth. Now seeing the so-called hero lying dead in the dirt feels balanced. Then, because the world never lets him have peace, a pack of wolves appears in the distance. He does not bother fighting them. He has done for the day and decides to let nature take care of Suha. He slips away, heading to the grassy area where he has stashed his supplies, and finds a bag, water bottles, and a clean shirt. Off comes the blood-stained hoodie. On goes a fresh start. Back on the first floor, a vigilante crosses his path. Our hero lets out a long, tired sigh. It's finally over. No one saw, no one knows, and the infamous Yoon Suha, just another forgotten corpse. Later he is at a bar. The anchors on TV are busy ranting about another failed 10th floor raid, and the Sword King, who is the big shot #1 hunter, is getting roasted for skipping out again. My guy can't help but grin into his beer. The world's still chaotic, but at least that one nuisance is gone for good. He opens his profile just for the satisfaction of seeing peace in digital form. Still F rank, still the same 2 old skills, still broke, but at least he is alive. He chuckles, realizing he does not even have a single offensive ability. Not that it matters, he has done enough offense for a lifetime. Maybe he will play it smart for once, hit the Merchant Guild lottery, and sell a few secrets about the upper floors. He is midway through his beer when a man shows up. The stranger orders, of all things, milk with vodka and sugar. Our boy stares at him like he has just committed a crime against beverages. Before he can even process that absurd order, the TV shifts topics. Now they are talking about the Sword Saint, the mysterious prodigy everyone is waiting to join the big alliance. The screen flashes his photo, and our hero freezes mid-sip. Because of course, the guy sitting right across from him is none other than the Sword Saint himself. Marcus Callenberry has been missing for more than 20 days, which in Hunter World time basically means forever. Our boy figures everyone probably forgot the man even existed, buried under all the noise of Yoon Suha's shiny new fame. 11 years and a fresh legend later, Marcus was reduced to a nostalgic name only old-timers mention when they run out of new gossip. But in our hero's eyes, Marcus is still the real deal, the kind of guy who did not need a flashy nickname or a fan club to prove he was dangerous. This era's top hunter, the undisputed king before Suha's flame show. Which means, of course, he must have an S-rank skill, a real one, not the absurd die and try again thing he is stuck with. He stares at his own miserable death skill, and wonders whether it will at least let him copy the power of anyone who kills him, even if it's the legendary Marcus Callenberry himself. Of course, dying is not exactly on his bucket list anymore, but well, he is nothing if not ambitiously desperate. He starts scrolling through online chatter, where people have turned Marcus into some kind of mysterious myth. Some swear he is secretly from a super-rich European family. Others argue no one even knows what skill he used to hold the top spot. He quickly figures out that Marcus is a walking enigma with nothing remotely helpful online. He even thinks that life would be easier if Marcus were at least a little like Yoon Suha, loud, dramatic, and way too fond of his own reflection. Just as he is scrolling through another pointless forum thread, Marcus suddenly yells, telling someone to stop being so loud. Our boy almost drops his phone, only to realize Marcus is not yelling at anyone. The man is just talking to himself. Our hero just shakes his head and thinks maybe all-powerful people eventually lose a screw or two. Occupational hazard, probably. He scrolls a bit more and finds an interesting comment buried among the nonsense. A warning to be exact. Someone writes that if anyone values their life, they should never mention Marcus's grandchildren around him. Apparently, a few high-ranking hunters once got too big for their boots and started mocking Marcus about his hearing, and even dragged his grandkids into it. Let's just say that did not end well. Marcus reportedly lost his temper and, well, sent one of them straight to the afterlife. So naturally, what does my guy decide to do? Test it out, of course. Marcus suddenly stands up and leaves, and the moment he does, everyone in the place exhales like they had been holding their breath the entire time. The room that was tense a second ago instantly fills with whispers and gossip about him. Our boy smirks, pays for his meal, and steps outside. He scans the crowd and spots Marcus easily, mostly because he dresses exactly like how you would expect an old man to dress. My guy is interested in what kind of shiny skill he can steal. Subai had an EX rank ability, sure, but Marcus, the man might have something even better, something worth dying for. Not that our boy is planning to repeat that part, so he starts tailing Marcus, all stealth and nerves, thinking he is being subtle, but he is not. Marcus catches him almost immediately. The man turns around, and our hero suddenly remembers two very important facts. He is unarmed, and Marcus has a sword that looks like it's seen more action than his entire life. Marcus approaches him, clearly amused. My guy fumbles for an excuse, throwing out an awkward apology that's about as convincing as a cat denying it broke the vase. Marcus just stares, unimpressed, probably wondering if this idiot following him is actually worth the trouble. Our boy tries to act casual, but Marcus draws his blade, calm but sharp, and drops the bomb. He has got a skill that tells him how many people someone has killed. Upon hearing that, our hero freezes. He knows the number is not exactly flattering, but hearing Marcus describe it so matter-of-factly feels like being caught cheating on an exam you did not even study for. Marcus's expression says it all. He is looking at a monster, not a man. And then Marcus says the number. Not 1, not 10, not 100. 4,091. My guy feels his stomach drop. One for killing Sufa, and the other 4,090 for, well, killing himself over and over again. At that point, he knows there is no talking his way out of this one. To Marcus, he is not some guy with bad luck and a broken skill, but he is the villain in someone else's moral story. So he does the only sensible thing left. He runs for his life. Marcus watches him go. In his eyes, our boy is just another demon who needs cleansing, and if that means killing him, well, so be it. Our boy barely dodges Marcus's blade by some miracle of reflex or dumb luck. No one's sure which. The close call only confirms what Marcus already suspects. This guy is no rookie. Unfortunately, our hero's moment of survival lasts only a few seconds before his foot finds a small rock lying innocently on the ground, and down he goes. Flat on the ground, my guy knows his luck is running on fumes. He managed to dodge death once, but expecting a sequel feels a bit too optimistic. Just as he is mentally preparing to die, Marcus starts talking. From his tone, it sounds like he is arguing with someone, apparently being told to capture our boy instead of killing him. But Marcus, being the control freak he is, insists he will handle it himself. The weird part is that there is absolutely no one else there. Our hero looks around, empty field. No figures, no hidden earpiece. For a second, he wonders if the old man has lost it. But the way Marcus responds, it does not sound random, but it's too deliberate, too real. That is when it clicks. Telepathy. Now my guy's stress levels hit new heights. If Marcus is really chatting telepathically, who is he talking to? And worse, what is he saying? The thought of his crimes getting broadcasted to others sends a chill down his spine. If the world finds out he is the same guy who killed thousands, the Hunters Association will come for him. And when that happens, the big guilds and top-ranked hunters will join the fun, chasing him down until his public execution in Babylon Plaza. So he figures there is only one option: die now before this spirals completely out of control. It might not be logical, but it's definitely desperate. He calls out to Marcus, who is still busy having his invisible board meeting, and interrupts with a casual comment about his grandchildren. He mentions how he has heard Marcus comes from a rich European family, one that tends to attract some pretty shady company. Then, pretending to be all sincere, he adds that if Marcus's grandchildren share his blood, they must be absolutely delightful people. That does it. Marcus's calm expression cracks. Without a second's hesitation, he swings his blade, and our boy's head takes flight. For a brief absurd moment, our hero swears the moon looks upside down. Even after losing his head, literally, he can't help but admire the strike. That precision, that speed, it's enough to make him jealous. As the system announces his death, it starts forming a skill card. He watches, eager to see what kind of power he has earned. He expects a gold card to appear, just like the one he got from Sufa. But nope, nothing golden, nothing shiny, just 3 bronze cards and 4 silver ones. He stares, offended. There is no way someone like Marcus the Sword Saint himself reached top rank without at least one S-grade ability. The man probably broke mountains with his bare hands, and all my guy gets are silver cards? Still, he sighs and skips the bronze ones. His focus then lands on the 4 silver cards. 1 out of 4 chances is not great, but he's had worse odds. He grabs one and mutters a silent prayer to whatever game system runs this madness. The system announces the selection complete, and suddenly he is back in time, a day before his death. The first thing he does is open his profile. Obviously, there it is, Sword Cancellation, an A+ rank passive skill. Sounds fancy, but his excitement fades fast. He wanted something flashy, or rather martial arts mastery, or aura awakening would not be too bad. Instead, he got a passive skill. Still, he tells himself not to be too greedy, as the rank of the skill is not bad. He opens the details, hoping it will at least sound cool, and right then a voice complains about the noise. He turns his head and freezes to see a guy lying beside him. He calls out to the strange guy, and the man looks at him like he just saw a miracle. He can't believe our hero can actually hear him, and instead of saying something reasonable, the guy immediately starts criticizing our boy's apartment. Apparently, the tiny window offends his ghostly standards. Then, as if that is not enough, he randomly asks for Marcus. That catches my guy off guard. Hearing Marcus's name again is not exactly comforting, especially from a ghost. The man, however, does not think Marcus deserves to be called the Sword Saint. In his eyes, he is basically a beginner. Yeah, the same Marcus who sliced our boy's head clean off like he was cutting fruit. Our hero is not sure if this big guy is being serious or just trying to mess with him. While he is still wondering what kind of spirit criticizes both interior design and legends, the system pops up with some helpful information. It turns out this weird guy is from another world. He climbed his world's tower all the way to the 99th floor, but lost right before the 100th. His resentment was so strong that he became a wandering spirit. He can't interact with the real world physically, but can talk directly to whoever has his ability. And now, thanks to our boys copying Marcus's skill, he is stuck with him. Feeling a bit guilty, our hero apologizes for copying him. But the moment he does, the spirit starts crying, shouting for him to send him back to Marcus immediately. He is wailing like an opera singer, demanding a refund. My guy is losing his mind trying to explain that he has no clue how to return a spirit. The man just keeps yelling that Marcus is a terrible pupil who let his master get kidnapped, and our boy just sits there wondering how this day managed to get any worse. Eventually, he asks him to please calm down, but the spirit reminds him that he is already dead. So our hero, done with the drama, tells him to just die quietly then. The spirit gasps like he just committed a second murder and calls him heartless for telling a dead guy who misses living to die again. My guy can practically feel his sanity slipping away. Then it hits him. All those times Marcus was talking to himself during their fight, it was not insanity. He was talking to this guy, and now he gets why Marcus always looked slightly miserable. He sighs in defeat. Not only does he have to stay hidden from Marcus, but now he also has to deal with this loud ghost haunting his head. The spirit, meanwhile, has no idea why our boy is so tense. In his opinion, Marcus is the kindest hunter alive, unless someone brings up his grandchildren, of course. Our hero does not even bother responding. He has already experienced that side of Marcus firsthand. He then starts talking about Marcus's skill that shows people's kill counts. The ghost calls it detective insight and claims it's pretty useless. My guy decides to test him and mentions that his own kill count is 4,091. The spirit freezes, staring at him like he has lost his mind. Not because that's too many, it's just that our boy does not look capable of killing that many people. In his eyes, our hero is a total amateur with no aura and no presence, just a plain guy who happens to be annoyingly hard to kill. So my guy explains, he did not kill thousands of different people, he killed the same one, a future villain. The rest of the deaths were him killing himself repeatedly to reset time and try again. He tells the spirit about Subai's ability to rewind a day, his own power to copy the skills of whoever kills him, and how this combo basically makes him immortal. The spirit listens quietly, and even for a ghost he looks stunned. After a pause, he asks our boy's name. When our hero tells him, the spirit asks why he copied Marcus's skill after getting revenge on Subai. My guy answers honestly, Marcus is the #1 hunter of this era. If he wants to become stronger, he needs the strongest skills. Simple logic. The spirit assures him that nothing they discuss can leak since only our boy can see or hear him. Then he tells our hero to stand up. He circles around him, inspecting him from every angle, muttering things like, not bad at all. Apparently he likes my guy's resolve and ambition. Then he asks to see him in action. So they head out. Our boy finds some slimes and demonstrates his skills while the spirit observes. After a while, the ghost nods like he just confirmed a theory. Apparently his intuition was right about our hero. Naturally, my guy has no idea what that means. The spirit, Bahir Young, finally explains that in his previous life he was called the Sword Emperor. He is from another world where a tower appeared just like this one, and he climbed all the way to the 99th floor before being defeated. My guy remembers Sufa becoming a legend after clearing the 40th floor, so this guy reaching the 99th is honestly mind-blowing. According to Young, when our boy gets stronger, he will start to see what true talent looks like, and that is why he asked to watch him fight. Our hero smiles, saying his efforts are wasted because he does not have a shred of talent. But Young disagrees. In his eyes, my guy has something special. Sure, his movements are clumsy, his body is average, and he might never awaken his aura, but he has got one thing most hunters never will. He is not afraid of dying. Most people fight to protect themselves. He fights like death is an old friend. Young thinks that is a rare gift, and the hardest talent to develop. Our boy gets quiet for a moment. No one has ever told him anything like that before. He was just furious that Subai treated him like a bug, and that anger pushed him to keep killing himself without hesitation. Young cuts into his thoughts and asks what he felt when Marcus killed him. Our hero remembers it clearly. It was beautiful. Young bursts into laughter, finding the whole thing bizarrely entertaining. He figures that since my guy's skill copies instead of steals, Marcus probably still has his version of him too. That means there are now 2 of him out there. He grins and looks forward to see who becomes stronger, Marcus or our boy. And with that, Young decides to help my guy grow stronger. Together they will climb the tower, challenge fate, and maybe get along without our hero losing his mind first. So the tough days of our hero officially begin, and honestly, it's not even the tower that's the problem. It's his new morning alarm, Young. The guy wakes him up and our boy groans, asking for 5 more minutes, but apparently that's a crime. Young scolds him, saying if Marcus were here he would have already cleared a few tower floors by then. My guy buries his head under the pillow, hoping for peace, but of course this ghost refuses to shut up. Instead, he starts singing. It turns out this dead guy once mastered something called sound arts, which is just a fancy way of saying he can make your ears explode with a single verse. Finally, our poor hero gives up, picks up his phone and glares at the time. It's 4 a.m. He waves the phone in Young's face, but the ghost warrior seems delighted. According to him, that's prime time for bugs to crawl out, and since he is apparently weaker than bugs, he should get up even earlier. Our boy realizes Young is just bored out of his mind. Now it makes sense why Marcus trained at sunrise, not because he was hardworking, but because his spirit mentor was loud enough to scare off sleep itself. Young actually admits he is bored, and demands that he thank him for his training motivation. My guy of course wants to strangle him, but that's a problem since, well, you can't kill someone who is already dead. Young even mocks him, calling him a zombie because he can't die even if he tries. Our hero just stays there speechless, silently rethinking all his life choices. Eventually they head out, and just when our boy thinks there might be peace, Young starts again. He claims my guy has got plenty of determination but absolutely no skill to back it up, as he is not just below average, he is 6 feet under. It's been 4 days since our hero copied Marcus's swordmaster skill, and during that time he has managed to hunt Subai once and avoid Marcus like the plague. But of course this ghost can't let him have that small victory, and mocks his power. He tries to ignore him, focusing on training under his insane schedule, but then he demands training registration fees, and decides they will go win the lottery together. Now, inside the tower, there is a guild called the Merchant Troop, though their official name is Merchant Alliance. The leader, the Countess, is a 3rd-rank hunter with a skill that lets her trade items between worlds, which made her basically the queen of commerce. So yeah, her guild runs the entire tower market, including of course the lottery. Our boy and Young arrive there to claim their prize. The receptionist congratulates my guy, while Young gets distracted by the fact that the staff wear cat ear hats. Our hero explains it's because their leader is a cat lady. Young immediately concludes she is just a weirdo. Anyway, the receptionist checks his ticket and reminds him that old tickets expire after 2 years. Our boy assures him this one is from last week, right after he got stuck with this loud spirit. The receptionist starts his background check, but his friendly smile disappears the second he realizes our hero's ticket actually won 1st place. Young is thrilled apparently. Getting rich is easier than he thought. The receptionist dashes off to call his supervisor, while Young warns my guy that they are about to get robbed, as they have attracted all the attention they can get. Our hero, however, knows better. He has seen this play out before when Subai tried the same thing. He figures it's safer if everyone knows who won, because if the winner gets murdered, the merchant troop's reputation goes down with him. Then comes the supervisor, Arthur Taylor, better known as the Safekeeper. Our boy immediately likes the title. It suits the guy, especially since anyone with a nickname in this world is bound to be strong. Safekeeper invites him to follow him upstairs. Normally my guy would not dare stand in front of someone ranked that high, but now he is not just some low-tier hunter, but he is a paying customer who just won 50,000 gold. Young watches him beam with pride and can't resist poking fun at him again, saying he gets too happy too easily. He reminds him of the time he got excited when told he had a talent for dying. Our hero sighs, telling him to please for once stop talking. Young continues his life advice session, saying he should think the world revolves around him, and our boy quietly notes that both Sua and this guy are clearly insane. Safekeeper notices him spacing out and asks if he is feeling okay. My guy quickly assures him he is fine, just lost in thought. Receiving kindness after a lifetime of misery hits him harder than expected, and now this man looks like an angel in his eyes. Young naturally ruins the moment by calling him too soft. They finally make it to the VIP lounge, and Safekeeper gestures toward the prize, literal mountains of gold coins gleaming under the lights, as if someone sprinkled sunshine on them. 50,000 gold. In our hero's old world, that's about $1 billion in cash. Safekeeper politely offers him a choice, take it all home or store it safely. Our boy decides to keep it in the vault. He is not chasing wealth anymore, he is chasing something bigger, power, fame, and that sweet spot at the top of the tower. The gold to him is just the glitter on the path. Safekeeper nods, clearly impressed with his decision. Then my guy brings up joining the merchant troop as an honorary member. Young shockingly agrees without any sarcastic remarks this time. He knows my guy is finally using his head. After all, guilds are not just for socializing or flexing cool badges. They are basically survival insurance in a world that's one sword swing away from chaos. Our hero has seen what happens when someone goes solo like Suha, the stubborn fool who ended up poisoned and alone. He has no plans of starring in that same tragic sequel. He goes one step further, asking Safekeeper to recommend him a new place to live and to make sure everyone knows the lottery winner is a proud honorary guild member. Safekeeper, clearly expecting the usual clueless rookie, looks genuinely taken aback by how sharp our boy is being. Hurryung is standing there grinning like a proud parent at a school play, loving every second of it. The irony is that this is the same ghost who just earlier called my guy too easy. Now it's our hero wearing the smug face while Hurryung tries very hard to act like he never said that. Of course, the ghost warrior can't help slipping in a bit of pride, but our boy just wishes he would shut up for once. Still, there is this small spark in his eyes. After dying more times than anyone should, and restarting over and over, it finally feels like things are shifting his way, and maybe the nightmare is slowly turning into an opportunity. As they wrap things up at the guild, my guy and Hurryung finally step out into the street. Now that the whole tuition fee mess is sorted, Hurryung, clearly in no hurry to stay quiet, wonders what they should deal with next. Our hero assumes it's about finding a good teacher, but Hurryung, being the confident know-it-all that he is, thinks there is no need for that after all. With him around, who could possibly need anyone else? Our boy just stares at him, thinking this guy's audacity truly has no limits. Hurryung decides that what my guy really needs is not a teacher but a textbook, maybe an elixir that boosts his physical abilities, or perhaps a martial arts scroll filled with secret techniques. Then again, he figures our hero probably would not even understand those manuals anyway, so the only realistic choice left is an elixir, a good one of course. Our boy asks for details. Hurryung squints, pretending to remember, and mentions a guild full of doctors and pharmacists. Apparently their master brews the best elixirs around. He even knows a store that sells them. My guy, however, already knows those elixirs are outrageously expensive. Hurryung nods and then whispers the price in our hero's ear, and it's so bad that he almost drops dead on the spot. When he tries to argue, Hurryung casually waves him off, saying that 4 bottles are enough, or maybe 5 if they manage to get a discount. In his mind, our hero does not have a choice anyway, not when he lacks talent. Apparently that's this ghost's favorite insult. Without waiting for a reply, he speeds ahead, leaving our poor boy struggling to keep up with someone who does not even have legs. Then, just as my guy is about to tell him to slow down, Hurryung abruptly halts, making my guy crash into his rock-solid body. The ghost warrior stiffens and mutters that our hero needs to hide immediately. It's because he forgot to mention that the store they are headed to happens to be a favorite spot of Marcus, who, as luck would have it, is currently strolling nearby. Our boy does not even get the chance to complain before he is shoved behind a massive garbage bin, pressing a hand over his mouth and wondering how his life ended up like this. Marcus stops in the alley, looking around suspiciously, while my guy's heart hammers like a drum. Getting caught now would be a disaster. Luckily, Marcus eventually turns and walks away. He finally exhales, irritated and disgusted, muttering to himself about how, out of all the hiding places in the city, he just had to end up in a garbage bin. Meanwhile, Hurryung, instead of apologizing, starts panicking about Marcus being there too. It means Marcus is probably after the elixirs as well. And just like that, the best store in the city is suddenly off limits. My guy, sharing the sentiment, figures it's too risky to go in. Instead, he takes out his phone and starts searching for alternatives. Whatever he is looking for does not even appear in the top 100 results, but somehow he still looks satisfied. The thing is, he knows a certain pharmacist who could make what they need for a lot less. Hurryung looks doubtful, but our boy seems too confident for it to be an empty boast. They start walking through a rundown part of town. Hurryung grows uneasy, wondering if a so-called talented pharmacist really lives somewhere this depressing. But our hero insists she does, and claims she is not just skilled but an actual genius, the best he has ever met. Hurryung does not buy it but follows anyway. Along the way, 2 shady men give our boy the kind of look that usually comes before a robbery, but after watching him talk to himself, they quickly change their minds, because obviously robbing a lunatic is not worth the trouble. He almost laughs, imagining their faces if they knew how much gold he is carrying in his pocket. Finally, they reach their destination, and it's chaos. A woman is in the middle of an argument with some guy who's clearly had it with her. She is begging him not to take her equipment, apparently because she is behind on payments again, and he is standing there losing his patience. She is promising she just needs a few more days, but the guy is already ordering his men to pack everything up. She clings to her tools like they are her babies, begging she just needs to finish one last elixir, but he does not care. He literally kicks her aside and tells her to quit medicine altogether. A small crowd starts forming, watching like it's free entertainment. They are whispering to each other, saying they knew her shop would not last, that her potions were overpriced anyway. In their eyes, her potions' prices are outrageous. The woman's had enough. She snaps back that her prices are fair, and that no one in the city can match her quality. She even scolds them for not appreciating her efforts in this dump of a town. The crowd just stares at her like she has gone completely off the deep end, and slowly walks off. Young, watching the scene unfold, can't believe that this pitiful woman is the genius pharmacist our boy kept talking about. But my guy just nods, completely serious. Young's brain short-circuits while our hero walks right up to the woman and casually asks if she is still running her business. Turns out she is not just any struggling alchemist, she is the alchemy Castellan herself. Yeah, that Castellan, the same woman who once made it to the top 5 hunters and led the Alchemy Castle Guild. When our boy mentions placing a large order, she composes herself faster than the blink of an eye and asks how large he is talking. When he mentions 20,000 gold, she practically forgets her life was falling apart 2 minutes ago. Meanwhile, my guy is already planning ahead, thinking it's better to get close to her before she rises to fame. After all, a woman destined to turn everything she touches into gold is someone worth sticking around for, and he has every intention of becoming her most loyal customer long before anyone else catches on. She takes him to her so-called house, which looks less like a home and more like a storage room. The place is a complete disaster with stuff scattered everywhere. Young, of course, does not miss the chance to joke about it. Then, as if adding salt to the wound, he turns to our boy and asks if he is really sure about drinking an elixir made by someone who lives in this dump. Our hero just pretends not to hear him and focus on the alchemy Castellan. She sits at her desk and confirms if he is actually planning to commission an elixir worth thousands of gold. My guy calmly suggests paying her up front, in case she does not trust him. She initially waves it off like it's unnecessary, but after a bit of hesitation and a mental battle written all over her face, she admits that maybe yes, being paid first is not such a bad idea after all. Our boy, realizing how desperate she must be, does not hold it against her. He knows she is in such bad financial shape that even basic courtesy has taken a vacation, so he tells her she can withdraw whatever she needs from his account and he will inform the guild beforehand. But he politely adds that it would be nice if she could keep it under 20,000, since apparently his gold is not growing on trees either. She starts scribbling everything down, then asks what kind of elixir he wants. She is very firm about one thing though. She won't make drugs, no matter how much gold he throws at her. Which is kind of unusual, because her shop literally just went under, yet she is out here turning down tens of thousands. Gotta respect the commitment though. It's rare to see someone that broke still holding on to their principles. It makes sense to him now, why she is destined to become a future prodigy. Anyway, our guy tells her it's nothing illegal, just a special formula. Then he glances at Young, who looks utterly unimpressed but still agrees to share the formula. Our hero repeats the ingredients as the ghost warrior dictates, and Young starts to explain that while the ingredients matter, the result really depends on the maker's skill. But before he can finish his lecture, she casually cuts him off. As it turns out, she already knows what kind of mixture it is. Apparently those ingredients create an elixir that boosts reflexes, and she even knows the process to make it. Young is caught off guard but admits she is right. My guy can't help but feel a little smug about his choice. She gets all excited, rambling about ratios and catalysts like she is on caffeine and inspiration. But our boy interrupts mid-blabber and asks how long it will take. She plans to complete it in 4 days, even though she could rush it, but she needs new equipment. Our hero, remembering how people used to wait literal years just to see the alchemy lord, beams at the thought of waiting only 4 days. After leaving, Young starts talking trash, calling her a scam just waiting to happen. Our boy brushes it off, more curious about how Young even learnt the formula in the first place. According to him, he made it himself after a lifetime of experimenting, and apparently drinking poisons like they were protein shakes. My guy believes that if she recognized such a complex formula on the spot, she has got talent worth betting on. She might look rough at the moment, but he knows she is destined to become the powerhouse of the alchemy castle in time. Young stays quiet for a moment, probably swallowing a bit of pride, before muttering that she will probably just take the money and vanish. A few days later, the alchemy castellan shows up at our hero's hotel, lugging 3 massive boxes like she is moving in. Each one is packed with 30 bottles of elixir, which are enough to keep him stocked for a whole month. He can't help but grin. This deal is much better than whatever scam that legendary store Young kept bragging about offered. Young, clearly picking up on the mental trash talk, sulks in the corner as our boy focuses on the alchemy castellan. She hesitates before asking why he would hand such a pricey commission to someone like her. A non-name pharmacist everyone apparently thinks is a freak. Sure, she knows she is talented, but even she can't quite figure out why anyone sane would trust her with something this rare. For my guy, the answer is easy. She is a genius, plain and simple. Still, even he can't shake the feeling that it's more than that. He remembers how she was the first one to show up when the city went up in flames and the only one who saw through Sufa's little hero act. In his eyes, she is capable, kind, and way too sharp to ignore. It would be a waste not to get close to someone like that. So he tells her that he helped because she seemed decent. He even adds that good hunters like them deserve the success, since it's not eye-catching to watch the maniacs keep winning. Then he extends his hand like he is sealing some underdog alliance against the world. For once he actually means it, cheesy speech and all. She studies him for a moment, probably debating whether he is being sincere or just dramatic, but she shakes his hand anyway and seconds his beliefs. Before leaving, she tells him to come to her next time he needs anything. He thanks her, and as soon as she is out of sight, Young pops up, snickering about his touching little speech. Our hero, realizing just how cringe that must have sounded, immediately shifts the focus to training. The next day, he heads to the third-floor hunting grounds, which are crawling with monsters. He is trying to plan his next move when Young suggests he try the new elixir. He does, and the taste turns out to be shockingly normal, lemon with a hint of honey. For about half a second, he thinks maybe this won't be so bad. Then agony hits like a sledgehammer to the ribs. His body twists in pain, while Young, clearly living for the drama, cheerfully compliments the alchemy Castellan's craftsmanship. My guy, meanwhile, is pretty sure his soul just tried to leave his body. Apparently this is all part of the process, or so Young claims, with that annoying teacher tone. The elixir supposedly slows his perception of time, giving him more reaction speed. Not that our hero cares, as he is too busy not dying. Young keeps rambling about the weird pressure in our boy's chest being his aura, the energy all hunters supposedly have but never notice. How well he controls it will decide how strong he becomes. He is practically giddy about it, while my guy is just praying for a quick end. Then Young mentions that most hunters take months of meditation to master this, but since our hero is not exactly gifted, they will be skipping straight to the pain and suffering part. And right as our boy is rethinking every decision that led him to this miserable moment, an orc sneaks up behind him. Young, with the worst timing imaginable, simply tells him to run. Young then starts yelling at him to release his aura and actually use it, unless he is planning to get crushed by the orc monster. My guy, who is drenched in sweat and looking one panic attack away from fainting, curses the ghost. Young, on the other hand, is having the time of his life. He even tells our boy that if he does not like what is happening, he can just go ahead and die, as his kill count will rise again anyway, and Marcus will probably love to hear that. Trying not to lose it completely, our hero finally forces the aura out, and the monster's movements begin to slow down. That is the good part. The bad part is his body refuses to respond. He can see the monster's attacks, but reacting to them feels impossible. He starts running anyway, and Young tells him he can dodge if he just focuses. According to him, low-level monsters like orcs are simple creatures, easy to read once you memorize their patterns. He only needs to gather aura into his legs. My guy, clinging to life and common sense, thinks if he can just move one step faster, he might live to see another sunrise. He channels all the aura from his heart into his legs, and somehow it works. Young looks mildly impressed. He admits it's tougher than expected because our boy does not have proper channels for his aura yet. Right now, his inner flow is like a twisted little trail lost in the forest. If he wants to control aura properly, he needs to build a whole highway, and the only reason he is even managing this much is because of the elixir. Without it, he would be as useful as a rock. Our hero really hates that Young is right. His body at this point feels like a dead field. No energy, no life, just pain. But he still wonders what happens if he somehow breaks through. He asks Young, who kindly reminds him of the time Marcus sliced off his head with one single move. Turns out that move was just a horizontal slash. My guy can't believe that his whole decapitation scene was caused by something that basic. Young shrugs it off, saying Marcus still has a lot to learn, but compared to him, our boy is basically a walking disappointment. Grinding his teeth, our hero keeps dodging. Then he stops running and turns around, ready to face the orc head-on. Young sounds oddly excited now. Our hero drives the aura into his legs, grips his blade, and jumps at the orc. He slams the sword into its neck with everything he has got. Young immediately warns him not to relax, because apparently, orcs have thicker skin. He also advises focusing the aura on the tip of the blade, though he thinks it might be a bit too advanced for someone like him. My guy is too exhausted to argue, so he does what he is told and puts all his strength into one final push. Finally, the orc collapses. Young checks on him and he is lying there, pale, drenched, and barely breathing. He has used up nearly everything just to kill one orc. When our boy starts cursing him, Young compliments how he bended the aura earlier like a spring. He believes that hunters should always use their heads in battle, while my guy is lying flat on the ground, gasping like a fish and probably rethinking why he ever listened to a ghost. Young, though, does not stop talking. He seems completely unaware, or maybe just does not care, that our hero is in agony. When my guy finally yells that he is dying, Young tells him to just die already, as he feels things will get better after that. He claims this is a training method that works perfectly fine because our boy has the regression skill. Even Marcus, according to him, would not go this far, and he would just meditate after taking an elixir instead of turning himself into roadkill for experience points. Our poor hero is barely holding on, trying to make sense of this nonsense, while the ghost warrior keeps rambling about how lucky he is to have a doer skill. He even admits he is jealous after all. My guy can just die and respawn like it's a hobby. Though being the considerate mentor that he is, Young advises using a death method that does not increase the kill count. Before our boy can even respond, another orc shows up out of nowhere, and well, that's that. He dies instantly and finds himself back in the same empty space he always wakes up in after death. Young is there this time as well. Our hero explains the place, proudly calling it the Netherworld, As he starts to share how his skill works, the system suddenly interrupts, displaying a new set of glowing cards. It's offering him the chance to copy the orc's skill. Both my guy and Hurryung just stare at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Then our hero jumps in shock, realizing monsters have skills too. Hurryung is no less surprised after seeing our boy's skill, and he has got that greedy glint in his eyes. He really wants that skill. He starts complaining to the system. He is genuinely offended that a beginner like my guy is getting a skill with actual potential, while he, a so-called legendary hunter, got nothing like that. In his dramatic little world, this marks the tragic downfall of hunters everywhere. Our hero, meanwhile, is just trying to pick a card so this whole scene can end already. When Hurryung notices him selecting a card at random, he nearly collapses. He keeps insisting that our boy should at least pretend to act wisely. My guy tries to explain, with the patience of someone who has done explaining the same thing 10 times, that all the cards look exactly the same from his side, so there is no strategy involved. Hurryung simply stares at him, baffled that a grown man can miss something he considers painfully obvious. And then it hits our hero that apparently he is the clueless one here, as Hurryung casually drops the information that he can actually see the front side of the cards. Our boy freezes on the spot. From where he is standing, the cards keep flipping every time he shifts even slightly, leaving only the backs in view. Realizing Hurryung has been holding this information the whole time makes him shout in excitement, which nearly sends the ghost warrior into another meltdown. My guy then presses him to describe the cards, and Hurryung acts like he is performing an extraordinary act of charity. He starts with the first one, which talks about how nature supposedly offers shelter to the miserable, and how orcs survive hardships by multiplying faster than anyone has time to count. Basically, one goes down and 9 more appear. The skill is something about boosting orc population, ranked F, and the side effect involves being stuck in a certain non-stop mating mode. Our hero does not need to say anything, his face expresses everything. Hurryung then moves on to the second card, filled with odd chirping-like vocal tics. Apparently, orcs end their sentences with sharp clicking expressions, the type of sounds that once someone picks up, they will never stop using. The name of the skill is literally built from those sounds, also F rank. Our boy stands there processing the options, wondering if the universe is testing his patience on purpose. Hurryung, on the other hand, starts bragging that if he had not stepped in earlier, my guy would have blindly grabbed the second card anyway, and claims every man should experience orc power at least once. In our boy's eyes, both skills are awful, but if he is forced to pick, he would rather take the strange chirping over the first disaster. Just when he reaches out for it, Hurryung suddenly urges him to hold on and talk it through, but our hero can clearly tell they are thinking the same thing. He takes the card anyway, and the system locks in the choice. When he returns to the world a day earlier, still stuck at F rank, he feels surprisingly refreshed. Meanwhile, Hurryung is sulking, disappointed that his master plan to trick our boy into picking the first card did not work. Honestly, my guy would not have chosen that nightmare even if someone bribed him. He tells Hurryung to hurry up because it's time to go hunting again. Back at the tower, Hurryung suddenly recommends meditation as a training method, claiming it's less painful than dying repeatedly, and that he could teach aura to him properly in half a year. Our hero does not even grace that with a response and heads straight to the 3rd floor, leaving the ghost warrior following behind. At the hunting ground, he gulps down another elixir and pulls out his sword. He casually points out how Hurryung only calls him zombie when he is doing great, but switches back to his name. The second things look risky. That is the reason he was not tricked into picking the first card by him. He even mentions very generously, in his opinion, that he is highlighting the habit so Hurryung can improve. Then facing another orc, he feels the aura settle around him again, sharpening his view. The beast roars, and he activates the new clicking sound skill. The orc freezes midair and responds with the exact same controlled click. Our hero does not waste the chance. He swings, slices its neck cleanly, and ends the fight. Hurryung immediately accuses him of cheating. He even gets dramatic on behalf of the orc, claiming it was having a perfectly good day until our boy showed up. In his eyes, humans like him are the root cause of orc suffering everywhere. My guy stares at him with the straightest face imaginable, and repeats the refined clicking sound, just to make him explode a little more inside. He then just pats him and mentions they are heading to the 4th floor next. A whole week drags by then, and now my guy is standing in front of the 5th floor boss, the Great Goblin King. The king starts talking in his fancy goblin dialect, convinced he is the only one blessed enough to speak it. But our boy replies in the same tongue while quietly channeling his aura and activating the goblin skill he got recently. He then leaps at him, and the Goblin King genuinely freezes like someone just stole his spotlight. Before the monster even processes the betrayal, our hero sinks his blade into its neck and ends the fight. Considering this boss monster tortured him all week, he gives it a goodbye. Hurryung, of course, rolls his eyes and points out that he is getting emotional over killing a mere monster. My guy hates that because he used 6 whole coins, 6 lives to bring this thing down. If that does not earn him a second of sentiment, then honestly, what does? But Hurryung keeps insisting he is just stating facts, and that the battle was not anything noble anyway. Our boy disagrees completely. Feeling the need to defend his pride a little, he proudly shows the skill he earned with those 5 lives worth of coins. This skill has its own weird backstory. Apparently the Great Goblin once decided that his people were uncultured because their speech consisted of a single rough grunt. He believed they could never shine or appear noble with that language. Then he had a grand revelation and introduced a new expression he thought matched his royal personality. His tribe hated it, obviously, and this dramatic linguistic crisis is exactly the skill our hero copied from him. To him, goblins just overthink the wrong things. Hershong, however, believes humans are not much different. My guy does not get what he means, and Hershong just waves him off like he is mumbling to himself. Before he can question him again, the system window pops up. It announces that his presence has become more noticeable, bumps up his level, upgrades his skills, and crowns him an E-class hunter. The system even wishes him good luck, which he clearly enjoys a bit too much. Heryoung, on the other hand, is staring at the special effects like he is trying to figure out whether it's supposed to look like fireworks or blood. Our boy shrugs that it's probably a level-up animation. Heryoung agrees, but for him this is not just pretty lights, it's apparently a personality test. He explains that the type of aura someone shows during leveling reveals their element. He even uses Sufa as a reference, whose aura is fire. Then he dives into the whole aura that comes from your trauma philosophy, explaining how it forms from moments that leave dents on someone's soul. He guesses our hero is either fire type or blood type. My guy brings up Marcus's aura, and it turns out to be moonlight. The backstory of which is that Marcus got lost in the mountains as a kid, nearly died, then saw the moon shining thanks to the sun, and had a poetic awakening about living with what you are given. Our boy hears this and feels Marcus is just as strange as everyone else in this tower. Heryoung urges him to hurry up and clear the 6th floor, but our hero, being the MC, suggests skipping to the 10th floor boss instead. Heryoung immediately thinks he is acting up again, but he insists he is not. Heryoung reminds him that a bunch of very skilled hunters literally died there, but our boy's stubborn self-confidence is fully charged, so he throws out a bet. If he can't clear the 10th floor with only 2 coins, he will start calling Heryoung master. The ghost warrior looks at him like this man might actually be losing brain cells. The guy who needed 6 coins for defeating the Goblin King now wants to use 2 on the 10th floor. Sure, Heryoung warns him that he takes bets very seriously, but our boy adds his own terms too. He wants to know the 10th floor boss's skills in exchange. That grabs Heryoung's interest. Our hero only wants him to speak politely and call him by his actual name if he wins. Heryoung answers with the longest glare known to mankind. My guy takes that as hesitation and comments that he looks scared. Heryoung sighs. To him it feels like a monkey challenging the tiger because it managed to pick up one shiny move. Still he accepts, as he feels confident our boy will lose and be stuck saying master forever. After all, he can't actually die. Our hero, just as confident, calls him delusional and looks forward to having him serve instead. They both grin, but to outsiders, only my guy appears to be laughing like some lunatic who wandered off from therapy. Once they reach the 10th floor, a guard stops him, insisting that going in alone basically counts as assisted suicide. Even the Black Dragon Guild failed, and they had a whole army. Our boy does not care, and reminds him that every hunter has the right to challenge the boss. But the guard insists he has to log every challenger, and the auditors will drag him through hell if anything happens later. Our hero actually understands his situation, while Heryoung is annoyed about how political the world has become. He wants my guy to knock the guard away and be done with it. But instead of violence, our intelligent boy decides to use emotional manipulation. With the most tragic tone he can muster, he lies that he wants to end his life. Both the guard and Heryoung freeze upon hearing that. He then launches into a heartbreaking monologue, a lover who passed away a year ago, an incurable disease diagnosed by alchemists, 6 months left to live, and the desire to die to monsters rather than rot in a hospital bed. The guard gets caught in the emotional whirlpool instantly. Our hero even hands him gold coins, claiming they were meant for treatment. The guard refuses, but he pushes harder, insisting he wants to leave the world empty-handed. He requests very dramatically not to be recorded in the log as his final wish, and at that point the guard just melts and agrees. Heryoung watches all this and wonders if he accidentally stepped into the filming of some award-winning drama, and just like that my guy strolls into the 10th floor. This is the same floor Subai cleared once, and he plans to leave behind a mark even he would raise an eyebrow at. He enters the mansion, opens the door, and spots rows of dolls laughing in a creepy way. Flames burst around the whole mansion as they insist on playing hide-and-seek. The system declares the start of the boss fight, and our boy agrees to play. The Black Guild, the big celebrities of the tower, had been sitting comfortably at the top for ages. First place, undefeated, unbothered, until their 30th failure hits the rankings like a slap, and suddenly their executives are drowning in reports. The Black Witch blames luck, because obviously in her eyes their guild could not possibly lack skill. Subai, however, bursts in bragging like he is the living embodiment of victory, and reminds everyone that luck counts as talent too. That interview later became famous for being the moment he basically announced he was unstoppable. Our hero, recalling this interview, can't help wondering why. Out of the entire population of hunters, Subai was the only one who managed to beat the 10th floor. He is currently inside that floor himself, facing the stage boss, the Hellfire Maiden. To clear this level, the rules sound simple. Find the real doll hidden inside the mansion, and break it. That's it. Though of course the tower being the tower, the place is filled with flames that are not even normal flames, but they are aura fire, meaning everything feels like it wants to roast him alive. Huryeong explains that even with aura shielding, most hunters last maybe 10 minutes before turning into barbecue. Only people with fire-type auras can walk through comfortably, which is exactly why Subai managed it and then bragged about luck like he just invented the idea. While our boy protects himself from being cooked, the dolls around him start singing a creepy hide-and-seek tune. Huryeong mentions that my guy is actually the lucky one here. Our hero, sweating and melting, does not see how that makes any sense. The heat is unbearable, and even his aura looks like it's packing up to leave. Huryeong, of course, is enjoying the show. He talks about how Marcus can endure flames like this for half an hour, and how he can't wait to try this stage again once he lasts a full hour. Then he gives our boy the comparison, pointing out how my guy just barged in without thinking. Our hero thanks him very politely with sarcasm dripping all over. Huryeong then asks what his grand plan is, considering he only has 2 coins left. Our boy does not have one, and he plans to figure it out after dying first. It's not exactly the strategy Huryeong had in mind. He explains there are 2 ways to clear this floor. Either find the real doll, with odds worse than winning a lottery, or be skilled enough with aura to survive the flames long enough. He laughs as he reminds my guy how stupid it was of him to bet just 2 coins. Our hero mutters that Huryeong clearly does not know everything, and tells him to just wait for the result after he dies once. With only 10 seconds of aura left, he grabs a random doll, only for it to be the wrong one, and it starts to melt on the spot. 3 seconds remain, and he complains about how dramatic the tower had to be with this stage design. Huryeong uses those last seconds to explain that no one truly knows what the tower is thinking, probably because it's some twisted pervert who hands out powerful skills to someone like our boy, who acts like a professional slacker. My guy argues about the wording, and right then his aura finally gives up, and the flames swallow him whole. While he burns, Huryeong calls him a masochist, who even outperforms the tower itself. A man so desperate to be a brave hunter he willingly accepted a plan where he basically chose to burn alive. Our hero just prays the fire kills him faster so he does not have to hear the commentary. When he respawns in the netherworld, the system presents him with skill cards. He immediately reminds Huryeong of their bet. Huryeong, forced to help, picks the gold card first. Inferno Barrier, a massive fire zone skill that burns everything within 2 kilometers as long as the user stands inside it themselves. Huryeong tells him to pick it, no thinking required, but our boy hesitates, as something about it feels heavy to him. He asks Huryeong to read the other cards too. Huryeong has no idea why, but he goes through them one by one until he reaches the last one, a silver card, and our hero's face lights up like he already knows. Huryeong, on the other hand, panics instantly. He tries convincing our boy to pick the gold card, saying it will make him look cool and mysterious and basically irresistible, but my guy has already made up his mind. From the moment he heard there was only one real doll among thousands, he could not shake the strange feeling. The real one should have been the only one not burning, so why were the fake ones also not burning? That answer lies in the silver skill. It lets the caster prevent a chosen target from burning. Our hero grabs the silver card while Huryeong openly curses their bet. Our boy is already excited to hear Huryeong call him by his name with proper respect. He returns to one day earlier, same rank, eager to revisit the 10th floor and search the mansion properly this time. But right as he is celebrating how easy things are now, the system drops a bomb. The penalty of the newly acquired skill. It starts recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed him. So this little girl goes around knocking on a man's door, hoping for a scrap of bread. The man takes one look at her and shuts the door. There are others also who keep whispering about how more orphans are popping up lately. The girl keeps begging, asking for even moldy leftovers, and people still act like she is ruining their mood. Some even wish these kids would just vanish. While wandering around, she accidentally bumps into a man and instantly apologizes like she expects a beating. But this man, shockingly, asks her where her parents are. He notices the bruises, the hunger, everything. He tells her he is a doctor, and has lots of her friends waiting at home and that he will help her feel better. She believes him, poor thing, because he sounds like the first kind person she has met in forever. But the man turns out to be nowhere near kindness. The moment he gets her inside his mansion, he locks her up like she is some dangerous criminal. She quietly asks when she will get food and when she will meet those friends he mentioned, and he responds by getting irritated, dragging her out, and scolding her like she invited misery into his life. In his messed up worldview, orphan kids wander around pretending to be weak, spreading diseases, and refusing to work. Basically, he thinks he is performing some public service by dealing with them. After the lecture nobody asked for, he shoves her right back into the cage. As if it's not enough, he goes around telling people that the famine is the fault of these children. He calls them cursed kids poisoning the land, and the townsfolk clap along like he is their inspirational leader instead of their neighborhood psychopath. They use the children in a ritual as sacrifices to their god, proudly calling it saving their land, while the poor girl watches helplessly, trapped behind bars. As the number of victims starts dropping, they plan to grab a few more kids for the next ritual, while she sits there trying to make sense of where everyone keeps disappearing to. Now my guy? He is there too. Not because he wants to be, but because he got slapped with a penalty after taking a boss monster's skill. Huryoung is there as well, both witnessing this nightmare without realizing the other is stuck in the same memory. Huryoung boils with anger, wondering who the boss monster wants to repent. Our boy guesses it must be the origin story of the 10th floor boss. He did not even know monsters used to be humans. Huryoung explains that only boss monsters come from real-life tragedies across different worlds, and that these origins appear more often after the 11th floor. Upon hearing that, our hero complains that Huryoung never bothered to mention this detail, and Huryoung just shrugs. It's his first time seeing one of these memories too, and even though he already knew boss monsters came from other worlds, actually watching the memories hit him harder than he expected. My guy can't help wondering if every world is this chaotic, and right on cue the butler of the mansion manages to trip in the hallway, knock over candles and set the entire mansion on fire. The cruel man and his servants dash out immediately, abandoning everything including the kids in the basement. Our boy tries shouting at them, but he is just a spectator in someone else's nightmare, so of course nothing happens. The flames spread, the children scream for help, and it all burns down while he watches helplessly. They had not done anything except be hungry and want to play a little more. When the memory finally ends, our boy and Huryoung find themselves back in their hotel room. Huryoung senses the dense atmosphere and tries to cheer him up, saying it's sad, but nothing can be changed now. My guy did not expect Huryoung to be so emotionally unavailable, but Huryoung fully owns his terrible personality like it's a badge of honor. Still, he is not wrong, as the tragedy already happened. The boss is just a monster now, and the kids passed long ago. If this had happened inside the tower, our boy could have a chance to literally kill himself and reset to save them, but this memory came from another world. All he can do now is finish the stage, find the real doll, deal with it, and keep climbing. He chose the tower, so the tower comes with its baggage. Our hero knows Subai would have dealt with the whole thing instantly, with absolutely zero hesitation, trauma or not, but he has no intention of becoming Subai 2.0, so he returns to the 10th floor. Huryoung won't stop nagging, acting like he is throwing a tantrum over nothing. That is when my guy snaps and calls both himself and the Ghost Warrior idiots for missing something that was basically printed in bold right in front of them. He brings up the skill card Huryoung wanted him to pick, the one where the hellfire traps everything within a huge radius. Then he remembers how the Black Dragon Guild walked out alive without killing the boss. It means the boss let them go. With that revelation stuck in his mind, he enters the mansion again. In a stage no human has ever cleared, he has understood the boss clearly wants one specific thing, so when the dolls invite him to play, he goes along with it and activates the fire prevention skill. The dolls immediately notice he is not turning into charcoal and accept him into their creepy little game as their newest friend. He ends up as the Seeker in a hide-and-seek match, way more cheerful than anyone should be in a burning mansion. The dolls find him a bit strange, but they let him play anyway. One by one he checks them, and each tells him they are not the right one. Then they melt away peacefully, as if their restless spirits are finally relaxing. Even Huryoung can see he is calming them, instead of fighting them. Eventually he reaches the basement, and finds a doll sitting inside a cage. He pats it gently, and the doll reveals itself as the real boss. It thanks him for playing with them, and the system congratulates him for clearing not just the normal stage but also the hidden and boss stages. Followed by an announcement that he cleared the 10th floor and his rewards will show up a day later, when the 11th floor will open. Meanwhile, Huryoung is staring at our boy's depressed face. To cheer him up, he starts bragging that even he barely managed to clear a hidden stage back in his glorious past, but our hero just casually wiped it out in one try, so he is sure he will get something amazing. My guy sighs because emotional comfort from someone without a heart is not exactly comforting. After what he saw in the boss stage, the world suddenly feels messed up to him. Huryoung points out that it's because humans are all the same everywhere. They sit in awkward silence until Huryoung realizes he is turning the moment into a funeral, and tries again, praising our boy's unique way of clearing the floor. Our hero waits for the punchline, but for once Huryoung is actually serious. He thinks my guy succeeded thanks to his ability, not luck. Then he suggests celebrating together like partners, all while totally ignoring the fact that he spent most of the time trash-talking him. Right on cue, the sky explodes in fireworks, announcing the clearance of the 10th floor. People across every floor see it. Online forums go wild with theories flying everywhere. Some say it's the Black Dragon Guild, but those guys are not even scheduled to do anything difficult for another 2 weeks. Huryoung is chilling because this is literally the sequel to his past life. The forums quickly shut down the wrong guesses. Black Dragon executives, chilling in a cafe. Temple leaders, busy praying. Other big shots, doing absolutely nothing heroic. Someone even drags Marcus into the conversation, but apparently he is somewhere drinking milk, so the confusion only deepens. Hurryung asks my guy how it feels going from a random nobody to the main character with sparkly effects. Our boy grins as he feels amazing, basically like he is holding the whole world by the chin. Then the guard from earlier charges toward him, breathing like he sprinted, asking if our boy is the one who cleared the floor. Our hero tries to act clueless, but the man is holding his phone with full of comments, and the fact that my guy was the only one who entered the 10th floor that day. Apparently the higher-ups want answers because the world outside is currently on fire. Our boy finally admits it, and before the guard can even ask his name, he reminds him of those gold coins he paid earlier and starts to leave. The guard desperately asks for at least a nickname, but he shuts him down like a pro. Hurryung laughs at the guard's crushed soul and agrees that our hero's name is valuable and should not be revealed to anyone for the time being. My guy notices why this ghost has been hyping him up non-stop, and with a devilish grin, he brings up their bet. Hurryung freezes mid-smile, loudly insisting they are partners, like that will save him. Our boy ignores him and heads back to the first floor while Hurryung follows, doomed to call him Lord forever. Later, our hero sits in a cafe where people are loudly debating who cleared the 10th floor. Some swear it's the Black Dragon Guild, others say Marcus, and the theories are getting dumber by the minute. He listens with earphones on, pretending not to look like a mentally retarded guy who talks to himself in public. He keeps messing with Hurryung, acting like he can't hear him and tapping the earphones like they are broken. Hurryung holds it in for a while, then snaps, and my guy starts enjoying it like he bought front-row tickets to his suffering. Hurryung gives up on life and begs him to just kill him. He even yells about wanting to go back to Marcus, but our boy reminds him they are stuck together forever like a cursed marriage contract. About 90 minutes after clearing the floor, he waits for an important person to come recruit him, and that important person turns out to be a cat. A literal cat. He picks it up like it's just a cute stray, even though he knows exactly who and what is inside it. A group of people soon approaches him, asking for his identity. He shows his ID, and they start updating their contacts and confirming they found the right person. One man steps forward, confidently introduces himself as the lead recruiter of the Vigilante Guild, and immediately tries to recruit him. But our boy stops him with two conditions. First, do not leak his name. A woman asks how long to keep quiet because reporters are already losing their minds. He wants them to hide it for a day until he enters the 11th floor. Second, this is a public cafe, and he does not want them to act like they are about to hold a press conference there. They apologize instantly, rent the whole cafe for an hour, and start kicking people. After everyone sits down, the offers begin. Vigilante offers 10,000 gold. Adventure League jumps in with 20,000. A girl from the Gravel Marshall clan raises it to 25,000 and offers training. Someone else says forget training, he will get an honorary seat in the Pantheon. Another woman wants him as a bureau ambassador. Our hero sees exactly what this is. Since Marcus is not in a guild, people are doubting guilds, and now these recruiters want someone to overshadow the rumors around Marcus. He is not impressed with their hidden agendas. Suddenly, the cat opens its mouth and offers 50,000 gold in the name of the merchant troupe. Then it hops off his lap and transforms into a stunning woman, offering him the guild's vice leader position as well. She is the Countess, the leader of the Merchant Alliance. And finally, my guy feels like the real negotiation has started. The Countess notices how our hero barely blinked at a cat turning into a person, and he accepts the praise like someone who has seen so many ridiculous things lately that this one does not even make the top 10. She assumes he must be calm enough to throw casual jokes around. My guy, on the other hand, keeps staring at her while trying to figure out how someone in her 40s can look like she walked straight out of a skincare commercial. With her wealth, he would not be surprised if she has been drinking youth potions the way normal people drink water. Before he can mentally calculate the cost of eternal smooth skin, the vigilante recruiter grumbles that the Countess is offering our boy too much when no one even knows what he can actually do. She shuts that down instantly, demanding everyone fetch their bosses, and adds that anyone who can outbid her gold may stay. Like magic, the room empties. Then a man bursts in, swearing at the Countess. She looks entirely too ready for him. This man is Viper, the leader of the Heavenly Martial clan. Soon the cult interrogator from Pantheon arrives, followed by the paladin from the Vigilante Guild, and finally the Black Witch from Black Dragon Guild. The Countess greets them warmly while our hero stands there thinking he has accidentally walked into a meeting of every major powerhouse in existence, all just to recruit him. Upon seeing them all gathered, the Countess reminisces about how it feels like yesterday when they conquered the second floor together, but Viper cuts her off and threatens to turn her into soup. He knows she loves showing off her wealth, so her gold offer was not shocking, but her attempt to make my guy Vice Guildmaster clearly pushed his last button. The cult interrogator decides this is the perfect moment to bring up coffee, as in her eyes appearing in a cafe without ordering anything is embarrassing for people who run the tower's biggest guilds. She casually orders a cold mocha for herself. Everyone else follows with their preferred drinks, and Viper looks like the universe has personally offended him. The 10th floor has just been cleared, yet these people are debating lattes, so he is pretty convinced their brains run entirely on caffeine. The cult interrogator orders a dark espresso for him anyway, ignoring his protest while the waitress scribbles down the chaos. Once the guild leaders settle, they all stare at our boy. He can practically feel the pressure crawling up his spine. Executives disappeared earlier, and now their bosses have arrived, which is too dramatic to be a coincidence. He wonders if they plan to shake him up, but Hyung assures him it's just a scare tactic. Our hero already figured as much, after being burnt alive more times than anyone should. Intimidation from a bunch of caffeinated guild leaders does not rank very high on his fear list, so he opens the menu, skims it, and decides on a hot chocolate because he already had coffee earlier. Besides, the worst thing anyone here can do is kill him. And frankly, he has been through worse. To the cult interrogator, it almost looks like my guy magically transformed overnight, as if he skipped the growth arc and fast-forwarded straight to the boss fight. Hyung understands the rewind ability is the reason for that sudden sharpness, and suggests our boy could even challenge them all to eliminate him if they are so scared. Our hero appreciates the unfiltered confidence, though he still is not planning on freeing Hyung anytime soon. Then the Countess brings up his involvement with her guild's lottery, pointing out his courage, his fortune, and his skills. In her eyes, any young person with that combination is destined to succeed. Viper refuses to agree though. He insists a beginner could not possibly be the 10th floor conqueror, and wants everyone to quit pretending and just recruit him properly. The Black Witch finds the drama unnecessary, and reminds them that even if some reputations took damage, not all of theirs did, and personal complaints can be saved for later. She turns toward our boy again, focusing on which guild he intends to join. She also wants advance notice if he is planning on staying guildless like Marcus, so they can handle the media fallout. Our hero gives a tiny smirk and lets the possibility hang. According to the Black Witch, if he chooses a guild, the entire tower will break into the kind of competition that makes stock market crashes look peaceful. They have lingered too long on the 9th floor, and now with the 10th cleared, the outside world finally has something to be excited about again. She believes it could bring people who are not just running from war, revive the hunters resting on the 1st floor, and spark curiosity about the 11th floor. And curiosity, apparently, is the tower's favorite fuel. My guy considers how the food shortage might also ease up as well. She agrees and points out how impossible it has been to manage supplies with only 9 floors. The Countess also believes it's time for something new. The Black Witch continues with the idea of drawing adventurers past the 10th floor and discovering unique items beyond it. She believes they need something that can make the tower look appealing again, an icon of a new era. Our boy unfortunately realizes they mean him. It reminds him of Susa's situation, including the Black Dragon Guild trying to kill the so-called icon, and the Saintess poisoning him. Whatever reasons they had, he understands one simple truth. If a guild secures him, they become the tower's symbol, and the rest basically end up as the supporting cast. He does not like the thought, so he offers an alternative. He brings out a deck of cards and proposes a poker match. Whoever wins first gets him as a guild member. He does not need money or titles, and he makes that clear while casually shuffling the cards like someone who definitely is not taking this nearly as seriously as everyone else. But if he wins, then he joins every guild at once, publicly just a regular member, but privately treated like he is on their level. The Countess finds it hilarious and approves instantly. The cult interrogator is fine with it as long as no one attempts any tricky business. Viper agrees too, demanding the absolute ban of skill use. The Paladin supports the idea immediately since her guild is broke, and bidding wars would destroy them. The Black Witch accepts as well. With the game starting, our boy turns to Hyung, telling him to use the Lord title only until the end of the match. Hyung becomes ridiculously excited over this. Our hero then mentions he wants the full report on what cards each guild leader is holding in exchange. Hyung beams with joy and agrees to it right away. As the cards are divided and the game begins, Hyung casually gives my guy updates like he is running a live commentary. He notices the Countess has a straight, which basically means her 5 cards form a neat little sequence, so he advises our hero to fold unless he feels like donating charity chips. Then Hyung checks Viper's situation and announces that Viper is about to bluff with one little pair, so our hero should just call and knock him out immediately. After that, he inspects the Paladin's chances by looking at the table and the deck, and he is sure she is trying to get a full house, which is a strong combination of 3 cards of the same rank and 2 cards of another. Hyung assures our boy to trust him and go all in. A moment of silence hangs over the table, and then Viper explodes the instant he loses. He flips the cards and everyone barely saves their coffees from flying off the table. He accuses the whole match of being a scam because apparently 30 rounds have passed and my guy still has not lost once. And bluffing his beloved strategy does not work on him either, so yes, obviously it looks rigged to him. Our hero, meanwhile, is perfectly calm, sipping his hot chocolate like nothing around him is on fire, and requests evidence. He even acts offended on principle, insisting that being accused without proof hurts his non-existent poker player pride. Viper nearly bursts a vein watching our boy enjoy himself, and insists there is no way this guy is actually F rank. My guy, still calm, reveals that he is not. He just had not updated his status yet, and he moved up to E rank the previous day. Viper, who looked ready to scream into the void, suddenly freezes like someone pressed pause on him. Our hero thanks him for the compliment, and casually asks if he has used up all his chips already, calling him gatekeeper just to add extra annoyance. Viper can only grind his teeth like he is trying not to flip the whole table. The cult interrogator, who is already out of the game, happily welcomes Viper to the loser's table and has even ordered him another espresso. He naturally yells that he does not want it, but that does not stop her. Soon enough, the paladin loses too. She is extremely confident in her poker face, so naturally she starts wondering if our boy used mind reading. My guy just shrugs and jokes that maybe he did use mind reading or x-ray vision, leaving her to figure it out on her own. She simply smiles. Viper of course gets irritated that she is so calm about losing and calls our hero a cheater again. The paladin does not appreciate him trash-talking their new hero, but Viper is convinced our boy must have used some mysterious ability. The paladin admits she suspected something from the start, because seriously, what kind of newbie suggests a poker match and bets everything on luck unless he is absolutely sure he is walking out richer? That level of confidence should have been a red flag, and they were the geniuses who agreed. Viper, who clearly did not think even one move ahead, just stands there with his jaw hanging. She advises him that focusing on martial arts is great, but using his brain once in a while would not exactly cause permanent damage. She reminds him they had nothing to lose anyway, and even losing comes with experience points. But he is too busy being offended that a newcomer like my guy is being treated like one of them. She reminds him that pride does not pay for dinner. And right on cue, the cult interrogator shoves the unwanted espresso into Viper's mouth. The game then continues between the Black Witch and our boy. She considers him reasonable and starts talking about her life, how she lost her family in a civil war and spent her whole life being treated like an outsider. Neither her original world nor the outside world was exactly handing out welcome baskets. My guy agrees, and she calls. She does not catch his meaning, so he explains. All first-generation tower residents carry heavy stories, and compared to them he is just an ordinary orphan with an ordinary tragedy. Young subtly signals that the Black Witch's hand is a diamond flush, basically meaning she is holding a strong card combination. She keeps talking about how the tower feels more like home than any world she has lived in, a place where no one cares where you come from. Different countries, different backgrounds, yet somehow more equality than the actual outside world ever managed. Our boy believes the outside world treats them like a glorified dumping ground. She counters that even a rose can grow out of that mess. She warns him that once people find out he cleared the 10th floor, his peaceful life is done. He hopes they admire him, maybe even want to be like him, though he tries to pretend he is not bragging. She finds him honest and refreshingly different from Marcus. He knows she still has a flush and that his hand can't beat it, yet he pushes all his chips in anyway. He declares that clearing the 10th floor won't be his last achievement, as he plans to reach the 100th floor and stand at the top no matter how long it takes. He respects how much they care for the tower, but he still sees them as rivals because he would rather explore the world outside than be a permanent tenant. He admits he does not fully understand things like poverty or famine, and tells them they can use his name if they want to fix those problems, as long as they cheer for him while he climbs. He wants to know what it feels like to reach the very top. The Black Witch sighs because he suddenly sounds exactly like Marcus. She clarifies this is an insult since she sees all of them as greedy dreamers. She reveals her flush, but my guy's hand turns out to be a full house, and he becomes the final winner. He accepts her insult as a compliment, thanks her, and expects to be treated as an equal from then on. She agrees but reminds him that equality comes with responsibility too. He reassures her that responsibility is basically part of the hunter package. She smiles, thinking he is almost unreal in how carefree he is. Young adds that if carefree behavior were a skill, he would have an S rank in it. He gets excited because now he does not have to call our hero Lord anymore, and immediately switches to calling him Zombie again. Our boy meanwhile tries to understand how this dramatic whirlwind of a ghost is supposedly the Sword Emperor. He then decides it's time to leave because he refuses to fall behind and needs to prepare for the 11th floor. The Black Witch asks how he plans to prepare when he knows nothing about it. He proudly reveals the next floor's theme roleplay, which he learnt from a hint on the 10th floor. That's literally all he has got. He heads out with a promise to repay his debt one day, with about 18 hours left before the 11th floor opens. He then pushes his way through a crowd of people, and honestly the crowd is so busy debating the 10th floor that he might as well be invisible. Everyone is worked up over how there is still no official announcement, yet somehow there is already a video of Marcus claiming he did not clear the floor. Of course there is absolutely nothing on the news, but someone insists they spotted guildmasters gathered somewhere, which only fuels the drama. Our hero stands there quietly, counting down the last few seconds before the 11th floor opens, though he does it in the most unbothered way possible. While everyone else treats it like a big dramatic countdown, he casually has his browser open, searching for the person who actually cleared the 10th floor. The moment the timer hits 0, he refreshes, and the screen floods with updates, articles, and every flashy headline imaginable about him. Right then, a woman appears, announcing the conclusion of the tutorial. She congratulates the hunters for resolving the Inferno Mansion problem. People whisper among themselves, wondering if she is some divine being, maybe an angel, maybe a goddess. Young, however, looks at her like he has already solved the mystery. He knows she is basically just a system-generated guide, In short, an NPC dressed up to look fancy. The NPC continues with her briefing about another world suffering under the Demon King's invasion, and how the hunters are expected to step in. Young remains completely unfazed as he is convinced she is just a pre-recorded video. She adds that from then on they will be summoned there to receive missions to protect mankind. My guy glances at Young, curious how he knows all this, but before he can get a word out, the NPC instructs them that if they want to accept the mission, they simply need to transmit. And right at that perfectly timed moment, someone leaps ridiculously high into the air and slices her. It turns out to be Marcus. The hologram freezes for a moment, then resets and starts repeating her message again, which finally makes people accept that she is literally just a projection. Marcus and our boy briefly lock eyes before Marcus moves away, accepting the mission. Then a loud laugh breaks the tension, and it belongs to the cult interrogator, who also decides it's time to head out. After that, more and more people begin choosing the mission and heading for the 11th floor. The NPC's voice continues explaining how floors 11 to 20 will test their faith, forcing them to confront whatever truth they discover about themselves. The paladin suddenly appears beside our hero, sounding almost emotional. She finds it pitiful that no one appreciates the tower structure or the work behind it. She feels people should admire it more, because everything inside it, from the floors to the skills, is nothing short of a miracle. But apparently everyone has become too numb after surviving the 10th floor. My guy, who never expected her to have a poetic side, listens as she casually mentions she majored in music outside. He wonders how someone survives financially with that major, and the thought hits her a little too hard. Young warns our boy about her. Before my guy can even question him properly, he hears a sudden rush of noise and turns to see a whole crowd of reporters charging toward him. The paladin quickly slips away, conveniently after drawing all attention straight toward him. Now he is surrounded by flashing cameras and non-stop questions, silently blaming her for throwing him into this chaos. The paladin, at a safe distance, insists it's because she can read people well and that he should treat this as her way of showing interest. He wonders what kind of person she thinks he is, but she just tosses out that the answer is already in his heart. Before leaving for the 11th floor, he can clearly see she is running away, and Young reminds him he literally warned him earlier. Reporters then start firing questions from every direction at him about whether he cleared the 10th floor, and whether he did it alone, and even bring up his membership in multiple guilds. Meanwhile, all our poor boy wants is to get to the 11th floor without having a breakdown. His mind races to find a calm, simple response, and he ends up announcing he is heading to the 20th floor too. That seems to be enough to let him finally escape. The NPC fades away with a quick good luck message as well. Over on the 11th floor, hunters start landing in a place that looks like it has been torn apart by war. Marcus stands there, looking utterly confused. Our boy arrives not long after, fully aware that once you step past the 10th floor, the cozy little tutorial days are over. From then on, every stage is going to be less forgiving. Right at that moment, a knight comes sprinting toward them like his life depends on it, which technically it does, and begs for help saving the Empire. He explains that this port is the Empire's last lifeline. If the capital wants to survive even one more day, they must secure it. Hunters at the back struggle to hear, but my guy has upgraded his vision and hearing to maximum cheat mode. As if on cue, a system window pops up with a new quest. Apparently, disaster has struck the Agim Empire in a spectacularly predictable way. The Demon King has decided that raising an army now is a great idea, and of course this army is smart, cruel, and absurdly powerful. Step 1 in the Demon King's master plan: cut off all supply lines. Step 2, stop him or kiss the 12th floor goodbye. The hunters flinch, panic briefly, then shrug and decide the first step is to kill some goblins because that always makes things feel like progress. Marcus starts slicing the goblins, and everyone decides to follow him. People rush in, hacking and slashing, while our hero gets a congratulations message from the system on clearing the 10th floor. Rewards pour in as pop-ups cascade across his vision. Hidden stage bonuses include access to all NPC abilities and locations from floors 11 to 20, plus the chance to claim a single item from those floors as his own. While he basks in the glory of his stacked deck of rewards, Young is losing it in the background, ranting about how blatantly biased the system is. Apparently floors 1 through 10 were just a cute little tutorial city for beginners to get used to hunting, while 11 to 20 are all about the Demon King quest. To beat the army, they have got two options: either develop enough raw strength to solo it, or gather leadership skills and command an army themselves. Young realizes my guy is opting for the second route. Our hero does not have a leadership talent yet, of course, but he is confident he can acquire one. He checks with Young to confirm his suspicions about the system being biased and based purely on luck, then announces that he is about to show why the game is skill-based. He scrolls through the NPC list, shortlists potential leaders, and asks the system to rank the top 100 by skill. Young loses his mind and starts to lecture him that he is taking things too fast, that he should grow gradually, and that a little humility would not kill him. But my guy feels zero shame, not an ounce. Instead, he asks the system to show him the NPCs who are good at commanding troops. The system complies and brings up 3 options, which he checks on the map. Then he asks the system to pin his own position so he can see who is nearest. Feeling rather proud of himself, he rubs it in Young's face. According to him, this is exactly what a skill-based game looks like, turning one average perk into something amazing with a bit of brainpower. Young calls it cheating. Our boy calls it talent. Without wasting time, he then dashes toward the closest candidate, who happens to be someone named Commander Sarbas Agim. He notes the impressive mustache of him and thinks the man must be good at something. Young frantically tries to warn Sarbas, but what can a ghost do besides hover uselessly? Our hero then does the unthinkable. He asks Sarbas to kill him, all while claiming he has a secret ability, one tied to self-sacrifice. As long as he dies, the battlefield will receive a divine blessing, ensuring the Empire's victory. Sarbas asks for more details, but even without getting them, refuses to kill a warrior. My guy pushes him to think carefully about what matters most. He even threatens to end his own life if Sarbas refuses, as this is the most meaningful way he can help the Empire. Since Sarbas is the commander of a harbor city, he explains that he would rather die in the hands of a loyal leader than by his own or at the claws of a monster. Young is absolutely horrified at our boy's level of shamelessness. Sarbas struggles with the decision. To him, it feels cruel to kill someone from another world, a person who came there to help. Young wonders if this man is really falling for our hero's story, or if his brain is simply cursed. Sarbas finally draws his sword, praying that God won't forgive them for this, but promising my guy a peaceful death. Our boy thanks him. Sarbas asks for his name, and after hearing it, expresses gratitude on behalf of the Empire. Then he ends our hero's life. The system announces my guy's death, and begins copying Commander Sarbas's skill. And while he is coming back, he remembers one of those dramatic quotes people love repeating. Basically, no matter how impressive you think you are, someone out there is doing it better and with fewer steps. And the other one is basically saying that while one hunter swings a sword, another one is out there leading an entire squad. This second quote, of course, was spoken by none other than my guy himself. When the other hunters see him appear again, now riding a horse, their jaws practically hit the ground. He is armed with the battlefield perception skill he borrowed from Sarbas. He can now pick out weak spots, strong points, and every tiny mistake in the enemy's defense. With that confidence, he helps Sarbas navigate the way that leads to the demon army's commander. Sarbas announces that a hunter blessed by the goddess is now by their side, and then he charges forward. Our boy's genius new strategy works so well it actually earns the commander's trust, which is kind of hilarious considering the real mastermind is just his minimap and all the times he reset the day until he memorized even the goblin, who had a weird talent for aerial stunts. And of course, he is not relying on the skill alone. He is also waving around Lafanta Igem's holy sword of protection, the legendary ancestral blade. There is this old tale about how the founder of the Agam Empire received it from the goddess, then disappeared with it, leaving behind a prophecy that someday someone special would show up with the sword and earn the Empire's unwavering trust. Now, thanks to my guy raising that shiny sword, the battlefield is filled with chants about divine signs and how the heavens have not abandoned them. Our hero is loving every second of it, feeling like this one moment alone makes the struggle of clearing the hidden stage worth it. Only Young knows the real story. When our boy chose it earlier with that suspicious grin on his face, Young honestly could not tell whether it was pure brilliance or pure disaster. To him, it's just a pretty toy. But my guy picked it because it's bright, sturdy, and perfect for hypnotizing NPCs all the way to the 20th floor. To our hero, NPCs are not just quest machines, they are also extremely convenient stepping stones, so dazzling them felt like the best strategy. Meanwhile, the other hunters watch him riding next to the commander, and start whispering about why he gets that treatment. The jealousy in their tone is exactly what he likes to hear. Young scolds him for using his enhanced hearing just to soak in gossip, but he is far too entertained to care. The army crushes the demon army's left wing, and our boy insists they keep pushing all the way to the enemy base. The hunters and soldiers sweep through the goblins until they finally see the boss ahead, the Goblin King, ruler of the 11th floor. It commands its troops to stop the advance, but before anyone can blink, my guy leaps off his horse, launches himself into the air, activates the same skill he used on the 5th floor Goblin King, and cleanly slices its neck with the holy sword. The knights explode with cheers, celebrating the demon army's defeat. Meanwhile, the remaining goblins panic and run, but the hunters don't give them a chance. They are wiped out one after another. Eventually, the system announces that the 11th floor has been cleared, and everyone gets happy on finishing it in just one day. After the battle, the ranking comes in. The system lists the top raiders, with my guy comfortably sitting in the spot at number 1. Marcus lands second, followed by the cult interrogator, Viper, the paladin, the Black Witch, and the Countess in the top 7. The rest of the hunters quickly piece things together and realize this top ranker is the same guy who cleared the 10th floor. A few even start to wonder whether he is some secret master who trained alone for years. Young, however, knows very well how our hero is the complete opposite of that, and is really just a clever slacker who knows exactly how to twist the system around his finger. Our boy then asks Young if he now accepts that this whole tower is basically a skill-based game, but Young rejects the idea. He stays loyal to his beloved basic training over anything remotely flashy. My guy asks him not to sulk and promises to properly train his sword skills before hitting the 20th stage. He even hypes him up that with the mighty sword emperor beside him, he really should be the one begging Young for guidance. That buttering works like magic, and the ghost lights up instantly, convinced our hero has finally recognized his own greatness. He launches into excited rambling, while our boy quietly wonders how a supposedly fearsome warrior can be this easy to handle. Sarbas then walks over to express his gratitude. He talks about the old prophecy foretelling a time when the demon army would invade, and a warrior from another world would show up with them. He admits that he doubted it at first, unsure whether someone from outside their world would even care about their fate, but now he sees how pointless those doubts were. He thanks my guy again and offers him a handshake. Our hero feels that even though they come from different realms, the meaning behind the gesture is the same everywhere, because at the end of the day, people are people. Sarbas hopes to witness more of our boy's achievements, and my guy promises to work hard to surpass those expectations. Then the system begins calculating the rewards for the top raiders, and before anyone can react, our hero and the other top raiders begin to teleport. The system announces that the highest ranked fighters will be allowed into the 12th floor first, while everyone else has to stand around and wait until all rewards are distributed among them. Young warns my guy that with the top 10 hunters being summoned, Marcus will also be stepping onto the 12th floor, and if that man ever catches a glimpse of him, he will likely come charging in. Our hero already knows this, of course. In his view, the worst Marcus can do is kill him, and it seems that is not a big enough problem for him to stress over. Young meanwhile wonders how someone can be this calm when their potential murderer is literally on the way. But our boy is not relaxed. He is just walking around with a plan hidden behind that calm exterior. When my guy finally steps onto the 12th floor, it feels like walking straight into a palace from some imperial drama. The others arrive too, and he notices that the cult interrogator has used some classic wizard-level trickery to look younger. She spots him and appears impressed with how he handled the 11th floor, manipulating NPCs and swinging his sword in ways that make it clear the 10th floor reward was not just for show. He stutters a bit, which only confirms to her that he is brilliant, resourceful, and not just lucky. Flattery always works, and our hero enjoys it. Everything is going smoothly until Marcus appears out of nowhere and lunges at the cult interrogator. She puts up a defensive magic barrier just in time, and our boy nearly has a heart attack. She then accuses Marcus of taking up assassination as a new hobby, but Marcus insists the target is my guy. He threatens to cut her arms off if she does not step aside. The cult interrogator reminds him that she actually needs her arms, and if our hero dies there, the reputations of 5 guilds will go down in flames. Marcus claims it's his obligation, showing no intent to stop. Seeing no other options, the cult interrogator channels her transmission skill, and suddenly Viper and the paladin lunge at Marcus. Marcus blocks their attack smoothly. Viper complains about Marcus's age, noting that someone old enough to qualify for a senior citizen discount is still this strong. Marcus reminds him that Viper himself is not exactly a spring chicken, which Viper takes as a personal attack on his midlife crisis. The cult interrogator does not hold back either and teases Viper for being nearly blind and past his prime. While Viper grumbles, the paladin steps in and asks them to focus on the fight instead of this age-shaming show. Then the cult interrogator casually asks the Countess for 10,000 gold. The Countess, with all the precision of a banker, adds 15% compound interest, starting 3 months from then on. The cult interrogator makes it clear she is not after money but a donation from a fellow entrepreneur, joking that dirty money is better sent to the church. The Countess can't help but notice that the cult interrogator is an even bigger bandit than she is, yet she showers her with gold coins anyway. The cult interrogator channels that gold into Viper and the paladin, giving them a 300-second buff that makes them practically invincible for the next 5 minutes. With a grin, she then challenges Marcus, all while pointing out that even for him, fighting all 4 of them together will be more than a headache. She reminds Marcus that the Countess's vault is still full, daring him to see which fails first, his life or her bank account. The Countess, naturally, is left wondering what she ever did to deserve such dramatic theatrics. Then the Black Witch shows up and declares she will fight alongside them because our boy has officially joined all 5 guilds at once, and holds authority as a guild master. She makes it crystal clear that any sword Marcus draws at him will be drawn against all of them, leaving Marcus to wonder if he actually signed up for this level of overkill. My guy, on the other hand, calmly reminds Young about how he told him that in order to beat a strong opponent, you either get strong enough to crush an army alone, or gather an army to fight for you. From his viewpoint, a solo player has no chance against a hunter backed by 5 guilds. He watches the chaos unfold with a smirk, knowing his plan is working perfectly. At that moment, he steps forward to reason with Marcus, trying to play peacemaker, but Marcus remains silent and unmoved. My guy deduces that Marcus still sees him as a black dragon assassin. Young, observing from the sidelines, can't help but think he is incredible from a third-party perspective. To Marcus, he probably looks like some mercenary trained by a major guild rather than a self-made hunter. Marcus sighs, taking in the mess around him as he feels that the tower inside and the world outside are equally insufferable. Since stepping into the tower, he has been relentlessly pestered by every guild leader imaginable, each practically begging him to join, and he has turned them all down with his signature cold indifference. He does it for a reason, to prove that it's possible to climb to the very top alone. Unlike the outside world where lineage, nationality, and connections drag one down, the tower allows someone with just a sword and enough grit to succeed purely through talent and effort. Marcus sees this as the ultimate ideal, yet everyone else looks like stagnant, foul-smelling water that refuses to move. The Black Witch can't hide her irritation at hearing these lofty ideals flow from Marcus's lips and accuses him of living in a delusion, blinded by ego. She insists that if he had helped, far fewer hunters would have died. Viper joins her and criticizes Marcus for not appearing on the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors, implying that a little teamwork could have saved countless lives. The Countess also points out that Marcus's refusal to use his outside connections caused not only food shortages but also organizational chaos within the tower, making him appear audacious for criticizing others. The Black Witch reminds him that if he is really the #1 hunter, he might want to start behaving like he earned the title instead of stumbling into it. Marcus cuts them off with one chilly look, clearly wondering why these supposedly mature adults are lecturing him like he is their retired grandfather. He warns them to step aside unless they actually want to fight with swords because he is done with this worldly scolding session. Jung looks all proud, like his disciple finally learned how to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, my guy watches the top 10 ripping into each other when even the NPCs of the 11th floor manage to unite and protect their kingdom. The Black Witch tries to push him out of it, but he already gets it. He reminds them they are hunters first, and should focus on clearing the 12th floor instead of bickering like teenagers. He turns to Marcus, telling him the NPCs are practically begging for his help, because their country is crumbling. He brings up how they were summoned as knights and heroes, yet the Empire's fate barely shows up on their priority list. As knights, they are supposed to handle the impossible, not argue about whose tone was ruder. He asks Marcus to focus so they can finish the upcoming stages the same way they handled the 11th. The Paladin backs him. She puts away her sword, and despite whatever reason Marcus had for attacking our boy, she believes now is definitely not the time to start a civil war. She offers to take a risk herself, and explains her lie detecting skill. It works on players, NPCs, monsters, anyone breathing or, well, existing. The skill reveals what someone believes to be true, even if reality disagrees, and whether people actually trust the result is up to them. This skill is why she climbed her way to Vice Guild Master. She turns to our hero, asking him to trust her since she will confirm everything honestly. To her, doubt is poison and truth is the medicine. My guy sees this as the perfect shot to cancel out one suspicious skill using another. She does not know how far Marcus's trust has fallen, but she thinks this should be enough to get everyone working together on the 12th floor. Our hero agrees, and Marcus, who knows the Paladin has never harmed anyone, decides to trust her too. She then asks Marcus to question our boy and promises on her rank and honor that every answer will be verified. Marcus starts with the question of whether my guy has killed over 4,000 humans. Our hero agrees. Marcus instantly turns on the guild leaders, accusing them of training him as an assassin, but the Paladin announces it's false, meaning he has not killed thousands of people for fun. Our boy smiles like he has been waiting for this moment, and Marcus is left blinking. The Paladin asks him if he has any sensible questions left, because honestly, expecting one guy to rack up thousands of kills is pushing the limits of common sense. Marcus insists the guild leaders trained him as a special assassin. At that moment, my guy bursts out laughing and claims he is indeed a specialized assassin, which also turns out false. Now Marcus starts blaming the Paladin, saying that he misjudged her and thought she would always be truthful. She reminds him she literally asked earlier if he was prepared to trust her, and now he is already backing down his own words. Marcus goes quiet because there is no logical comeback left, but he still refuses to believe our hero has not killed anyone. Our boy agrees that he has killed someone, and the Paladin confirms it. He clarifies it was only one person, and that's true too. He adds that yes, it counts as murder, but the person absolutely had it coming. True again. He explains the guy tried to kill him first, and was a serial murderer. Also true, obviously. The cult interrogator then jumps in and praises Marcus's fantastic detective skills for accusing them of training our boy as an assassin, when they literally met him a single day ago. Jung sighs like a disappointed parent because he told Marcus 100 times that relying on skills too much would ruin him. Then my guy walks up to Marcus and points out that the misunderstanding is finally cleared up. And since the guild masters basically saved him in the process, he expects Marcus to apologize. The Paladin sides with our boy right away, that Marcus is the one in the wrong and really should apologize. Marcus starts sweating like mumbling nonsense, and our hero waits to see how he plans to wiggle out of this. The Paladin may be famous for being fair, but she is still part of the 5 great guilds, so he wonders if Marcus will accuse her of lying, or if he will reveal his own skill card to prove his innocence. Something that would absolutely ruin his polished image, but would be solid evidence. And of course there is also the very comforting thought that Marcus might just silence him the same way. Subai tried to because people who are guilty usually pick violence or excuses. So he watches closely as Marcus asks again if he truly has not killed innocent people. And my guy denies it. Marcus does not like the answer, but shockingly, instead of exploding, denying, or swinging his sword around, he actually bows and apologizes. He admits he was wrong, that he judged lightly and made assumptions that almost pushed him into killing someone without thinking. Up until then, he believed that anyone who deserved to die should be erased from the world even a second earlier, and he swung his sword accordingly. But he decides he won't repeat that mistake again. He knows words are cheap, and even offers to do anything our hero asks, because apparently that's what polite people do in moments like this. Our boy is honestly stunned. Marcus did not accuse the paladin, did not blame some hidden skill, and did not try to murder him, but he just accepted his mistake like an actual functional adult. Marcus only asks that my guy does not demand his life as compensation and forgives him so he can keep climbing the tower. Our hero replays every word, then looks at the paladin, who quietly nods and confirms everything is true. So he politely asks Marcus to teach him swordsmanship and accept any duel request he sends from then on. Deep down, he is keeping his promise to Hyung, and knows teaming up with Marcus is a cheat code for growth. He starts rambling about Marcus being his dueling partner, then suddenly apologizes mid-sentence, drops the thought, and claims he could forgive Marcus without asking for anything, but then he would feel cringe. He does not think he is some big deal, and is honestly just relieved Marcus is not trying to murder him anymore. Their swords already clashed, so pretending to be the generous hero feels fake, which is why he wants the sword saint himself to teach him that signature technique. Saying all this out loud makes him feel ridiculous, and the paladin literally gets goosebumps, confirming that yes, he is actually serious. Viper watches this kid throw away an easy compensation request, and can't believe embarrassment is the reason. Meanwhile, the Black Witch, after years of dealing with young hunters who worship money, finds our boy's honesty weirdly refreshing. The cult interrogator basically cries, calling it a holy miracle when true apology meets true forgiveness, while Viper begs her to stop being poetic. Then the Countess steamrolls the whole wholesome moment by complaining that this touching scene cost her 10,000 gold. Marcus, out of nowhere, transforms into a human fireworks show, thrilled that he misjudged such a kind young man. He gets way too excited about being my guy's duel partner, and starts acting less like an old man and more like a fan meeting his idol. Our hero's eyes widen when Marcus tells him to call him grandfather. Then Marcus starts rambling about his cute granddaughter outside the tower, and how he would gladly arrange a marriage if she shows up someday. Our boy quickly refuses politely, but Marcus somehow interprets that as him making it sound like his granddaughter is not good enough for him. My poor guy apologizes and explains he is just not looking to date anyone. But Marcus immediately launches a whole TED talk on why young people need romance, and honestly, our boy mentally clocks out. Hyung sighs from the sidelines and reminds him that he warned him Marcus was a boomer who never listens. Our hero had no idea, and would have preferred to keep it that way. Now Marcus is clinging to him, complaining about his clothes being shabby, and insisting he needs a suit. Our boy starts seriously considering whether dying and respawning would be easier. Thankfully, the system chooses that exact moment to announce his arrival on the 12th floor. Since he is ranked first, he gets to choose his reward first. He is buzzing with excitement until the system shows the options. The first reward is from the Goddess of Protection, who is apparently very moved and wants him to take an important position in the Empire, Chancellor, General, or Head Knight. He will get abilities and status to match, and he has to team up with the other heroes to destroy the Demon King's core on floor 20. But if he picks the Goddess's reward, he can't take the Demon King's. My guy already knows floors 11 to 20 are role-playing stages. Last time he was basically a glorified security guard. This time the options are a serious upgrade. Then he checks the Demon King's reward. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain is also weirdly touched by his performance, and secretly wants backup. He offers the same rewards as the goddess but adds one tiny insignificant detail. Our boy must kill the entire top 10 except himself. If he succeeds, he skips straight to floor 99. But only one of the top 10 can get this reward, and if multiple pick it, the system rolls dice. If no one picks it, then it will be gone. Viper notices my guy staring off into space, and has no idea he is contemplating the single most chaotic choice possible. Hyung warns our hero that the whole Demon King reward is a trap, and he absolutely must not fall for it. My guy already knows, because if it were not a trap, Sobai would have chosen it and be chilling on the 99th floor instead of being stuck on the 40th. So clearly the reward is nothing more than shiny bait. He guesses that Sobai probably agreed to cooperate with the Demon King, only to regret it the moment reality hit him and regressed again. Still, he cannot deny that the reward looks tempting, and a part of him even considers that dying to the 99th floor boss once would not be the worst way to go. Hyung of course sees this and practically loses his mind. He warns our boy to look at him, the Sword Emperor who climbed the 99th floor alone and failed, and he delivers the bluntest warning imaginable, calling it a revoltingly horrid trap. According to him, our hero's current abilities make it impossible to kill the top 10, and even if by some miracle he manages that, surviving the 99th floor is another story entirely. My guy wonders if the boss on that floor is really that strong, but Hyung reveals there is not even a boss monster there, but there is something far more vicious. The moment he tries to explain, he feels a headache as if the tower itself does not want this secret revealed. So he moves away, repeating his warning, and our boy can't help feeling curious. He has never seen the ghost act so seriously, and it's actually a little intimidating. Despite his gruff warning, Young admits our hero has been doing well, and that if he keeps it up, he could clear the 99th floor automatically. After a moment of thought, my guy makes the decision that would make most people faint. He is going to ignore both rewards completely. The safest route, no complications, and no tempting traps. Young can hardly believe it and practically groans, but our boy calmly calls it losing the battle to win the war. He then turns to the guild leaders and announces that the rewards from the 11th floor have appeared, and he has chosen not to pick any of them. The Black Witch, who has been tired of waiting for someone to make a decision, seems relieved because finally someone is moving the line along. Everyone else is shocked. Even the Goddess of Protection raises an eyebrow, clearly questioning his sanity, while the Demon King of Autumn Rain chuckles as if he is entertained. Marcus, seeing the rewards, notices our hero's safe choice but can't comprehend why someone would actively refuse a reward. In his eyes, caution is almost as foolish as greed. My guy thanks him politely for the advice. Marcus, meanwhile, picks the goddess's reward and becomes the Grandmaster of the Agam Empire. As soon as he is done, knights barge in to pledge their loyalty to him. It's the first real look at how roles in the Empire are determined. Next, the cult interrogator steps up and immediately recognizes the setup as essentially a mafia game. The others stare blankly, so she lays it out. Those who choose the goddess are knights, and those who choose the Demon King are traitors. The only difference is that the traitors are completely at a disadvantage, with 9 knights and the Vice Guild leader on their side. As long as everyone trusts her, they can identify the traitor. She admits my guy's decision to skip the reward seems unnecessary, but respects it, choosing Supreme General anyway. The knights rush in and pledge loyalty to her this time. Viper follows and chooses Captain of the Guards. The Paladin opts for Director of Foreign Affairs, the most ordinary option she can find. The Black Witch selects Chancellor and trusts that no one will pick the Demon King, as she feels confident that if nobody does, the reward will disappear on its own. The Countess, always practical, picks Director of Financial Affairs. Finally, the reward distribution ends. Young asks our boy if he is still confident about his choice, and he is. He knows exactly when to hunt, when to back off, and when it's smarter to just watch the chaos unfold. The system announces that all top contributors have completed their selection, with one person forfeiting a reward. 8 people receive the goddess's rewards, and 1 foolish soul has chosen the Demon King's. As it's revealed, chills run through the room. The Black Witch erupts in fury, screaming that she told everyone not to pick the Demon King's reward. The cult interrogator is genuinely surprised anyone dared, given the odds stacked against them. Viper feels a tense flashback to clearing the first floors of the tower, shivering as he anticipates the inevitable chaos. The Countess recalls back when the 5 great guilds were the top 10 great guilds, a time filled with enough deaths to make anyone uneasy. Everyone then turns to the Paladin, as they demand that she use her lie-detecting skill on everyone, without skipping a single person. The Black Witch looks she is 2 seconds away from setting the whole room on fire, as she declares that as the Grand Leader of the Black Dragons, she has no idea which genius decided to betray them, but she swears to give that traitor a death so painful, even the Demon King will take notes. She then turns to the Paladin and demands she start checking people with lie detection immediately, threatening to kill anyone who even tries to sidestep a question. The Paladin begins by checking herself. She is confirmed clean. Then she moves to our boy because even though skipping the reward makes him automatically innocent, she still checks him anyway. He refuses the Demon King's reward straight-faced. It's confirmed true. She then tests Marcus, the cult interrogator, Viper, and the Countess, also all clean. Finally, she checks the Black Witch herself, and shockingly, even she is telling the truth. Now Viper begins losing patience and complains that if none of them are traitors, then who on earth is? The Goddess of Protection sighs like she is watching a class of kindergarten kids fight, while the Demon King laughs like he is watching premium entertainment. The Paladin tries to calm everyone, and suggests that maybe the traitor has a lie-hiding skill, or maybe someone has more personalities than they admit. Marcus wastes 0 time hinting that the Paladin could be the traitor. The Black Witch gets offended, but Marcus sticks with his hinting that the Paladin is not lying. Maybe she is lying for the 5 guilds. And honestly, even the Black Witch has to admit it sounds possible. The Paladin tries her best to talk about teamwork and staying calm, reminding them they have survived countless challenges, but the cult interrogator just starts laughing like it's comedy hour. She finds the Paladin adorable for thinking trust magically appears. She points out how it took 10 whole years for the 5 guilds to even start trusting one another, so expecting everyone else to build trust in 5 minutes is hilarious. Then she casually starts eyeing the bottom 3 rankers like she is picking out snacks. The Paladin tries to stop her, but the cult interrogator already has spells flying. She tells Viper to grab rank 10 while she handles the other victim. 2 unidentified rankers die instantly before the Paladin can blink. The system announces their deaths, and neither turns out to be the traitor. Marcus instantly pulls his sword and accuses the cult interrogator of showing her true nature, but she does not care at all. She chases the last guy who tries to run for his life but dies anyway. And of course he was not the traitor either. Now the cult interrogator confidently announces that the traitor must be among them, and that 10 years of trust is basically crumbling right before their eyes. The paladin is furious because she specifically asked her to stay calm. The cult interrogator insists she was calm, and she just logically decided those three were the most suspicious. She was wrong, sure, but she consoles herself with the fact that at least the media won't hear about this mess. Marcus clearly disagrees with her attitude and slices off her arm mid-speech. Viper panics and rushes to stop him. The cult interrogator apologizes dramatically about how she won't be able to use her holy arts anymore. While Viper is fighting for his life, the paladin turns to my guy, basically shoving leadership into his hands because he is the only one who did not pick a reward, which makes him automatically innocent. She begs him to stop Marcus, who is currently fighting all three leaders. The cult interrogator, trying to heal her arm, supports the idea too. Our hero looks at Young and wonders why these psychopaths keep getting attracted to him. Young congratulates him on the promotion, and knows this is exactly why our boy avoided picking a reward. My guy had sensed trouble since earlier, and figured the moment a traitor appeared, chaos would explode. He expected drama but not this level of murder festival. Young sighs for the 3 innocent people who died. Our boy asks the paladin if the cult interrogator always behaves like this. The paladin explains that back when they first entered the tower, religious conflicts were so bad that people fought non-stop until the cult interrogator showed up and killed every troublemaker. Our hero had thought the religions came to peaceful agreements, but clearly the media played its role in burying the news. Meanwhile, Viper is screaming that he is about to die, and the cult interrogator apologizes to my guy again for the trouble she caused, offering full authority as compensation. Our boy holds back every insult in existence and decides to discuss her behavior later. He then turns to Marcus and reminds him that Marcus once bowed to him, so he should at least hear him out. Marcus ignores him until he agrees that if Marcus's granddaughter ever enters the tower, he will date her and possibly become his son-in-law. Marcus freezes instantly, but he clarifies that he has absolutely no plans to forgive the guild leaders. He did not stop because of our hero's ridiculous statement. He simply realized he can kill the leaders anytime, so he might as well save the slaughter for after the traitor is caught. My guy has no idea why the old man needs to monologue about this, but at least the swinging stopped. He then tries to calm everyone and wants them to understand that the traitor is not the main problem. The paladin does not understand how, since the traitor choosing the Demon King's reward basically means they want their heads. Our boy points at the part in the goddess's reward about teaming up to destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor, and explains that focusing on the traitor is exactly the trap. The traitor could be terrified right now, or maybe the system just picked one randomly. Either way, he insists, killing the Demon King makes the reward disappear entirely. The goddess of protection loves the plan, while the Demon King is no longer having fun. According to our hero, no matter how the tower throws challenges, the solution always ends up being simple. They just need to climb the tower and break the core. Right then, the system announces the quest for the 12th floor. Out of nowhere, everyone starts yelling about a nightmare, and the sky literally begins dropping nightmares like rain. The NPCs instantly jump to the conclusion that the Demon King is responsible. The card just stands there watching them, wondering why these NPCs act like that. My guy, on the other hand, announces that the quest has officially begun because the Demon King of Autumn Rain has risen. Then the Demon King himself shows up looking every bit as terrible as advertised, and starts bragging to the NPCs. He goes on about how bringing humans from another world and giving them fancy titles won't magically turn them into shields. He allows them to summon thousands of warriors if they want, but at the end of the day, they're still just humans like them. He pities them for not even knowing how foolish they are. While this talk is happening, our boy opens the minimap. A system window appears explaining the Empire Capital Defense mission. Apparently the warriors have managed to secure the supply route by bravely dealing with the Demon King's army. But the real headache is that the Demon King himself has walked onto the field and can summon monsters whenever he feels like it. His target is Hakaminia, the heart of the Agam Empire. Luckily, he is weaker since he had to manifest from far away, although Viper looks at him and wonders how this counts as weaker. He complains that it's kind of unfair for this thing to be a stage boss, especially when this was all supposed to be a tutorial level up to the 10th floor. The difficulty jump feels more like the tower is personally offended by their progress. Our hero tries to calm him down, reminding him that the tower never gives quests that can't be completed. Then he reminds Viper that he is not just Viper here, but he is the captain of the Royal Guards and should probably start acting like someone with responsibility. He explains that they are not clearing this stage alone. They need to convince the NPCs, raise their morale, and lead them as if they are actual people instead of background decorations. Then he turns to Marcus and points out that no empire survives when the captain of the Knights and the captain of the Royal Guards keep pretending they are in a rivalry drama. They need to act like leaders for once. Then he looks at the paladin and points out the obvious. The king is missing from his own throne room, so he wants her to go find the king along with the officials, because trying to handle terrified NPCs without a leader sounds like a nightmare worse than the one raining from the sky. Next up is the cult interrogator, the general. My guy admits he really does not like hunters like her, and one day they will sort that out, but right now he needs a general who can actually keep the soldiers from losing their minds. She laughs, saying she is growing fonder of him the more he talks. He reminds her that she earlier offered to hand over all her authority to him, so she might as well follow his lead now. He guesses the soldiers at the wall are probably panicking while staring at a demon army, so he wants her to go and restore their morale. His instructions are pretty simple: protect the walls no matter what, because once they fall, the stage is over. She promises to guard them with her life. He then steps outside, and the whole place is a mess thanks to the nightmare rain. And because the chaos was not enough, the Black Witch appears using teleportation and blocks his way. Young unhelpfully suggests that our boy should just let her kill him, since teleportation is a convenient skill to lose your life for. Our hero, still running, asks why she is with him instead of heading straight to the castle. Apparently she is here to take him there. She saw him use that sword on the 11th floor, the one that actually affects NPCs, and she thinks if they have that, they can boost morale. The soldiers on the wall need him, not her. While they run, she tells him he has to verbally agree to be teleported, or the skill won't work. He realizes teleportation must be an S-rank skill, and her openly sharing its restrictions makes him wonder what is going on. She finds it strange he is surprised, considering he is the one who wants her to act like the Empire's chancellor. She rushes him to agree since the time is slipping. Once he does, she grabs his hand, apparently another condition, and the next second they're shooting into the air. From above he sees NPCs crying and begging the gods for help, and it hits him that just because they are illusions does not mean their fear is fake. They land on the castle walls and he thanks her, ready to leave, but she stops him. She refuses to be dismissed right after showing her junior all her worst sides. She tells him she did not become a guild leader by just standing around. She then calls the soldiers and gives a speech, telling them these walls are not what truly protect the Empire. The real shield is them, the soldiers. One day the walls might fall and their homes might be destroyed, but as long as the soldiers stand, the Empire won't collapse. She tells them to pull themselves together as warriors of the Empire, standing firm until they physically can't hold their weapons anymore. Then she lifts my guy's hand holding the holy sword and calls for divine help. The goddess of protection responds, thanking them for their choice, and offers the last of her powers. So apparently our hero gets killed by someone, and the system starts replaying the killer's trauma. In those memories, no one knew when or why this thing appeared, but whenever it did, crimson rain poured down like the sky had given up. Wherever it landed, blood followed right behind it. Each time a kingdom collapsed, the parts of the world that still belonged to humans shrank. Whenever those country records vanished, humanity's history shrank with them. And through all of this, the rain just kept falling like it was on a strict schedule. There is also this voice in those memories calling humans nothing more than creatures born to devour each other. It said it decided humanity's fate, the same way nature assigns rules to wild beasts. More rain, more ruin. Eventually the scribes ran out of emotion and ink at the same time. They wrote mankind's final line with the last of their quills, accepting everything without even trying to complain, and so mankind was destroyed. Right before everything ended, they named the creature responsible, the Master of Nightmares, ruler of all monsters, and called it the Demon King. Back at the castle wall, the nightmare rain suddenly stops. The knights immediately thank the goddess for the light. My guy, however, realizes it was not some miracle, but it's just that the rain cannot fall where the holy sword's light reaches. While everyone cheers for the goddess like she personally pushed the clouds away, our boy knows moments like this were never enough for the people who only had scraps left. And the reason the throne room was completely empty earlier is because the higher-ups had already abandoned the place long before the hunters arrived. That's exactly why the tower chose this empire as a stage, the same way it put those abandoned kids in the mansion on the 10th floor. The Black Witch yells for the knights to gather in front of her. My guy glances at her and she catches him staring like it's his first time seeing someone deliver a speech. She brings up how plenty of communists back home give great speeches. Not that she is a fan, but she picked up a few tricks from them. Our hero does not fully get her logic, and Young looks like he just witnessed her ruin her own point. She asks what he plans next, and suggests holding the enemy at the castle walls. Our boy agrees. Sure, she can teleport, but even if they fly straight to the Demon King, they would get dogpiled in seconds. So he decides the smart thing is to force a one-on-one with the Demon King first, call the hunters, and let the poor soldier NPCs hold the lines. And if the Demon King tries spamming monsters to bust the walls open, then she should just teleport him right to the guy's doorstep. She stares at him like he just volunteered to jump into a volcano, and asks if he plans on dying. He admits, because anyone would think that, but he insists he intends to win, because in his dictionary, death apparently does not equal defeat. He tells her to trust him, as he has a hidden card too. She figures every hunter keeps secrets and just hopes that mystery blade of his actually works on the Demon King, and is not just decorative. Meanwhile, the Demon King is having his own meltdown, complaining the goddess is pulling her useless human sympathy routine again. He decides to show his light, which in Demon King language means swinging a sword big enough to ruin city planning. He smashes the castle wall, launches NPCs into orbit, and casually kills a few. The system instantly reports a hunter died, and it was not the traitor. Since Marcus, the cult interrogator, and Viper should be glued to their troops, and the paladin is hunting the king like our boy ordered, that leaves only the countess. My guy concludes that if the countess is really dead, then the tower is now connected to the outside world. The Black Witch, who has no patience for existential panic, reminds him they have got bigger problems right in front of them. She doubts even the Demon King can spam attacks like that forever, so she tells him to help her protect what's left of the castle entrance. He checks the minimap and sees the Demon King's army shifting formation. She wonders if they are about to break through. He thinks so too. They teleport again and land right on the front line. My guy knows nobody here is covering his back. Young tells him to hold off the entire army for half a minute. He insists that if our hero wants to win, he has to become the symbol everyone clings to. Apparently, in war, the guy who buys everyone 30 seconds becomes a hero. Young reminds him about their swordsmanship promise until the 20th floor and calls this a hands-on lesson. He tells him to angle his back foot, point the front one forward, and look at the two goblins ahead. Their eyesight is terrible. Their eyes are squinting from all the dust, and our boy's glowing holy sword is basically a walking flashbang. According to the ghost, what matters in a fight is not the exact second, but the relative second, the moment you snatch from the enemy. He wants my guy to blind them and steal that one tiny moment. And just like that, our hero's single second becomes quieter than his heartbeat, and his blade becomes just a little quicker than that second, as he braces himself. Young keeps guiding our hero through the battlefield like he is running a sword choreography class. One goblin drops and our boy is immediately shoved toward the next. A single second passes by, and the ghost keeps pushing him to stitch each swing together like notes in a song. He insists that handling a blade is basically a fight against time, and beginners barely survive 1 second before freezing. Meanwhile, someone with real skill can hold ground for a whole 5 seconds, which sounds tiny until one compares it with the 1-second wonders lying around. Young refuses to let my guy fall into that category, and bumps the goal to 10 seconds. While our hero is fighting through goblins, his brain decides it's the perfect moment for deep thinking. He wonders why the tower crowns Sufa of all people with an S-grade skill. That kind of power going to a normal, harmless person would have made life peaceful, but the tower clearly enjoys chaos. He starts questioning if reaching the top requires being as unhinged as Subai. Now he finds the idea funny, and feels determined to smash the 20th floor himself, climb all the way to the 100th, and make sure Subai sees it happen. Right then, the system pops up and announces that his existence is now clearer, and he is ranked up to D. While he keeps slicing through goblins, Marcus appears beside him, offering backup. He introduces himself, and it hits our boy that this is only the second time someone from the first rank has ever bothered with a name. Subai and Marcus are both first rank, yet they might as well be from different worlds. It's a reminder that my guy has reached a point he could never imagine during his first miserable run. He shares his own name, and Marcus settles next to him so they can handle the fight side by side. Then the cult interrogator arrives with her troops. She thanks our hero for buying her time and rallies her side with a command to crush anything foolish enough to threaten the Empire. Our boy barely notices the noise around him. He is laser-focused on moving forward. Viper shows up next. He is late as he had to deal with guards and guild members on the way. He slips into the scene with full martial clan energy and promises a demonstration worthy of their grand reputation. He glances at my guy and realizes he is completely zoned out. Instead of getting annoyed, he ends up liking the guy even more. He admits he is basically a fan now, even though our hero's mind is clearly on aeroplane mode. Since our boy saved him in the throne room, Viper decides to return the favor as clan leader. He pushes my guy forward and claims the entire left side for himself, bragging that no one standing there has ever died on his watch. With full confidence, he clears the path so our hero can keep charging ahead. The paladin finally arrives much later, exhausted from hunting for the Emperor, who apparently beat her to it and poisoned himself. Marcus nudges her to join the attack instead. She spots our boy, but Marcus stops her from interrupting him. He is caught in one of those rare, beautiful battle moments. And with perfect timing, the Demon King starts another round of dramatic monologue. He brags about giving them time and mocks them for acting like it belonged to them. Even the goddess hovering over the Empire seems weaker now, and he is ready to see what they can do without her. As he prepares another attack, the Black Witch sweeps in with her mirrors and reflects it cleanly. Marcus and Viper tear down what's left. She then extends a hand toward the group so she can teleport everyone straight to the Demon King, and she even reaches toward my guy with a warning: grab on, or get left behind. Our hero senses the scene about to fade. None of them will remember any of this later, but before that thought gets too heavy, Young cuts in and nudges him. They go and end the Demon King together. Our boy knows memories don't decide what's real. Whether someone dies on the first floor or the 99th, the loss still counts. He smiles at Young and grabs the hand of the Black Witch. He knows things will get messy again when they return, but now he is stronger, and he is sure he can handle what comes next. They teleport in front of the Demon King, who finds the sight amusing. Humans standing there like some last-minute goddess miracle team. He comments on how they managed to rebuild trust, despite having a traitor among them. My guy leaves the group and launches himself straight at the Demon King. He plans to wrap this up and hopes he will see them again, even if they forget this entire day. The Demon King assumes he is there to kill him, but our hero shows him his middle finger and reveals the opposite, that he is there to be killed. The system declares his death and immediately starts copying the Demon King's skill. And just like that, round 2 begins. Our boy keeps poking at that one stubborn thought in his head, wondering why the tower handed over ridiculous power to someone like Sufa, who clearly had a talent for wrecking anything he touches, and then decided to bless a so-called nobody like him with a golden ticket too. Meanwhile, Young flips through the skills cards, and my guy asks him to check what fate has written for him this time. He thinks of this theory that maybe the tower finally got disappointed with hunters. He knows Subai would have happily blown up the entire 10th floor without blinking, so honestly, if the tower was not disappointed at that, then its standards must be buried somewhere underground. Young starts listing the skills. The first one is basically a disappearing act, can't see it, and it can't be seen. The downside though is a little creepy. Only the blood the user has witnessed will turn into the rain that falls. Then comes the second skill, where emotions work as fuel to boost aura. Any emotion works apparently, because the path of fire is not picky, it burns whatever is thrown at it. The drawback is that the user slowly gets hooked on that emotion. And then the third one, the charming ability to summon people you have killed, although they return as brainless monsters like skeletons or goblins without any memories. These 3 skills are exactly the kind of trouble our boy wants. He picks one, and Young pretends to understand what's going on, even though he clearly does not. My guy, however, believes it will carry him safely to at least the 20th floor. Since the skill selection is done, he jumps back 24 hours, which is how he ends up witnessing the Demon King's trauma, but that's a whole separate nightmare for another time. He returns to the cafe, right back to the moment he talked with the guild leaders about preparing for the 11th floor. His face is pale enough to worry the Black Witch, but he insists he is fine, just got a little overwhelmed by how amazing everyone was. He then claims he already knows what the 11th floor looks like, and even its quests. So now he is spinning a very neat excuse. Apparently the system rewarded him with insider info after clearing the 10th floor. He is even willing to share that information, but only if the guild leaders promise him one favor in the future. He does not reveal what it is, but he assures them that it won't endanger anyone, nor be a way to earn money, and they can absolutely refuse later if they find it impossible. The cult interrogator joins in first, and points out that this is basically a win for them. The count follows, and eventually everyone joins. That is how our boy smooth talks his way through stage 1. He tells them about the Agim Empire spanning the 11th to 20th floors, and once the group starts discussing among themselves, he feels confident they will breeze through the next challenge. He then excuses himself and requests the paladin that he needs half an hour. They walk out, and all around them, people are buzzing about the mysterious guy who cleared the 10th floor, which is him, obviously. Young alerts him that Marcus is tailing them, and our hero must not look back. With Marcus using stealth, he would not spot him anyway. The thing is, my guy keeps pushing Young to let Marcus stalk him. In the previous timeline, something about Marcus nearly froze his spine, so he now wants to fix that misunderstanding before they climb the 11th floor. The tension between Marcus and the guild leaders is tight enough to snap, and if Marcus ever points his blade at our boy, the guild leaders would instantly treat him like an enemy. And once the rumor of a traitor explodes, things would spiral fast. The paladin interrupts his thoughts as she points out they are heading toward a sketchy neighborhood, but he insists he wants to show her a store. In reality, he is setting the perfect bait for Marcus. Young gave him Marcus's schedule, and our hero intentionally popped into his path to make sure he would take the hook. The paladin, of course, has no clue she is part of the plan. My guy then starts hyping up the shop by calling its owner an unnamed pharmacist with insane skills. He even suggests that once her work spreads, she will rise big, so the paladin should check her products. The paladin, suspicious as ever, wonders if he is being serious. He can tell she is running her lie detection skill on him again, but he keeps holding his ground. She double-checks whether there is anything fishy going on, and he reassures her that he only needs a favor, and whatever happens afterward, he will be the one in danger anyway. She finally relaxes, apologizing for acting overly cautious. They reach the shop, and the alchemy castellan greets him. The moment she sees who our boy brought with him, she freezes. Our hero gets it. This is exactly how normal hunters react when a high-ranking figure walks into their shabby little shop. Then the panic hits her, and she starts rambling about how she does not sell anything illegal or dangerous, dropping to the floor and begging not to be inspected. At that point, my guy silently regrets calling her normal. He notices the paladin's expression and is sure she is using her lie skill again. He calms the alchemy castellan down and explains that he brought the paladin to introduce them, suggesting she hand over a potion sample for testing. If the paladin approves, maybe a contract could happen. The alchemy castellan gets emotional, remembering how he helped her when her shop was about to be sold, and now he is bringing her more opportunities. And just when the atmosphere softens a bit, Marcus steps out of the shadows. The moment Marcus appears, the air in the shop drops a few degrees. The paladin immediately wants to know what business he has with my guy. But Marcus, in his usual ice-cold tone, insists she leave. She doesn't budge. In fact, she leans into the question like she is genuinely curious about what is wrong with him. Marcus tries again, this time sounding less like a warning and more like a request. But the paladin could not care less if this is the first time he said it, or the 50th. She reminds him that our hero officially belongs to the top guilds now, and going after him is basically asking those guilds to start throwing punches. She doesn't know what is going on in his head, but she does make one thing very clear. Her guild won't just sit in the background and clap politely. Marcus clenches his jaw. He already suspected the guilds were all tangled together, but he still pulls out his sword. The paladin, confused and annoyed, mirrors him by grabbing her own. She knows Marcus has a reputation for hunting down people every now and then, but she also makes it clear that her guild is not bored enough to interfere with his personal missions. However, if he plans to pull something right in front of her, she is more than ready to put her life on the line to stop him. Marcus questions her confidence. The paladin is not exactly sure she can stop him, but that doesn't stop her from planning to fight until her last breath. And the moment she dies, she reminds Marcus that he will turn into the kind of criminal society absolutely loves to hate, someone who just killed an innocent. She practically challenges him to go for it if he is ready to carry that label around. This is where our boy's previous loop research finally pays off. One of Marcus's biggest weaknesses is kindness. Actual, genuine, untouched kindness. And the paladin fits that category perfectly. Her record is exceptionally clean. Then in comes the alchemy Castellone, who suddenly jumps in front of my guy like she is trying to stop a dragon with a broom. She reminds Marcus that our hero once helped her and politely threatens him with lifelong emotional consequences if he tries anything. She even begs him to leave her shop. Now our hero knows that people like her are not exactly tanking Marcus in a fight, but their pure, wholesome goodness is the stuff that actually reaches the man. And just as he predicted, Marcus steps back. As the old man walks off, our boy calls after him that he will be waiting in the northern open area at noon, adding that it doesn't matter whether Marcus shows up or not, but if he wants to figure out what kind of person he really is, that's where he should come. Marcus mutters that meeting the Moonlight Murderer alone is enough to shave 30 years off his lifespan, and stomps away. My guy then turns to the paladin and asks if the old man is actually famous for being a murderer. She explains he is not a public criminal, but the top guild leaders know the tragic backstory. His daughter and son-in-law were killed by some unknown psycho outside the tower. He barely talks, so she doesn't know the small details, but it makes him a murder-seeking missile when criminals show up. Hurryung confirms it, as Marcus has once told him about it. This ghost just didn't mention it earlier because our hero never asked. The paladin admits that working in the vigilante guild means she sees criminals like some people see pigeons everywhere, annoying and always causing problems. She understands Marcus's rage. Sometimes she wonders whether people carrying that much emotional baggage should even be allowed to walk around freely. According to her, every top guild member has enough trauma to fill a suitcase that needs its own passport. And she feels our boy will find out eventually, since he is swimming in their world now. She reminds him that the upper guilds are not all sparkles and hero capes. Most of it is rotten fruit with fancy titles slapped on top. Then she snaps out of her philosophical monologue and returns to the reason he brought her there, to buy potions. The next day arrives. Moments before the 11th floor opens, everything feels eerily like déjà vu. Same air, same tension, same vibes. Except now there is one difference. Our hero. He is the new variable. Marcus shows up and asks if our boy is confident enough to stand alone against him. But then again he sees my guy as if he is the man who has wiped out dozens of people. Our hero stays quiet, which makes Hurryung panic. Turns out my guy's chest aches for Marcus in this weird, sad way. So he finally speaks and basically claims he knows why Marcus keeps trying to murder him. The old man sees he came alone and assumes that means guilt, but it's absolutely not. Our boy brings up Marcus's detective-style skill, and Marcus's eyes widen like someone just read his browser history out loud. Our hero asks him to trust what he is about to say. He knows people cling to their beliefs like they are their last lifeline, and Marcus built his entire personality around that skill, so he is about to karate chop that belief system. He tells Marcus he is basically a prophet. Okay, not exactly, but prophet is the simplest label that won't require a PowerPoint presentation. He reveals that's how he knew about Marcus's insight, and even predicts the old man is planning to kill him, and then brag about the number he will see hovering over his head. Marcus goes silent, then asks him to guess the number of fingers he is holding behind his back. My guy hesitates. Marcus screams blasphemy and kills him. Now, welcome to the loop of misery. Marcus asks. Our boy fails. Marcus kills him. Reset. Over and over. Our hero tries new tactics, new answers, and every dialogue option, but convincing a stubborn old man who practically invented stubbornness? Impossible. Eventually he changes tactics. He claims he is not begging for eternal forgiveness or claiming to be innocent. He just wants 5 days. 5 days for Marcus to follow him around, judge him, and see for himself whether he deserves to die. Marcus still looks like he is about to say no, So our boy plays his final trump card, something Marcus told him far, far in the future. He drops the Sword Emperor identity, pretends he doesn't even know what that is, and claims the old man himself once said, revealing this would be enough proof. To everyone's shock, Marcus finally agrees to watch him for 5 days, then decide. Our hero bows, genuinely thankful, because for the first time he has gotten the guild leader's pledge and survived the old man long enough to earn temporary trust. Now all he hopes is that the massacre on the 12th floor doesn't happen. With that massive boulder lifted off his chest, he steps onto the 11th floor, actually looking forward to seeing Marcus again. The war chaos hits him in the face, exactly like last time. The familiar quest pops up again, and everything plays out exactly as he remembers, except for one small twist. The Black Witch suddenly steps forward and basically snatches the commander's seat, like she has been waiting her whole life for this moment. She loudly announces that her Black Dragon Guild will be taking control of the war. Then, without giving anyone room to breathe, let alone argue, she starts assigning positions. Vigilante Guild and Heavenly Martial Arts Guild get the left flank. Pantheon and the Merchant Troop get the right side, and she and her guild are cutting straight through the center. And then she finishes with the most Black Witch sentence possible. If anyone has complaints, they can keep it to themselves until after the war and spend their precious complaint time killing one more monster. Everyone rushes to lead their groups. Sarbus proudly shows his soldiers how the hunters from another world are charging the monsters, and orders his own troops to follow with full trust in their goddess. Meanwhile, Hurryun glances at our hero like he is expecting him to faint out of jealousy. After all, he is a guy who treats attention like oxygen. Losing the spotlight should have been a personal tragedy. But surprisingly, our boy stands there smiling like a person who has finally discovered emotional balance, or at least pretending he has. Hurryun stares at him, thinking that my guy might have actually matured just a little. Our hero laughs, but right then he remembers the very real issue he still has to deal with. He turns around and of course Marcus is standing right behind him like a very persistent shadow. The old man reminds him that our boy is the one who requested him to follow him, so he is simply doing his job. My guy immediately panics at the idea that this old man is planning on following him literally every second of the day, and judging by Marcus's expression, yes, that is exactly the plan. Trying to talk sense into him, our hero gently brings up the fact that Marcus also needs to kill monsters as rewards depend on contribution. Marcus casually swings his sword behind him, slicing through goblins, and replies that he will kill a monster now and then. Our boy mentally screams as he didn't expect the old man to be this dedicated to stalking him. He heads toward the Black Witch, but 2 of her people block his way. She eventually notices him and the human-shaped shadow behind him, and wants him to hold on as she is busy giving orders. My guy tells her he has the 10th floor reward, but she doesn't care. Then he shows her the mini-map he received with a complete battlefield view. Allies, enemies, everything. Her face instantly changes. She hurries over, scolds him for not showing her earlier, and demands the location of the boss monster. He takes a guess, and she doesn't even let him finish before she hurries him into agreement to use her teleportation skill. Right after that, they fly high in the sky, and our hero points at the boss monster, and they teleport again, this time right above it. As they fall through the air, she asks him whether he is good with a sword. He claims he is capable enough, and she immediately throws him downward like a human missile. He slices the boss in half before he even lands. The goblins stare at their dead leader, then look up to see him glaring at them like someone who is more than ready to repeat the same move. They scream and run for their lives. Hunters instantly chase them, thrilled to finish the job. As the quest is done, the Black Witch beams with happiness, as they cleared the floor in almost record time, and barely any hunters died. Looking at her, our boy realizes something. The reason she seemed so cold last time was probably because far too many people died. She is simple in a way. Her emotions rotate around how many of her people survived the day. He wants her to calm down, but she refuses. According to her logic, if someone is excited, they should be allowed to be excited. She praises him again, as she has never seen a raid with this few casualties. She is relieved he didn't try soloing the floor just to hoard rewards, because now he is practically a hero to everyone there. She also warns him that the media will be chasing him with mics and questions soon, so he better mentally prepare. He feels proud too. Attention, praise, envy. Normally he would float away with joy, but what hits him harder is being recognized by people who have put everything into surviving this climb. People like Marcus, the Black Witch, and many others who fought without expecting perfection, but always gave everything they had. He wants to be someone worthy of their acknowledgement. He wants to protect them so monsters like the Demon King can never humiliate them, and so no arrogant Suha-type person can mock them again. He wants to honor them, and he wants to be honored by them. Even if it feels impossible sometimes, he wants that life. Kor-young is impressed with him as well. Meanwhile, the tower calculates contributions, and my guy is in first place, obviously. Then the Black Witch, the Cult Interrogator, the Viper, the Paladin, the Countess, and Marcus. The Black Witch confidently claims that if they keep this pace, they may smash through the 20th floor sooner than expected. Our hero knows that's wishful thinking. If he lets the events unfold normally, they will lose far too much, especially since their only hope of connecting with the outside world is on the line. Losing that would double the casualties. So he plans to carry everyone himself. The top contributors regroup on the 12th floor. The cult interrogator approaches him, ready to shower him with compliments again. But my guy raises a hand as he has something to say. He glances at Marcus, watching him like a judge, but he is confident Marcus won't attack anymore. He reminds the guild leaders of their promise to obey his instruction whenever he calls for it. And now this is his request. For the next 5 days he wants them to stay exactly where they are and not interfere at all. In return he promises he will clear the 20th floor within that time. So earlier that NPC would not stop lecturing about how the hunters were going to face a whole series of challenges from floor 11 up to 20. According to it, it was supposed to be some deep dramatic journey of trust where everyone would eventually uncover their real selves. But funny enough, that's exactly the clue our boy needed. After hearing all that, he turns to the guild leaders and requests them to stay put and not lift a finger for the next 5 days. The Black Witch, meanwhile, looks like she is trying to decide if his claim about clearing 10 floors in 5 days is meant to be a joke, because even as a joke, it's painfully unfunny. But he stays calm and insists he is completely serious, which only makes the room fall into an even deeper silence, as everyone attempts to process the insanity he just dropped. The Black Witch eventually breaks the quiet because in her mind, the idea is so absurd it should not even be discussed. They spent years fighting their way to the 10th floor, and sure, they just wiped out the 11th floor in under an hour, but still our hero's confidence looks a little too shiny to be natural. She figures he is probably just running on adrenaline or something. He then bows and asks for their cooperation, basically reminding them that he cleared the 11th floor with his own effort. And yes, he did it for himself, but he still shared the rewards and information with everyone. He points out that he was not the only one who gained something from the 11th floor's development and the boss location. Everyone there benefited too. So he believes he has earned the right to request this one thing from them, and whether he succeeds on the 20th floor or not, he asks them to give him only 5 days. Right then, the tower congratulates him for taking first place on the 11th floor, and once again it tosses him the same 2 options, the Goddess of Protection or the Demon King. My guy can't help grinning because honestly, watching the Demon King panic now that there is no internal drama left to snack on is chef's kiss entertainment. The Demon King even tries nudging him into picking fast, and subtly suggests that he could just give up on rewards altogether if he is feeling quirky. But when our boy doesn't immediately fold, the Demon King starts getting suspicious and pushes him to hurry up. Meanwhile, the cult interrogator repeats our hero's request out loud. He admits the press will probably shred his sanity for 5 straight days, but he doesn't consider it impossible, so he accepts it anyway. The Black Witch also agrees it's doable, though her expression says otherwise. The interrogator reminds her that a promise is a promise, and after a sigh, she gives in. The Viper also has no clue what our hero is plotting, but just nods along. The Countess figures my guy must have a reason for all the madness, so she is willing to follow along. The Paladin agrees to stay put for 5 days, and the rest of the top 10 aside from the guild leaders do the same. But Marcus, of course, decides he is not participating in any promise-making festival. According to him, the only deal he has with our boy is to watch him for 5 days, not join some heartwarming friendship-powered ritual. If our hero goes charging toward the 20th floor, he will follow him, because that was the original agreement. And honestly, my guy is perfectly okay with that. Sure, he plans to take down the Demon King solo, but having Marcus lurking somewhere behind him like a silent bodyguard with trust issues is comforting enough. So he thanks everyone, feeling weirdly wholesome for a second, and heads toward the exit. The moment he steps out, Hurryung immediately points at the NPCs, who are frozen. Our boy explains that the quest has not even started because nobody has picked a role. The Empire still doesn't have a chancellor, a knight captain, or literally anyone to run the place, because the hunters were supposed to handle floors 12 through 20. The quest technically activated when they stepped onto the 11th floor, but since they have been wandering around the 12th floor long enough to apply for citizenship, the whole thing feels suspicious. Turns out the tower is just sitting somewhere on an extended lunch break, refusing to hand out the actual quest until someone clicks the choose role button. No roles means no quest. No quest means no Demon King invasion. No Demon King invasion means no tragic empire collapse. Our hero looks at Marcus then, gets the most chaotic idea, and wonders what would happen if he just killed the Demon King before anything even begins. Thanks to the minimap, he already knows where the guy is hiding, and if he kills him early, no one gets the Demon King rewards, no traitors appear, and the Demon King doesn't get to unleash his usual dramatic monologue chaos. It's basically the speedrun ending. Naturally, the Demon King absolutely loses his mind the moment he hears this. He manifests right in front of my guy and demands to know how our boy dares show up without following the proper sequence. Our hero, meanwhile, is having the time of his life. He calls the Demon King's tantrum meaningless because he has already made his choice, and according to him, it's the most intelligent, galaxy-brain choice possible. He raises his sword and declares he is going to kill the Demon King before the quest activates, ensuring 0 casualties, 0 traitors, and 0 sad plot twists. He hates tragic story arcs, so deleting the Demon King early feels like routine maintenance. The Demon King, baffled and furious, rages even harder at being challenged by my guy alone without the Empire's army backing him up. But our hero truly does not care. He lifts the holy sword glowing above him, and just like that his so-called 5 days of eternity officially begin. Before we continue with the showdown, let's take a moment to figure out why this towering menace even exists in the first place. For someone who sends entire armies trembling, the Demon King's grand beginning is honestly kind of pathetic. The creepy thing popped its eyes open on a damp, miserable morning, spotted an innocent little frog minding its own business, and swallowed it like it was grabbing a quick breakfast. Then it strutted out wearing the poor frog's skin, all because it wanted to stretch its life a little longer. Now back to the ongoing clash. The Demon King swings his massive sword at my guy, and our boy dies instantly. The day then politely restarts, placing him right back in front of the same oversized blade. Huryong watches from the side, clearly unimpressed. It's not that the Demon King's technique is refined, but it's more like watching a mountain fall over. Effective, sure, but hardly elegant. Our hero thinks that if the attacks are that obvious, dodging should be no problem as long as he knows the angle, which sounds intelligent right until he proves himself wrong by dying again. This becomes his lifestyle. Die, wake up, repeat. He chugs an energy potion and charges again, only to be reminded immediately that the universe does not care about his enthusiasm. With every revival, he starts wondering whether things would go better if they just followed the normal quest route. He imagines all the soldiers who would collapse on that battlefield under the never-ending rain. Each soldier's death steals 20 years from someone. 20 soldiers gone means 200 years vaporized. 100 soldiers down and 2,000 years disappear. To keep those years from draining away, he has refused to choose any roles. So the cycle continues. He charges, dies, and resets. Huryong makes fun of him that even if my guy knows the direction of the attack, his body still is not fast enough to avoid it. Our boy does not appreciate this commentary while actively being murdered for who knows how many times. Huryong explains that our hero still has not mastered aura. He needs to balance the flow in his body. My guy would love a detailed lesson, but being repeatedly bisected tends to make scheduling difficult. Each repetition freezes the world for everyone except him. Only his sword pushes time forward, even if it's just by one lonely second. That single second is somehow enough to keep the world alive, even if everything feels like water spilling off a ledge. He accepts that this 1 second is now his job, and apparently he is clocked in indefinitely, but the more he loops, the more things shift. His small hints, tiny adjustments, and all the wisdom collected through dying like a professional start improving the group's performance. The 11th floor is cleared quicker this time, with barely any casualties. He feels proud that ends up annoying the Demon King for reasons that are frankly hilarious. Our boy keeps dying, but quitting is not an option. His blade moves faster on the day than the previous one, and the next day he is sure it will be faster because he is still there, still swinging. After enough resets to make anyone question their existence, the 11th floor ends with no deaths. Sure, plenty of injuries, but nobody's gone. And after everything, our boy realizes he would kind of like to keep his own life going too. He steps into a one-on-one showdown with the Demon King. The Demon King scoffs at the idea of him fighting alone, but our hero knows this is what being a hunter looks like, standing solo even when it's a terrible idea. The eternal loop snaps as he gathers his aura, pours every bit of it into his blade, and braces himself for the incoming attack. But out of nowhere, the Demon King's strike gets blocked. The Black Witch arrives right then, landing nearby with casual grace. She got bored waiting in the audience chamber and wandered over because she could not stop wondering what he was doing. She assumes he must be enjoying himself. My guy, feeling slightly pleased, admits that acting like a hunter is exciting after all. She understands, and with her naturally predatory vibe, she decides she might as well join the fun. They exchange a few comments. The Demon King mutters things no one wants to hear, and our boy adds one more jab, saying he wanted a one-on-one, but hunters work in teams, so the Demon King will simply have to cope. That's the line that finally cracks the Demon King's patience. He drops the sword and summons a massive monster army instead. The Black Witch immediately sees the incoming disaster and calls Marcus for help. Marcus braces himself, saying he only stayed back because he wanted to see how long our hero would last on his own. My guy grins as he planned to endure just a bit longer before asking for assistance anyway. The Black Witch extends her hand and tells the two of them to grab hold so she can pull them out of this mess. My guy refuses and summons 100 souls by activating his skill. Let's dive back into the Demon King's messed up past. The creature's growth becomes more unsettling by the day. Every time it steals a new body, it also picks up a fresh version of happiness. After getting bored of eating animals, it spots a little girl and consumes her too, devouring her like something under a spell that refuses to break. Bit by bit, her memories seep into it as it tries to swallow every last thing connected to her. The girl Estelle had a father who rushed in desperately, trying to find his fragile daughter. But the girl he finds calmly assures him she is perfectly fine, which would have been sweet if she were not literally being worn like a costume by something else. And just like that, Estelle becomes the first name the Demon King has ever gone by. Back to the fight. Our hero activates his skill and summons 100 skeletons at once. He shoots a look at Huryoung, explaining that the only reason he picked this skill is because it caught his interest from the moment he heard about it. The technique boosts aura, and although he originally hoped to pull off some giant dramatic light show like the Demon King, his priorities have shifted. According to this ability, our boy can summon the people he has killed as monsters without their memories or their former skills, just basic forms like goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, or anything in that neighborhood. And he can only use this once a week. My guy asks Huryoung how many people he thinks he has killed. The ghost does the math and lands on 2. Soha, and our hero himself. Our boy expected that answer and brings up Marcus's detective skill, which shows a completely different number, 4,000. The reason is simple. The tower uses its own unique way of calculating kills. It counts every looped death as an individual skill. When my guy asks Huryoung again, the ghost freezes, and our hero just smiles like someone very proud of something no one should be proud of. The Black Witch finds the skill ridiculous in the most unbelievable way. She assumes he must have relied on this ability to clear the 10th floor. Meanwhile, the Demon King is staring as if someone just stole his identity, shocked that our boy has the exact same skill he does. My guy, sensing the perfect moment, teases him and refuses to share the reason behind it. The Demon King, naturally offended, decides our hero deserves punishment. While the Demon King goes on with his dramatic threats, our hero turns to Marcus and asks him to fight alongside the skeletons, convinced that Marcus's presence will keep them from getting pushed back. Marcus looks mildly offended at the idea of teaming up with monsters, but still agrees. As for him, fighting with monsters is still easier than dealing with our boy directly. My guy then asks for the Black Witch's help too, because he intends to bring the Demon King down with her. He lifts the holy sword high in the sky, and orders the skeletons to charge into the Demon King's army. And that's how the battle begins. Goblins on one side, skeletons on the other, and chaos everywhere in between. Watching the skeletons cling onto the goblins with unbelievable persistence, Huryoung wonders who they take after to be this stubborn. The Demon King, on the other hand, is stuck in a full meltdown, unable to accept that a mere human from another world is wrecking everything he has built. My guy doesn't think the Demon King's complaints matter. If he is there at the moment, alive and fighting, then that's enough. And if the Demon King wants to keep whining about qualifications, maybe he should stop talking altogether. Right then, the tower announces a title for our hero, Death Sovereign. Our boy proudly presents it as proof to the Demon King, straight from the tower, that he is qualified. Now to the Demon King's tragic life story, which keeps going, and honestly, it only gets stranger. That thing didn't age. If anything, it became more stunning each day, and the scent around it was enough to enchant anyone who came too close. Eventually, Estelle became known as a saintess, and people began visiting her for every illness possible for themselves, their children, or anyone who needed help. She took a child into her arms and told the mother to come back the next day. She breathed in the child's scent, and for the first time realized just how intense human love could get. She noticed how the mother had wrapped the child in the best rags she owned. Then Estelle did what anyone in her position would do. She consumed the child's body and bones. Don't worry, it is totally normal in this story. And as she did, the memories poured into her like water slipping through cracks, revealing just how tough the child's life had been. Naturally, she tried to ease that lingering pain. The next day, she handed the baby back, assuring the mother that sickness would be a thing of the past, and reminding her to keep doting on the child just like before. The mother thanked her, and what started as one follower slowly grew into a small fan club. Of course, nothing spreads faster than good news, except maybe jealousy. The nobles got wind of all this, and as usual, could not handle someone else getting the spotlight. They declared the goddess's influence had hit rock bottom and labeled Estelle a witch. Their brilliant solution was to erase every worshipper they could find. They burnt down the temple and hunted anyone devoted to her. Estelle watched them cry for help, and that, my friends, is when everything went spectacularly off the rails. Back at the fight, the Demon King swings his enormous sword, but my guy slips out of its path. When the next strike comes, our boy tries to guess whether it will be from the left or the right. He bets on the right, but he is wrong and dies instantly. Time rewinds 24 hours, and he is stuck again, unable to use his 100 souls ability for a whole week. The rules are clear. When someone uses the returner's clock, their stats stay intact, skills stay too, and even cooldowns. Just like how Huryoung remembers everything after our boy resets, our hero's abilities stay exactly as they were at the moment he died. Fortunately, the cooldown timer also stays. My guy keeps dying and rewinding, but the countdown on the summoning skill keeps ticking from the moment he first activated it. Days pass, an entire week rolls by. Finally, the cooldown ends. This time, he dodges the Demon King's attack and summons the 100 souls again, unleashing the skeleton army. Huryoung notices how stubborn our boy is. He even suggests our hero try summoning again next time by hiding somewhere for a week and attempting another round. He assumes the old summoning will just vanish and the new one will kick in, but then he starts wondering if maybe the older summons might get recognized too, and he will get the chance to become a full-blown zombie king. At this point, my guy would love a little silence, but Huryoung's commentary just keeps flying. He snaps at him to stop distracting him, because not dying is kind of a priority. Unsurprisingly, he dies again. He resets, muttering curses at Hurryung, blaming him for another week of waiting thanks to all that endless chatter. Hurryung, being the helpful ghost he is, throws the blame right back, claiming our boy is simply too weak. Our hero swears he will beat him someday, but Hurryung just laughs and reminds him he is already dead, so good luck with that. When my guy gets annoyed again, Hurryung suggests channeling that frustration into killing the Demon King instead. He brags about clearing the 20th floor solo, without any of the fancy skills our boy keeps whining about. My guy shifts the focus back to the fight, and warns the Black Witch that the Demon King's next attack is coming from the right. She preps and launches her attack, earning a genuine madam from him, which of course she hates, because apparently she is still young at heart. He knows it's all thanks to those pesky elixirs making her look younger, and she decides that after the Demon King is dead, they are going to have a long chat about it. He then senses the Demon King plotting from the left, and warns the Black Witch and Marcus. Then, from the wisdom of dying countless times, he tells her to dodge left, so he can charge in when the boss leaves himself exposed. The Black Witch strikes, and he finally spots a bit of the Demon King's skin, but then, just to be annoying, the Demon King retreats to the 13th floor. Our boy is stunned. Of course, the boss monster decides to bail at the very moment he is about to finish him off. The Demon King promises he will return, earning a very beautiful curse from my guy. Honestly, our poor hero starts questioning if all this effort was even worth it. Meanwhile, the tower decides it's a great time to rearrange hidden quests. The 12th floor quest gets a rewrite, and slowly quests from other floors shuffle around too. The revised 12th floor quest apparently notices that our boy is this devoted hero who won't let anyone die, that he has a sense of justice, and that the fleeing Demon King could not have gone far, so it gives him a choice to chase him. Without missing a beat, my guy accepts, and just like that, the hidden quest officially activates. The tower announces that the Demon King cannot be picked up anywhere on the 12th floor, pretty much confirming that he is packed up and left. Marcus, the Black Witch, and obviously our boy all notice that the scenery around them has shifted. The Black Witch asks what is going on, but my guy is just as clueless as everyone else. Hung looks curious too. Then our hero turns around and spots the castle walls. He notices that the number of flags has dropped drastically, so he and the Black Witch teleport to check things out. They land on top of the walls and realize that history itself has been rearranged. According to how things should go, the Demon King is supposed to storm the Empire no matter what. Win, lose, explode dramatically, whatever. That invasion is supposed to be a fixed point in history. But here, the whole event has straight up vanished from the timeline. And my guy of course knows exactly whose fault that is. His. Down below, life looks painfully normal, with merchants yelling and people whining about everyday problems. Our boy smiles at the sight, feeling a little too proud of himself, but then Sarba spots him. He gets furious that our hero and the Black Witch dare to set foot in their castle. My guy can see right away that the friendly soldier he met back on the 11th floor now looks at him like he is a scammer. Our boy, being himself, just bursts into loud maniac laughter and starts yelling proudly that he has saved the Empire and kept his promise. People stop and stare. Deep down, only he knows how many days he has spent fighting back the Demon King, refusing to let anyone die. Hundreds of days just pushing and pushing, so he yells that he is proud of himself, and honestly, let him have that moment. This is the same guy who used to waste his life away, mocking others and blaming the world for how cold it is. He tossed away his days by drinking, but now, he stands tall as the tower announces that the 12th floor has been cleared. Even if people still look at the Black Witch and Marcus, he stands there glowing with pride over what he has done. The tower displays the leaderboard. Our boy ranks first, the Black Witch second, and Marcus third. Sarba still looks confused because none of our hero's words make sense to him, so my guy surprises him by asking Sarbus to take care of the Empire. Sure, there are still rotten parts in the Empire, but defeating the Demon King is where his own job as a hunter ends. He wishes them luck, sounding like a very wise old mentor, which is definitely new for him. Hurryung cannot hold his laughter. He expected our boy to act serious like some grown-up, but he is proudly bragging about everything he did. Our hero just grins, fully convinced he is adorable on the day, and honestly, he is not wrong. Ignoring the ghost, he turns to the Black Witch so they can finally head up to the 13th floor. She gives him a weird look, probably thinking there is not a single normal person among the high-ranking hunters. He does not get what she means, but before long the two of them teleport back to Marcus. Marcus brings up that the right to enter the 13th floor first goes to my guy, since he is the top rank. And our boy obviously does not hesitate one bit as he says the word, and the three of them teleport. The moment the three land on the 13th floor, they are greeted by the Demon King, who looks like he has been waiting solely to scream at our boy. He yells that my guy ruined his entire life. Marcus hears the scream and realizes it's the worst sound he has ever experienced. The Black Witch stands there confused, wondering what on earth happened to make the Demon King throw a tantrum like that. Hurryung is equally puzzled. According to him, the Demon King should be weaker now, not acting like he stubbed his ego. Our hero, not surprisingly, has no clue what is going on, So Hyung explains, the Demon King should be suffering from a severe injury after the Black Witch pierced through him earlier, but this is not the behavior of someone wounded. It feels like his level dropped. Hyung even gives an example, saying the Demon King went from an SS rank boss to a regular boss with all the fancy letters conveniently removed. And to top it off, he is around the strength of that great Goblin King our boy beat earlier with that awkward noise-making skill. Hyung finds the whole situation absurd because bosses are supposed to get more terrifying as one climbs floors, not downgrade like expired products. He even wonders if the Black Witch's aura burst has a secret level down effect. My guy, on the other hand, starts considering that maybe this floor went through some major unexpected shift. The tower then tries to calculate the reward, and basically gives up. It declares that real rewards can only be determined after our hero reaches the 19th floor, and for the present moment, he will get a temporary upgrade. His battle god's blessing becomes stronger, and maps from floors 11 to 20 unlock. Our boy takes one look at the updated map, and immediately understands why the Demon King is acting strange. He turns to the Black Witch and brings up the previous stage, pointing out how the Empire's invasion has poofed out of existence and the refugee camp vanished. He asks her to consider that refugees usually run from an empire or somewhere else in the world, and yet there, not even a breadcrumb is left. The invasion history did not just shift, the whole thing was basically rewritten. He then concludes they have landed in a time before the Demon King ever started taking over anything, back during the temple attack days. He also confirms Hyung's feeling of the Demon King's level getting tanked. Then he brings up that old system message about the hunters leveling up, and how the existence part always felt strange to him. He admits he once thought the system was just trying to sound impressive for no reason, which honestly would not be surprising. But now it finally makes sense. Since the Demon King never killed those people in this version of history, he has lost all the power he originally gained from it. Naturally, the Demon King does not appreciate any of this and just keeps getting more irritated. His existence even starts to fade out, and that's when the trio decides very logically that this is the perfect time to go after him. In response, the Demon King throws 100 zombies at them. The Black Witch blocks them. She has always hated zombie movies anyway. My guy, for reasons only he understands, decides this chaos is the perfect time for a friendly wager. He asks Hyung to guess how many times he will die before reaching the 19th floor. Hyung predicts fewer than 100. Our boy goes with anything under 99. Hyung immediately realizes our hero is trying to play sneaky and decides he is absolutely not letting any of his ghost help to him. Our hero dies. No surprises there. When he returns back, he tells the Black Witch they need to trim the monster count first. She complains she is already doing literally everything possible, considering she is the only one with a giant area of effectability. She then asks him to summon his own 100 souls, but he can't, as it's on cooldown. She looks completely confused, and he just shrugs. Then he turns to Marcus and asks him to crack open the sarcophagus-looking thing lying in the distance, as he wants to check something. Marcus asks what, but my guy promises to explain later, and reminds him that he is a prophet. Marcus breaks it, and our hero dies again. After returning, he explains that the sarcophagus is not just a creepy decor, but it actually hides a secret path and a hammer that's basically a cheat code for the zombies. He wants Marcus to grab it with the Black Witch. Marcus, who only knows how to swing a sword, points out the obvious, but my guy reassures him that if he just pours some aura into the hammer and whacks the ground, the zombies should scatter like. Marcus asks how our boy knows any of this, and our hero whips out the prophet excuse again. Sadly, right in the middle of his grand explanation, a zombie takes a bite out of his neck, and he dies again. On the next return, Marcus actually sticks to the plan, and the hammer works great for thinning out the zombies. Our hero starts thinking things are finally going their way until he spots a giant zombie. He assumes it's probably the old giant that used to guard the temple and eventually joined the Demon King's undead fan club. The Black Witch grumbles that if the cult interrogator were around, they would have found out more about it. My guy confidently claims that he will handle the giant himself but ends up dying. In the next revival, Marcus decides he wants to fight the giant zombie. Our boy immediately panics because he desperately needs the old man to keep the other zombies in check with the hammer. But Marcus insists he wants to try out his sword. Our hero stops him again using his favorite all-purpose excuse, prophet. Then he asks the Black Witch to hit the giant's eye with her spell. She brightens instantly because clearly she has been waiting ages for someone to give her permission. Their brilliant plan lasts about some nanoseconds before the giant fires a massive beam right back. They die together. In the next round, my guy summons his 100 souls right away. The Black Witch questions whether his skill even has a cooldown or if he just makes things up whenever it's convenient. He insists it does. Then he tells her and Marcus to take on the giant zombie, but begs her not to target the eye, because something terrible will happen. She keeps staring at it anyway because the eye is practically begging to be hit. He pleads with her to resist. Marcus takes our boy's side because of the prophet logic. The Black Witch reluctantly gives up on her eye-sniping dreams. As she attacks the giant normally, the Demon King quietly slips away to the 14th floor, and the environment resets into its temple form again. The trio teleports to the 14th floor too. The Demon King runs to the 15th. They teleport again. He bolts to the 16th. This chase continues all the way to the 19th floor, where his presence weakens even more. He decides this is all our hero's fault. My guy finally gets a clear look at the Demon King's eyes and thinks it's tragic. They have been enemies this long without proper eye contact. He pulls out the Holy Sword and challenges the Demon King to face him properly, but the Demon King tries to run again. Our boy wonders just how weak he will get if he keeps this up, and warns that at this rate, he might outstay the Demon King's entire life story. The Demon King gets even angrier, and our hero calls him Estelle, demanding he face him with everything he has. Now this is where things take a full dive into nightmare mode, and I mean the premium deluxe version. Right after my guy gets killed by the Demon King, that medium level penalty kicks in and drags him straight into the killer's trauma. Let's call it the Hungry Demon's journey. Starting from where we left, those so-called knights go ahead and torch the entire temple, proudly declaring every innocent person a cursed creature. Estelle watches all this unfold, completely lost on how anyone can burn people alive and act like they are doing holy charity work. They treat her like some fake saint while pretending their emperor personally approves this disaster. They even mumble prayers for their soldiers while committing the exact evil they claim to be fighting. Estelle just can't figure out how they manage to sleep at night. She watches children, elders, newborns, literally everyone, screaming, struggling, and turning to ash. She stares at the burnt remains and remembers each face. The boy who once handed her apples, and the injured girl she healed, who thanked her like she had been given a new life. All those memories hit her at once. She collapses, calling their names, absolutely shattered. Everything around her sinks deeper into darkness. She wonders how people capable of kindness and tears end up being treated like they are not even human. She can't understand how others throw the word monster at them without blinking. That bitterness builds up inside her, swallowing everything. She starts blaming the ones who believe only they qualify as real humans, while her people keep getting labeled as beasts. Her resentment lands like a storm, and her heart screams. She curses them. If their cruelty created this version of her, then fine. She decides to take that cruelty and give it right back. Young yanks our boy awake, reminding him that this horror show is not his personal trauma package. The scene ends, and after checking if his brain is still in one piece, the penalty gets cleared. And then round 2. The real fight between him and the Demon King kicks off again. As the Demon King's form bursts apart, Young tells our hero to hurry because the Demon King's head is finally exposed. My guy strikes, and the Demon King cries in pain. Our boy notices the body shrinking, most of that disgusting fluid gone, and the tower confirms it. The Demon King can't believe what is happening, and cries out on behalf of his children's grudges. Our hero tells him straight to go back to the 20th floor, as he can't win anymore, and should return to where it all started, where his story actually began, and where it should finally end. Marcus grabs his sword, ready to step in, but the Black Witch stops him, saying my guy deserves to land the final hit. The Demon King spits out a curse, and runs off to the 20th floor. The past reshapes itself, and the surroundings shift again. Our boy turns to Marcus and the Black Witch and apologizes, saying he wants to finish this last part alone. He genuinely thanks them for everything, and asks them to let him settle things personally. The Black Witch does not mind, as he has been carrying most of this mission anyway, and she has already broken her promise about staying still for 5 days, so she is fully planning to sit this one out. Marcus reminds him that only 1 day is left, and if he clears the final floor, he wants a private talk later. My guy thanks them both and teleports away. The tower welcomes him to the 20th floor, the grand finale, and notes he is the only challenger. It starts calculating all the rewards from floors 11 to 19 at once. It acknowledges his achievements, adjusts his authority, and grants him the limited rank of apostle. Except for the EX grade skill, the tower gives him the power to modify all his other skills too. Our boy still does not know who built this tower, why it exists, or why it collects beings from different worlds. But he feels like he finally understands what kind of existence the tower itself is. Something that watches their decisions, something that tracks every choice they make. He turns toward the Demon King, ready to end this once and for all. The Demon King warns him not to harm his village. The tower announces the start of the boss stage. The sky above them is perfectly clear, bright blue, not a single cloud anywhere, and there won't be any rain. Perfect weather for a final showdown apparently. The Demon King still remembers those burn marks and that fire. He accuses our boy of trying to make him forget what those noble geniuses did. He gets worked up and summons his sword because apparently yelling was not enough. In our hero's eyes, the whole scene is basically the world's tiniest theater stage, and the Demon King is acting like the final boss of all villains. The Demon King charges at him, ready to strike, but my guy just blocks it like he is swatting away a fly. It hits him then and there. Their roles have totally reversed. He reminds the Demon King that back on the 12th floor, he was the one hunting and the Demon King was the big scary figure. Now the whole world feels upside down. The Demon King keeps wishing our boy would just drop dead, but honestly that's the least effective wish he could have made. Our hero slices through his body before he even gets a proper swing in, and the Demon King's presence starts flickering. Slash after slash he gets dimmer. The tower even steps in and strips him of his level, his title and that fancy name Demon King of the Autumn Rain. The darkness starts leaking out of the Demon King, and he immediately freaks out, begging the tower not to take away his power. Meanwhile, our hero looks at him like he is watching a Jenga tower about to collapse. The Demon King tells him to stay back, so of course he walks straight toward him. And not just walks, he basically challenges the Demon King to go on then and stop him with his sword, authority or anything, because if he does not try anything, he is cutting him down. The Demon King snaps and screams at him for doing this after everything his people suffered. My guy reminds him of his own words about how he is just some foreigner who fell into this world by accident. He agrees that the whole continent burnt his village, but hunters like him had nothing to do with her tragedy. And honestly, the Demon King is in no condition to argue, as he can barely hold himself upright, let alone win a debate. The Demon King then tries to use the fact that he never wanted to hurt anyone and just wanted to heal the sick. Our boy responds with the truth bomb package. He reminds him how Estelle, the young poor girl, once feared him herself and begged her father to save her, and despite that, the Demon King still caused countless disasters. And that was not even the peak of terrible decisions. Our hero brings up the child the Demon King was trusted with, the one he ate, and then bragged about saving. He starts listing every betrayal. The Demon King of course denies everything, going on about how he did not remember being human, did not know any better, and would have made better life choices if he had. Classic villain energy, tragic backstory downloaded but accountability deleted. My guy points out that humans used the exact same excuses anyway. Even the king who burnt his village probably shrugged and claimed he did not know Estelle was not a witch like that magically fixes arson. When the Demon King accuses him of lying, our boy calmly explains that people are fully capable of inventing even worse excuses if it helps them sleep at night. But surely not every person in that whole continent was in on the plan. Somebody had to be clueless, statistically speaking. For him, justice is basically karma's buy one suffer one sale. And if the Demon King insists those shadow creatures he summoned count as humans, then he has to experience the same treatment himself. Now the Demon King looks completely lost. Our hero then asks the tower to activate his clear reward. Since he gets to tweak one skill, he picks the 100 Souls ability and wants to edit the no memory inheritance rule, because apparently he wants to run a more emotionally consistent afterlife. The Demon King just watches. My guy is not even asking for anything else, just memories, and the tower approves it, checks and upgrades the skill. And just like that, 100 Souls jumps to SS grade, letting him summon souls with their old faces and their entire mental hard drive restored. Our boy then gets ready to kill the Demon King, and even tries to make it sound nicer, suggesting that if killing feels too harsh, the Demon King can just think of it as doing exactly what he did, swallowing people. Honestly, our hero seems relieved the guy turned human. Otherwise, the whole reincarnation thing would have not worked. The Demon King makes one last attack attempt, and Hurryung instantly notices how pitiful it is. The stance is bad, the feet are unstable, and the Demon King is not even looking where he is swinging. Hurryung comments that this is what happens when someone relies on aura and flashy nonsense instead of real training. My guy gives a casual swing, and the Demon King's sword snaps. He is about to land the final hit when Hurryung interrupts him. Our boy asks why. Hurryung tells him that the Demon King at the moment is not a monster, and is technically an NPC, and they don't even know if NPCs qualify for 100 Souls summon. Our hero thought it would be like that. Hurryung scolds him, saying the tower is annoyingly strict about these things. If my guy kills him and the tower claims NPCs don't count, then congratulations, he has officially wasted the kill. Our boy did not have that plot twist on his bingo card. Hurryung even reminds him that the skill states people he killed, not NPCs he bullied. Our hero argues NPCs are people too, and Hurryung shoots that down immediately, calling it his overly generous interpretation. Meanwhile, the Demon King sits there awkwardly, like someone who accidentally walked into a family fight and now can't figure out how to exit the room without being noticed. My guy finally asks the tower for clarification. The tower claims it can't decide, as this is above its pay grade, but since our boy is the Death Sovereign, the question will be escalated to the 6 Pillars of Life for a grand committee vote. Our hero, absolutely overwhelmed, basically asks the tower to slow down as he needs a moment to reboot his mental processor. My guy gets yanked into the netherworld by the tower with no warning, no transition, just poof, here you go. The tower starts checking attendance like it's running some divine classroom roll call. First comes the 6th Pillar of Life, Staff of Ancient Times. Then the 5th Pillar of Life, the Princess that walks across mirages. Then the 4th Pillar of Life, the Moon that takes care of the blind. Then the 3rd Pillar of Life, Legislator of the Beginning. And finally the 2nd Pillar of Life, the God who dances in the void. Truly, a very casual lineup of beings who could probably erase planets before breakfast. Our hero looks around and sees absolutely no one, yet the atmosphere is so heavy he can practically feel the universe staring at him. The tower announces the 6 pillars are present, and shares our boy's burning question. Does the 100 Souls summon also work on NPCs? The tower tells the pillars to vote if they agree. My guy then hears some language he has never heard before. Normally anything said in the tower translates itself nicely, but these 6 pillars are apparently above such conveniences, probably because they are not even proper tower residents. They might even be the original designers. Anyways, the voting begins. 2 agree, 2 object, and 1 just gives up. Our hero notices the great beings who decide his fate somehow submitted an invalid vote, and wonders what kind of cosmic joke is going on. Then he realizes someone still has not voted, and that someone is the first pillar. He was not mentioned earlier because the first pillar lives here permanently, knows everything all the time, and is basically the tower's landlord. Our boy believes the vote should be in his favor, because if NPCs are not included, then someone needs to explain how the Demon King summoned so many monsters, as all those people the Demon King killed were the NPCs. He also knows everyone is worried he will go on an NPC slaughtering spree for power, but he is sure he has shown what kind of guy he is. He assures them he is very much not that type, and he is not planning to start either. The first pillar finds his speech was not bad but still confusing and tells him to speak from his heart instead of his head. My guy just smiles and claims he is the one who caught the Demon King and does not want the tower messing with his prey. Apparently that counts as heartfelt because the first pillar votes for him. Voting finally ends. 3 agree, 2 object, and 1 forfeits. Congratulations to our hero. His skill now works on NPCs too. The tower immediately removes his temporary apostle authority. Then the meeting ends and he returns. Huryung calls out to him because he is just standing there like a statue. Time in the netherworld felt both instant and eternal to him. Once he returns to his senses, our boy asks if Huryung saw anything. Huryung takes it that my guy has officially lost his senses and probably turned into an actual zombie, a joke he now swears he will stop making. Our hero meanwhile is shocked that a legend like Huryung, someone who cleared 99 floors in another world, does not even know about the 6 pillars. He wonders who those beings actually are, but forces himself to calm down. There is a lot he does not understand, but there are things he does know, like the Demon King begging for mercy. Our boy plans to give the Demon King one final blow, convinced he will figure out the rest when he reaches the 100th floor anyway. Huryung, moving at his usual slow ghost pace, wonders if he is really about to kill the Demon King without asking the tower again. But our hero already knows what he is doing. He kills the Demon King, who turns into black liquid, tells it to revive itself, and then Estelle reappears in human form. Even though the face looks the same, he knows it's a newborn existence now, and the one who creates life is responsible for it. He tells the Demon King that Estelle is a name he previously stole from the girl, and he has no right to use it, so he renames him Hungry Demon, and announces himself as the master. Hungry Demon accepts instantly, and that's how the Demon King, who did not deserve a name in the first place, receives one on the 5th and final day. One of the 2 kings falls just like that. Huryung, completely baffled, cannot understand how a creature that should be furious is instead kneeling and crying like our boy broke its heart. My guy claims he understands, and Huryung will understand soon too. Meanwhile, the tower tries searching for the Demon King's existence on the 20th floor but can't find him. History shifts, and Hungry Demon starts sobbing harder as the Imperial army arrives. The Hungry Demon drops to its knees, crying so hard and begging our hero to save its village. It swears it won't hold grudges or take revenge and will basically do whatever he orders, like the most loyal servant ever created. My guy agrees to help, cause why not? Huryung watches all this and suddenly gets hit with the revelation that a lord is supposed to protect his people. He apologizes for not realizing it earlier. Our boy reminds him he lost the bet, so maybe he should stop giving speeches and start thinking about the consequences coming his way. He then steps in front of the advancing army and blocks them. Sarbus gets offended instantly, like someone threw mud on his royal boots. He starts yelling about the Emperor's will and purifying monsters, because apparently they heard some witch was charming innocent people into rebellion. Their solution turns out to burn everyone. There are also some others as well in the army. Our hero checks his minimap, and it turns out to be the groups he saved before: paladins, elves, magicians, warriors, merchants, tribes, and soldiers. Basically half the continent owes their lives to him. Yet here they all are, ready to barbecue people on command. Sarbus demands to know who he is. Meanwhile, the tower starts whispering dramatic lines about the hunter of the world where time froze and how the humans of this world are unaware of the justice and devotion my guy has committed, and gives him the choice whether he will keep choosing to be a hunter of such a world. Our boy turns to Sarbus and finds him hilarious, still clinging to imperial orders even though the emperor is pretty much falling apart. Sarbus, of course, completely misunderstands everything and decides our hero must be sent by the witch. My guy fires right back, exposing Sarbus for trying to dethrone the crown prince. It's the information he casually dug up from Sarbus's trauma. He reminds Sarbus how generous the emperor was, taking him from a lifelong fishing net laborer to commander. Sarbus gets flustered and accuses our boy of being from Amber Palace, like he is part of some royal soap opera trying to sway the crowd. Our hero then goes full dramatic. He raises the holy sword like he is about to deliver a movie-winning speech, and announces he is the envoy of the founding emperor, Lafanta Agam. He calls out the chaos of the imperial family and the crown prince's uselessness. He knows Sarbus is loyal to the empire, so he plays that card perfectly. He asks Sarbus if he is upset. Sarbus does not even dare breathe too loudly, let alone show irritation. My guy tells him to get off his horse if he is not upset. Sarbas practically jumps down. Our boy then commands him to protect the rising sun, the seas, and everything that breathes. Sarbas bows like a true soldier, and everyone else follows. Hyung watches this and realizes our hero is not just good at talking nonsense, but he is good at selling it too. So he teaches him another trick. Bluffing works like swordsmanship. It's all about confidence, and if he can trick himself, he can trick anyone. Meanwhile, the others whisper because they are not mind-controlled like the Empire's soldiers. Sarbas carefully asks, after politely asking permission, why my guy is even there when they came to subjugate the witch. Our boy remembers Hyung's advice, puts on his most confident liar face, and claims he already subdued her. He then points at the hungry demon. The soldiers instantly recognize it as the witch Saintess, and scream to kill it. Our hero calls the hungry demon over, and makes it kneel, lower its head, press its forehead to the dirt, and then do a forward roll. It hesitates for 2 seconds. My guy threatens it, and suddenly it's rolling like a circus performer. Then he makes it do a handstand, jump 20 times, sit-ups, push-ups, and planks. Honestly, the poor thing is doing a full workout routine in front of an army while he proves his point. Each action flows naturally into the next as he demonstrates. It ends up exhausted, and our boy proudly shows everyone he has it fully under control. Sarbas is almost convinced, until the paladin of the temple interrupts him, reminding him that they came to subjugate her. Sarbas and the paladin start arguing like two kids fighting over whose turn it is. The whole scene reminds our hero of that mess between the guild leaders and Marcus on the 12th floor, and he suddenly understands why the hungry demon tried to divide the hunters earlier. The magician of the waterfall finally cuts through all the pointless noise, acting like the only adult there. She tells everyone they are making things way more complicated than necessary. According to her, they just need answers to 3 simple questions. Is our boy actually the founding emperor's envoy? Is Estelle really the witch everyone whispers about? And did he seriously manage to overpower her? To settle it once and for all, she pulls out the Jade of Soul, which is a crystal gifted by the merfolk's wise king. Apparently, a single drop of blood can expose whether a person is good or bad. Then she turns to our hero and the hungry demon, and tells them to go ahead and take the test. Our hero asks if this whole crystal business works like the paladin's skill that detects power, and Hyung just nods like yes, of course those human-shaped creatures really know how to make these fancy gadgets. My guy then agrees to take the test. The magician of the waterfall warns him that lying to the jade crystal is pointless, then turns to the hungry demon first. She grabs it, slices its palm, and lets the blood drip onto the crystal. The second the drop lands, the jade turns completely black like it gave up on life, and everyone instantly decides the hungry demon is exactly what they expected, a dangerous creature with a long resume of terrible deeds. In their eyes, it's not even a witch but a full-blown demon king. The magician tosses it aside like she is taking out the trash and looks at our boy next. Our hero is already standing there like a star student ready for attendance. She cuts his palm, drops the blood, and suddenly the crystal starts glowing as if someone just turned on stage lights. Everyone freezes. The magician of the waterfall looks like she is witnessing a miracle she did not sign up for. She starts calling my guy pure light itself, while the paladin of the temple who doubted him earlier can't see anything and is just standing there confused. She insists our boy's soul is shining like a whole sunrise, but he sees absolutely nothing. She then starts ranting about how this is exactly why dealing with low-grade humans is exhausting. She is fully convinced now that no one with a soul like our heroes could ever lie, and even if he did, it would obviously be for their benefit. She happily declares he must be the goddess's apostle. My guy just goes along with it. The knights whisper among themselves because they did not actually see any light, but they did see him shine earlier, and even the holy sword sparkles next to him. A human-shaped creature points out that the sword looks like one the Emperor of Agam used, so now they are assuming our boy belongs to some incredibly elite family. The paladin of the temple, however, still is not buying it. He insists the temple should be burnt down because the Pope is not only worried about the witch, but there are the witch's followers too. According to him, divine punishment is not optional, and if our hero really is the apostle, he should lead the charge. Hyung quietly tells my guy that the best lies are mostly truth with a sprinkle of nonsense. Our boy then warns the paladin to watch his mouth, since the level of punishment is his decision, not theirs. He claims he already carried out divine punishment by absorbing all the evil, and decides to show them proof by summoning 100 skeletons. The knights practically jump back, convinced they are demons. Our hero, meanwhile, very calmly explains that every single one of those creatures is basically an evil he absorbed, and that the witch is not the only wicked gremlin in the neighborhood. He also casually drops that the goddess personally assigned him to wipe out the world's evil and yeet demons straight into hell, and what they are seeing at the moment is his custom-made hell decor. The magician of the waterfall gets emotional, completely heartbroken that he has been doing all this heavy-duty holy work while everyone else was out here living rent-free. She feels awful that no one realized he was an apostle and that he carried all this trauma solo as a mere human. My guy just shrugs it off while claiming it's his responsibility anyway. He also assures them that they don't even need to punish the evil witch separately, since he already locked away every wicked being, and they will be suffering forever under his shadow because according to him, he is their hell. The magician immediately starts crying again because in her mind he has been heroically carrying the entire universe on his back like a dramatic K-drama lead. And sure, most of what he claimed is technically true, just, very creatively arranged. Young, who has finally reached maximum patience levels, realizes there is nothing left he can teach this guy. He looks serious and tells him they should leave, because from his ghostly eyes, he is practically the picture of innocence, like some spotless little kid, and watching someone as shameless as our boy any longer is testing his entire existence. Our hero jokingly calls him humble, and still wants to learn more from his wicked personality. Then he faces everyone again, and declares that this is the goddess's will and divine judgment, and obviously they should know that by now. He asks if anyone plans on going against her extremely strict instructions. The paladin of the temple, still holding on to that one stubborn brain cell, asks what he plans to do if the demons escape and start chaos. So my guy decides he is done with all questions. He restores one of the skeletons back to its original form, revealing Suha, who immediately starts screaming threats, promising to burn our boy alive for turning him into that monstrosity. Our hero just ignores him like someone ignoring a toddler having a meltdown in a grocery store. He turns to the others and announces that Suha is as wicked as the witch, possibly even worse. Meanwhile, Suha is looking around, calling the creatures lizards, and judging everyone's aesthetics like he is on some demonic fashion critique show. My guy then orders him to dance, and Suha starts dancing like an idle trainee who did not sign up for this, cursing our boy with every move. Our hero assures the others that demons can't disobey him. Finally, the paladin of the temple swears loyalty, and the knights all follow. The tower congratulates our boy for clearing the normal stage, the hidden quest, and the boss stage. After that, the tower starts calculating the rewards, and announces that all of them will be delivered to my guy in a day, right when the 21st floor opens. Oriung laughs like our hero somehow cheated the tower by acting his way through a boss fight. Honestly, he kind of did, but our boy is completely unbothered. In his mind, he cleared every floor exactly how he planned, with no hunters dying, no soldiers getting roasted, and even the Demon King ending up packed neatly inside a hungry demon. According to him, the 20th floor would have been cleared even if he just observed without doing anything. And with the whole village disappearing in flames, it is just one of the ways it could have ended because the tower does not care at all. It just wants an ending, happy or tragic. Otherwise, Subai never would have survived the 40th floor. My guy knows this world is not fixed by the tower, and this is not an ending they had no choice in. This was simply the ending he chose, the one day without sky rain or world burning. Young wants to know if summoning Subai was also part of this perfectly planned ending by him. Meanwhile, in the background, Subai continues dancing like he is auditioning for a boy band. Our hero gives him a thumbs up, like this is the peak of his day. The tower then announces the official clearance of the 20th floor. Our boy checks his phone to see news, expecting internet. Obviously, nothing works. Young reminds him that he did say public opinion no longer matters to him. My guy suddenly has selective amnesia. Apparently he wants recognition from Marcus and the Black Witch, but at the same time he believes in the more the merrier approach. Young spots the greed instantly but still has no clue why. Before our hero can answer, someone basically storms in like a human tornado. The Black Witch launches herself at him for a hug, while it looks more like she is trying to snap him in half while aggressively complimenting him. Marcus, on the other hand, stands there like backup decoration. She then shoves her phone in his face and proudly shows the chaos outside the tower. She even went down to the first floor just to save posts. The internet is full of his nickname and arguments over who contributed more, her, Marcus, or him. People are even debating where he came from and how he shot up to ranker level out of nowhere. Our boy can't believe she actually climbed down 18 floors to screenshot gossip. She also does not want him to read the comments because, as always, someone somewhere is jealous enough to type something ugly. She insists he ignore losers like that, especially when he cleared the floor without a single casualty. He looks at her like she just descended from heaven. Young rolls his eyes because this guy just calls anyone who is mildly kind to him an angel. My guy then upgrades her to goddess, and the ghost spiritually collapses. She then pulls out the previous day's newspaper showing he is now ranked 3rd. Apparently this has never happened since the tower opened, as no one has ever shot from 0 to the top 3 in one leap. She congratulates him and advises him to act responsibly, since he is now representing hunters. He does not get the hint, so she explains that he is in all 5 guilds and still belongs to none, and someone in his position usually becomes a leader. She also assures him that if he wants to clear the tower alone like Marcus, she won't stop him. Marcus takes that very personally. Then she asks about the Imperial army camping nearby. Our hero gives a trimmed version of everything that happened, because telling the whole saga might require a week. She immediately notices he has become an impressively smooth liar. He grins because that's exactly how he cleared the 20th floor without spilling blood. She assures him she is not criticizing him, as the outcome is actually impressive. Now they can trade with the continent instead of tiptoeing around those eternally irritated elders outside the tower, who treat food prices like a life-or-death debate. Marcus, however, reminds them that trading is basically a charity act anyway, since the tower is superior in every possible category. Watching the Black Witch and Marcus chat like two co-workers bonding over office gossip, our boy suddenly realizes they have gotten far too comfortable with each other, especially considering their first encounter. He eventually offers his own name, throwing in the fact that he is known in the Empire as the Emperor's Envoy and the Goddess's Apostle, a set of titles enough to open doors, gates, and maybe a few heavens. The Black Witch accepts the favor, but instantly recognizes the glint of someone who definitely wants something. And he does. He wants the entire 20th floor. As for floors 11 through 19, he leaves it to her to do whatever she wants with them. She considers the offer reasonable but still needs to present it to the guild leaders. What she can't wrap her head around is why he even wants this land in the first place. It looks about as valuable as abandoned rubble, but he insists he prefers property over money. Deep down, it's not like he wants to become a real estate agent, but rather he is doing it for the hungry demon. She then decides to gather the guild leaders, but then her eyes land on Suha, who is still busy twirling around. She points at him and demands to know what that even is. My guy wants her to just act like she never witnessed it. After that, the three of them make their way back down to the first floor city and settle on meeting again at the same little cafe. For everyone else, only about 5 days have slipped by, but for our hero, it feels like he has lived through ages. At last, he thinks he has finally wrapped up everything on the 20th floor. When the Black Witch pushes open the door, she gives him a heads up so that he can brace himself, because apparently the tower won't stop talking about him. And the second the door swings open, our boy is smacked in the face by a massive crowd of journalists, all geared up to bombard him with questions. The moment they step outside, reporters swarm our boy like they have been waiting their whole lives for this exact second. They start firing questions at him about whether he is really the one who cleared the 20th floor, and what's going on between him and the Black Witch, all that dramatic chaos the media lives for. The Black Witch, clearly expecting this circus, quietly tells him to keep his mouth shut. In her opinion, he has zero media skills and would probably spill something he should not within the first 5 seconds. Then she asks what kind of image he wants to present, mysterious or superstar. Apparently he has to decide immediately, because switching later is like trying to unburn toast. Choosing the star route means becoming an actual celebrity, complete with accounts, schedules, a secretary, and staff following him around. That's the very reason Marcus likes to work alone, because he refuses to deal with any of this. Our hero asks what he has to do if he picks the mysterious vibe. The Black Witch explains that in that case he will have no social platforms, no magazine shoots, no broadcasts, and only 2 interviews per year. And even then, only with reporters she approves. When he asks if that's really all, she gives him the look people give when someone clearly has no idea what they are signing up for. She reminds him that attention is addictive, and even a few kind comments can make someone feel like royalty. So imagine millions reacting to everything he does. Marcus calls it all fake anyway, and Black Witch agrees, but she believes fake things can still feel dangerously nice. She eventually pushes him for a decision, and he goes for recognition, not fame, just acknowledgement from people who matter to him, whether that's 3 individuals or a whole stadium. She still thinks the difference sounds thin, but at least he is not chasing the spotlight for fun, so she relaxes a little. My guy then wonders how on earth he is supposed to keep a straight face on purpose. She reveals the secret technique. Think of something awful. She shares the memory she uses years ago, her father dying during a civil war in the outside world. They were running, soldiers were close, and her father stayed behind to buy her time. She ran, even when gunfire echoed behind her. She does not beat herself up for it as she was young, but regrets never turning around just once. That memory helps her stay unreadable. He quietly digs into his own darkness, the moment Suba killed him. When he taps into that, she notices the shift instantly. Turns out he is a fast learner. The trio then heads into a cafe to meet the other guild leaders. The cult interrogator greets him with admiration. The paladin, meanwhile, admits she thought Marcus and the Black Witch had died during the raid. Now that they are alive and the 20th floor is cleared, she hopes our boy has some wisdom to offer. He just shrugs, claiming he only lived a kind life. But he is still genuinely glad to see them, even though for them it's been 5 days while he practically lived many entire alternate timelines. The Countess then shares how they stayed in the audience chamber like they promised, but eventually the Empire's NPCs marched in. Our hero assumes that must have been around his Demon King moment on the 12th floor. The cult interrogator recalls how the NPCs labeled them invaders and chased them with soldiers, nearly scaring his soul out of his body. The Viper is impressed with the cult interrogator, who busted out of the prison they were thrown into. Apparently he found some hidden tunnel, and the interrogator feels he has returned to his glorious younger days. The Black Witch casually brings up how everyone in the room had a rough life before entering the tower. Countess grew up in a harsh village. Viper's parents were gang royalty, and Paladin had her own baggage, and somehow all of them ended up there together. The Paladin tries to steer things back to the meeting topic, and wonders if this means they are including my guy in their group now. The Black Witch confirms it, as he played a huge part in raiding the tower. She mentions that this time not a single person died. Hundreds joined them on the 11th floor raid, and every one of them survived. She even considers making him the tower's representative since everyone else comes with special issues. The Countess is obsessed with money and proudly admits it. The cult interrogator has a long list of bodies behind him and calls them necessary sacrifices. The Paladin hates attention, and the Viper, well, the Black Witch declares him too ugly for the media, which ends the conversation for him. Marcus only cares about sharpening his sword, and she herself hides whenever she feels like it. Meanwhile, our boy has no defined image yet. The cult interrogator agrees that they are all too old news for the public. Even their magazine covers barely sell anymore. He circles our hero like a fashion scout, nods at his height, and decides he just needs to look decent in photos. Then he wonders about my guy's dating life. When our boy reveals he is single, the man sighs in relief that no scandals are incoming. Then they discuss how our hero has a slightly mischievous smile, perfect for a mysterious concept. But since he has never dated, rumors might explode. The Black Witch assures them she will handle it. Apparently she has been donating to an orphanage anonymously just to prepare for future rumors and plans to credit him for the donations. After their discussion winds down, the cult interrogator decides they need a designer and photographer immediately, since they at least need one photo of him released today. Our hero nearly short-circuits because obviously they were aiming for a mysterious vibe, so why photos? The Black Witch gently requests cooperation just for a day because the whole world is dying to see what he looks like, and thus begins his torment. He gets shoved through makeup chairs, styling stations, and posing directions he never asked for. The Black Witch suggests a young adventurer theme. The cult interrogator loves it. Meanwhile, Her Young enjoys my guy's suffering more than he should. Eventually, our boy hits his limit. Hunters, in his opinion, should focus on climbing towers, not worrying about lighting angles. He even blames them for failing the 10th floor for many years because they wasted time on nonsense like this. The guild leaders don't get offended. Rather, they love the line and immediately plan to use it. The Countess suggests a magazine title. A hunter is someone who climbs the tower. The Viper feels nostalgic seeing him getting annoyed. Our boy tries to return to the point that he came to discuss the 20th floor, not build a PR empire. They ignore him completely, busy crafting a narrative about him being the selfless hunter who shared floors 11 through 19 with everyone. They discuss using his raid photo as the cover, and mention donations after, and to top it off, they want to give him the 20th floor out of respect. Our hero starts questioning reality. Marcus notices because he experienced the exact same meltdown when he was ranked first. He explains the guild leaders want the world to see they have lived honorably after giving up so much. He urges my guy to escape before the entire day disappears. Our boy does not need to be told twice, they both flee, with Black Witch yelling after him to remember the press conference the next day. After getting away, Marcus and our hero climb to the top of a building where a vigilante spots my guy and nearly explodes with excitement. He begs Marcus for an autograph, then eagerly turns to our boy. Our hero freezes as he has never autographed anything in his life, but somehow he manages it. The guy leaves hopping like he just won $1 million lottery. My guy then turns to Marcus and brings up the kill count Marcus can see. He does not blame the old man. He knows Marcus only targets people who have harmed countless others. He then admits he is the same, and he has only fought those who have taken many lives. He encourages Marcus to think of him as someone walking a similar path. Marcus cuts him off as he does not think he needs to explain. He clarifies that he is not like other hunters. Most high rankers entered the tower after brutal lives, but he grew up without those scars. He confesses he often wondered whether he succeeded because he was truly skilled or because he'd always been at the top. He wants to prove his pride is not a delusion. Our boy finally understands why the old man climbed the tower. Marcus explains he relied on talent for too long and wants to dismantle anything that clouds his judgment. Then he poses one final question. Has our hero ever killed an innocent person? My guy realizes Marcus does not want logic, and he wants truth. He remembers the first pillar's advice and answers with his whole heart. No, he has not, and he won't. In the very next moment, Marcus shatters his own detective insight skill right there, choosing to trust his own eyes going forward. He compliments our boy for surviving the past few days and thanks him for handling his stubbornness. He even admits he enjoyed clearing floors 12 through 19 with him. He urges him to rest as the 21st floor will open after the press conference, and jumps off the building. Leaving, our hero checks with Her Young, who confirms Marcus truly acknowledged him. My guy collapses on the spot, finally thinking the nightmare is over. Her Young, however, does not look convinced. A system window suddenly appears. The goddess of protection praises our boy and declares him worthy of being her apostle. He has no idea why this is happening. Now, the goddess wants him to trust himself, and instructs him to look down and slightly left. He remembers her power clearing the sky on the 12th floor and takes a guess that she is the Holy Sword. She confirms it. The next day arrives, and the news is busy running a dramatic showdown about the mysterious person who cleared the 20th floor. Every channel keeps replaying the same clip, the Black Witch holding hands with a hunter, whose identity they proudly revealed like they solved world peace. And then there is the famous footage in which our hero appears cutting down the 12th floor boss in a single strike. My guy shuts off the blaring screen, trying to save himself from an early emotional death. Hyung complains instantly, because of course he enjoyed watching the chaos. Our boy snaps back, overwhelmed with embarrassment, which only encourages the ghost to tease him more. As if it's not enough, the goddess of protection steps in with her sparkly, all-knowing commentary, insisting that all this attention is simply the price of being amazing. Our hero is still exhausted from the previous day, and honestly thinks she is giving him way too much credit. Like, relax ma'am. The holy sword starts trembling. Apparently she suddenly remembered that dramatic roar he unleashed in the Empire's castle. He panics, plugging both ears like a kid who refuses to listen when someone brings up their embarrassing baby photos. He begs her to stop, especially since he only yelled because he got a little too hyped. But the goddess? She is not done. She starts quoting every line he shouted back then, praising him like a hardcore fan who memorized the entire script. That's when he realizes the sword is basically fangirling over him, the way he used to admire her young. Like, great, a weapon with feelings is just what he needed. She keeps piling on the compliments until he grabs the sword and warns her. The blade starts shaking, sensing danger, and immediately shuts up. Once she finally stops talking, he notices a pattern that confirms she is a constellation, which only confuses him more, as constellations are supposed to be floor managers, not whatever this giggling sword girl situation is. He has seen weird stuff before, like a monster turning into a constellation, but an item doing it, that's a new level of strange. The goddess explains that constellations basically represent certain concepts. She used to be a holy spirit worshipped as a god until the Empire's founder Lafanta Agum shattered her into 5 pieces and sealed them away. She reveals her true name, Idol, and that the remaining fragments are her sisters: compassion, prayer, sacrifice, and salvation. If he collects all 5, she will be back to full power. He asks where the others are, and she suddenly goes quiet enough to make him suspicious. He asks again, silence. He guesses she has no idea, and she basically uses her right to remain silent, confirming it. She insists she can sense them if they are close by, but that's about it. For now, he decides it is not urgent. She is at like 20% battery anyway, so he asks what he is supposed to gain from this whole mission. She tries to charm him with benefits he already knows. Then the sword starts glowing intensely. His eyes water from the brightness, and he snaps besides cheering crowds and acting like a lamp. What else can she do? She boasts she is good at slicing through not only people, but she knows how to deal with monsters. Just then a knock comes from the door, like someone is confused about the racket happening inside. The Black Witch is the one standing there. My guy tells her he is okay, and she reminds him that the press event is starting in a few minutes. After that, the next floor will open, and she wants him to head there once he wraps up answering a few questions. As her footsteps fade away, he turns back to the goddess. She starts whining about how he judged her, but he is completely done listening. He decides to call her Sparkly, because her fancy titles feel way too dramatic for someone who talks as much as she does. He even brings up how she could not save her own empire. What drives him insane is how loud she is. It's bad enough he has the ghost constantly buzzing in his ear like an annoying mosquito, and now the sword wants to join the noise competition too? No thanks. So he tells her she is only allowed to speak when absolutely necessary. She tries opening her mouth and he immediately threatens to ship her back to the Empire. She agrees instantly. Sparkly it is. The press meeting then kicks off. The Black Witch, my guy, and Marcus sit in front of a massive crowd. People shout the Black Witch's name like she is an original fan favorite, which she is considering she has been famous way before the Saintus wave swept in. She takes the mic and talks about clearing floors 11 through 20, saying it was an honor, thanking everyone, and proudly pointing out that nobody died this time. She asks the crowd to look at the tiles under their feet in Babylon Plaza, carved with the names of the people who gave their lives. Many names were added when floors 2 and 3 were taken, but now she announces there won't be any new ones. The crowd loses it. Reporters start shooting questions, and our hero sits there peacefully, realizing he does not have to lift a finger, as having capable teammates is a blessing from the heavens. While she handles everything smoothly, he waits for it to end so he can head to the 21st floor. Then one reporter, John Evans, gets the mic. He builds up his question like he is narrating a dramatic documentary, talking about my guy's sudden fame and tossing out a theory that maybe the major guilds secretly raised him behind the scenes. If that's true, Evans claims our boy is basically a product they manufactured. He then brings up worries about the guilds trying to control floors 11 to 20, mentioning rumors that they are teaming up. The Black Witch instantly catches on to what he is trying to pull, and signals for our hero to stay quiet and leave it to her to shut him down. But my guy knows people like Evans don't disappear just because you avoid them, so he decides he might as well address it once. He assures her it's fine and takes the mic in hand. She finally lets him speak, though she makes sure he knows she is not signing up to rescue him. If he does something incredibly dumb, he of course insists he is the calmest human she will ever meet, and he tosses out that prophet excuse like it's his membership card. He then greets the press and looks straight at Evans, who is staring at him so intensely it feels like he is trying to pierce my guy's skull with pure eye power. but our hero knows exactly how to deal with that sort of thing. He starts talking about how all the concerns around him come from his own lack of ability. Deep down, he is already planning to flip every single thing, so Ka once said, basically answering in the opposite style out of sheer survival instinct. So he repeats himself again about that incompetence part. He does not have the Black Witch's magical talent for talking circles around people, but he does have something that might be even more valuable. A flawless, crystal-clear memory of the most chaotic interview a hunter has ever delivered, courtesy of the one and only Yoon Soo-ka. That guy used to go on, bragging like he personally held the universe together while clearing the 20th floor solo. According to him, every reward practically had his name engraved on it, because he worked hard. And then for reasons only known to whatever malfunctioning star he was born under, he even insulted the reporter's dad. Our hero remembers every second of that disaster, and not in the fond, nostalgic way. Even when the Black Witch tried to undo the damage, Soo-ka still tossed family insults around. So now my guy just does the complete opposite. Where Subai demanded all the spotlight, he keeps repeating that he never would have gotten far without the Black Witch and Marcus. Where Subai bragged endlessly about his effort, he talks about working with the simple intention of keeping people alive, something he considers basic decency, not an award-winning accomplishment. And where Subai insisted everything naturally belonged to him, he politely claims he is not planning to keep anything. He has already handed the 19th floor resources to the guild leaders, and the 20th stays with the original residents, and he is perfectly fine just overseeing things like some chilled-out community manager. And unlike Subai, who once dragged a completely unrelated father into an argument, he ends the interview with a bright, friendly smile. Evans suddenly runs out of questions. Our boy can practically hear Subai in his head, yelling at Evans to get lost while roasting his entire nationality. But instead he thanks him politely, and even checks if he wants to ask more. That tiny bit of politeness backfires instantly as reporters flood him with new questions. Turns out doing the opposite of Suba works a little too well. Then a reporter from Hwanmun speaks up, and our hero already knows Suba would have mocked the guy's workplace for smelling like old men. Subai has become his built-in warning siren. If Subai would do it, he absolutely should not. So he answers calmly like an actual functioning adult. About an hour later, with 5 minutes left before the 21st floor opens, the team finally stops taking questions. The reporters still try squeezing in a last-minute ambush. The Black Witch gets it that they are all curious about the shiny new hero, but time is ticking. She asks everyone to keep supporting them, and mentions they will aim for 0 deaths again. Just when everything seems tied up neatly, a reporter tosses a question about her relationship with my guy. She grins and claims they are more than friends. Lovers? No, calm down. She calls them comrades. She even repeats it with extra emphasis, hoping people won't spin it into some dramatic love triangle fantasy, then ends the conference. Naturally, that only makes the reporters want our boy's answer too. She tells him to drop it and get moving. He can tell she is enjoying the fire she just lit. She even admits she loves a bit of well-placed drama, and believes throwing a spark at the end always leaves a strong impression. Once they finally get a moment away from the crowd, she exhales, grabs our hero's hand, and compliments him. She liked how humble he was. Apparently the public worships heroes who don't act like they are auditioning for the role of MCs. He stays quiet, fully aware that his entire performance was only possible because Subai is basically the universe's greatest caution sign. She then urges him he can ask for anything: status, money, women. He declines, but he does bring up the whole comrades thing. She explains she did it on purpose because reporters adore chasing scandals, and it's better they follow her around than dig into his personal life. He gets it now, and she reassures him there is nothing to worry about, as she has been dealing with the public for years, and he can rely on her when things get messy. Meanwhile, the countdown starts and the NPC appears. Her-Yong warns my guy not to loosen up too much. Our hero knows this is not the moment to act like he is at a festival. The 21st floor is a whole new level of headache. The NPC talks about how the first floor is a place for those who would rather run than climb. Anyone could have chosen that path, but they did not. They climbed from the 10th to the 20th, so it's only fair their dedication gets recognized. And then everyone starts teleporting out of nowhere. The NPC announces that from there on, only the chosen warriors continue climbing. Our boy teleports too, and they are greeted warmly the moment they arrive. The NPC there has been waiting quite a while for them, and welcomes them to the great library of all creation. The NPC starts rambling about life, claiming it's basically a journey that begins and ends with meeting certain people. According to it, that's the true meaning of life, meeting the right someone. And waiting is the seasoning that supposedly makes life richer. It introduces itself as a constellation called Librarian in a corner. The hunters, on the other hand, have just been yanked out of their own lives and dumped there, so they are understandably a little confused. Some are still yawning like they just woke up from a nap, while one hunter, extremely unlucky, seems to have been mid-bath when he got summoned. Now he is desperately trying to cover himself with leftover soap bubbles, probably questioning every single life decision that led him to this exact embarrassing moment. The librarian notices him and drops massive books over the naked hunters as if handing them instant outfits. My guy quietly breathes a sigh of relief because nothing is more awkward than feeling embarrassment for other people's naked misfortune. The Black Witch asks the librarian who it is, and where exactly they have landed. It claims that it is just a nobody managing a slightly larger than normal library. Compared to them, it insists it is merely an extra in someone else's story, and hopes they will treat it like the insignificant background character it pretends to be. Our boy notices the place is less a world and more like someone built an entire reality around a library. That piques the librarian's interest instantly. It floats over to our hero, recognizes him and assures him there is nothing to be wary of, as it is here just to welcome them all. To it, every one of the hunters is basically a hero ripped straight from an epic tale. It floats a book toward them with the title Awakens Empire Chronicles, and uses it as an example. Reading is apparently its favorite pastime, though these are not your typical bedtime stories. But these are full-on history books, each one chronicling a world the tower has created, complete with all the messy details. According to it, these particular hunters were picked out of the countless others, all because in their world, they are the only ones who actually got names. Naturally, this revelation sends everyone into a mild panic. People start quietly wondering if the 302 of them are really expected to raid the tower alone. The Black Witch also looks in panic, but the librarian, calm and unbothered, reassures her. It reminds her that she, my guy, and Marcus protected the Awakens Empire, so adding 300 more people should in theory make this stage a walk in the park. Our boy politely interrupts, pointing out that while meeting a living constellation is certainly thrilling and all, they would actually like to keep climbing the tower before everyone gets too comfortable standing around. The librarian suddenly seems to remember it has a job to do. It starts scanning through its books like someone searching for the perfect emotional story to impress them, and once it finds it, it gives everyone a quick warning. The moment it opens the book, everyone starts plummeting into another world. It explains that its library contains records of countless worlds. It shows them the book Awakens Empire Chronicles, the world they had already raided, and another book representing their own. According to it, these records go by many names. Some call them chronicles, others tales, some annals, or even sagas, but its favorite term is not even on the list. According to it, their apocalypse would technically be called a serialization, if one were to use the terminology preferred by everyone. The long prologue is finally over, and now they are actually climbing the tower and reading the real story. But, as expected, not every apocalypse continues smoothly. Some meet a sudden halt, a thing it calls serialization cancellation, and the world it's showing them is not the only one. Countless other worlds have already ended in exactly the same frustrating way. It explains that if one apocalypse ended because of fire, another might have ended because of water. It finds it tragic that the characters in those worlds live their lives just like everyone else, only to have everything cut off before they could reach a proper conclusion. It calls it serialization cancellation. Everyone else just calls it the end. When the hunters are yanked back into the library after watching all that chaos, several immediately throw up, which honestly is completely understandable. Hyeong also knows a normal human brain would have reacted the exact same way. Finally, the librarian gets around to the quest it was supposed to give. It calls it simple, which, if you have been paying attention throughout the whole story, is basically code for good luck. They have to choose one of 8 cancelled apocalypses, 8 worlds that already ended. It happily mentions that it wants to read those apocalypses even though their stories were already cut short. In other words, it wants to read the stories of the worlds that are gone. It wants the hunters to enter the books of the fallen worlds and save the apocalypses that experience serialization cancellation. Basically, they will have to step into 8 doomed worlds and prevent the end of each one. And that, according to the librarian, is the quest it is handing over. The hunters start decorating the neat library floor with their vomit, and the librarian asks them to clean up their own mess because even in a mystical library full of cosmic knowledge, basic manners are still a thing. But before any of them even pretend to reach for a mop, a squad of walking bookmarks appear dressed as maids. They sweep, serve tea, and move around like they have been training their whole lives. The librarian announces that these maid-like bookmarks will assist them until the 30th floor. The Black Witch eyes them suspiciously and points out that they are clearly monsters. The librarian basically shrugs and wants her to call them whatever helps her sleep at night. Then it launches into the rules of its home. Rule number 1, don't touch any books it has not approved. They are its prized collection crafted with blood, sweat, and tears, which makes the hunters wonder if these books are dramatic divas bound in paper. Before it can finish the explanation, one hunter snaps and starts yelling that the librarian must be the boss monster they are supposed to fight. The librarian gives him a grin. The guy starts yelling at everyone to grab their weapons and even drags our boy into his speech, bragging that he climbed the 20th floor alone. Now every hunter is staring at our hero like he set up this revolution himself. The loudmouth continues ranting, wanting the guild leaders to stay out of it, and complaining about how they always dominate the raids. He even claims they randomly dragged a kid into fame. The Black Witch gets furious, but my guy calms her down before she explodes on live TV. She tries to argue, but he warns her that the whole thing is being broadcast at this exact moment. That shuts her up instantly. She clearly did not see that coming. He already knows about the broadcast because before his return to the past, he had literally been in the plaza watching the raid all the way up to the 30th floor like some dedicated fan. He explains that a giant hologram is floating there right now, showing them off like a reality show they never signed up for. He also reminds her that the librarian already said they are basically characters, so of course there would be an audience watching their every move. And if she makes a fool of herself, it will stick with her forever. She finally gets it and figures that the way they clear each floor must matter a lot too. He agrees, since they are apparently inside something called the Great Library. Then the tower hands him his 20th floor reward. His normal reward is the God of Beauty's Blessing, which lets him see how characters feel about him from floors 21 to 30. His hidden reward is the Snake God's Blessing, which lets him peek at what they are actually thinking during those same floors. For once, the tower gives him something he genuinely needs, and he looks very pleased with himself. Naturally, he tries it out on the Black Witch. Right away, he gets her whole personality dumped in front of his eyes. Her favorite and least favorite genres, the characters she likes, and the ones she would happily throw off a cliff. And on top of that, he sees her thoughts. Since they are being broadcast to the entire city, she is busy planning how to look noble and graceful for her public image. Clearing the tower? That can wait until she is done pretending to be royalty. She notices his weird staring and snaps her head toward him. He freezes like someone caught reading private messages and blurts out the worst excuse ever. Meanwhile, Hurryung is laughing in the background because he spots her taste in characters, including the typical prince on a white horse type. He suggests our boy go find a white horse and ride around dramatically to impress her. Our hero decides he is not getting dragged into ghost nonsense today, so he opens Hurryung's character window instead. And every like, dislike, and hidden panic spills out instantly. My guy stops breathing for a second when he sees that one of Hurryung's favorite characters is Mother. The ghost immediately starts shouting, demanding he close the window and forget everything, while throwing useless ghost punches that go straight through our boy. Meanwhile, the loudmouth gathers some hunters and announces that numbers alone will let them defeat the librarian. Marcus looks at them like they are trying to stop a storm using plastic bags. He reminds them of the terrifying world the librarian showed earlier and explains that it could toss them into something like that whenever it wants. Fighting it, according to Marcus, is straight up madness. Still, if they want to start a group disaster, he has no intention to stop them. The loudmouth hesitates but then pumps himself up again, insisting that our hero cleared the 20th floor alone and that the bosses are not that dangerous. He accuses the big guilds of pretending everything is difficult and reminds the others that if they want to stay loyal pets to the top 5 guilds forever, they should just walk away. The librarian finally interrupts and asks if the speech is done. The guy proudly declares that his team of 50 can easily kill it. The librarian, who clearly does not have patience for overused dramatic speeches, decides to end the cliché quickly. It opens a book and a giant slimy octopus-like creature lunges out, grabs the entire group, and drags them inside. It then closes the book gently, ignoring the fact that it just stuffed 50 people into a monster's personal pantry. It then explains that in that apocalypse world, humanity has been wiped out except for one magician. After everything he went through, the man is basically more tentacle than human, but the librarian still likes him. He even ranks in the librarian's top 10 favorite characters. The magician specializes in sealing magic, and the two have a simple agreement. The librarian supplies materials, and the magician makes things like the clothes the maids are wearing. According to it, the magician had no choice but to get creative if he wanted to keep from going completely insane. Once the mess is cleaned up, it seems satisfied that the extra noise is gone. Then it turns back to the group, ready to see if anyone else wants to pretend they are the main character. A little later, everyone is flipping through books while the cult interrogator feels that it's strange 50 people disappeared right at the start. In his world, sacrifices are just part of the daily routine, and apparently everyone should work even harder by climbing on top of those sacrifices like motivational stepping stones. He then tries to lift their spirits by saying they almost lost 100 people, but only lost 50, which he calls lucky. He even suggests they drink tea to calm everyone down, which somehow makes the atmosphere even heavier. My guy finally asks him to please stop talking, because every sentence he delivers sinks the mood faster. The cult interrogator nods politely. Our boy then tells the group not to fight the librarian no matter what, and to just follow the quests. He reminds himself that he is now the 3rd-ranked hunter, and really should act like someone who knows what he is doing instead of someone who accidentally wandered onto a stage and got stuck in a leadership role. He explains that the quests might actually help them. He has everyone check their quest windows, and points out the important part. If they clear the 21st floor, they move to the 22nd, and their reward depends on which world they save. If they rescue a world full of diamonds, then that diamond world becomes their 22nd floor. He only uses diamonds as an example but asks them to imagine a world stacked with food, clean water, and supplies. You know, the things people actually need. The Black Witch catches on quickly and realizes that choosing a world like that would fix their supply problems and let them stop relying on people outside. That's exactly the realization he hopes everyone reaches, preferably without another panic attack. He then picks up a book and opens it. Everyone immediately jumps like another monster is about to come out, but nothing happens. The librarian, of course, explains smugly that unless it activates its power, the books are completely normal, and the dangerous ones are tucked away somewhere else. Our hero wants everyone to stay together, read the books properly, and choose the worlds they can realistically clear and actually gain something from. The floors from the 21st to the 29th are basically different flavors of the apocalypse. One of those worlds comes from a book called Summerwin Academy, a romance fantasy story with around 4 to 5 characters. The series was cancelled halfway, which already tells the level of trauma readers suffered. Summerwin itself was a magic academy with a long history, and normally it's just a place where friendship, competition, love, and the usual academy drama all exist peacefully side by side. It could have stayed a simple, everyday campus story if someone had not buried an end-of-the-world artifact under the school grounds. The book's contents went something like this. The male lead confessed to the female lead, finally asking her to be his partner. And right when their romance was about to take off, a demon appears and the world ends. The emotional cliffhanger was so tragic any reader would have considered filing a complaint with the universe itself. My guy explains to the hunters that each apocalypse book has its own difficulty and theme, so they should pick ones they can actually clear and get something useful from. Meanwhile, deep down, he wonders how nightmare-inducing it would be if these worlds were truly real. The hunters stare at him in total silence, and Huryud points out that they are staring like that because he is talking too politely. Apparently, speaking politely to hunters is like trying to reason with walls, except walls probably listen better. And since he is managing around 250 prideful hunters, the ghost suggests he drop the polite act before they stop pretending to listen altogether. He then brings up the line about their existence becoming clearer as they level up, explaining it basically means the higher the level, the higher the ego. In short, strong hunters, weak listening skills. Our boy can see it's true, so he clears his throat and lets his aura loose, shouting for everyone to gather. With hundreds of books waiting, he obviously can't read all of them by himself. He starts by ordering everyone to split into pairs. The people who actually read books go to one side, and the ones who have only ever brushed past a book shuffle to the other. Then the reading group gets sorted again based on their favorite genres. Once everyone is finally in place, he hands out the books. Each pair has to read one and decide if the world inside is worth saving or if it should be tossed in the cosmic trash bin. That's when the cult interrogator raises his hand. One hand up, the other over his mouth because our hero told him earlier to keep it shut. He has no idea how they distinguish. So my guy pulls out a little teaching moment with a book titled Survive in a Volcano, where humanity ends after a nuclear war but somehow the main couple survives anyway. They promise to push through every hardship and become the new Adam and Eve until their little reunion spot happens to be in the middle of a volcanic wasteland. The cult interrogator thinks the story is amazing, which tells our boy everything he needs to know about this man's questionable taste, so he explains that there is absolutely no point in saving a world that's already turned into glowing ashes, especially when having an entire 22nd floor of radioactive wasteland would be less than helpful. He also figures out that Subai probably picked magma or volcano-themed worlds all the way up to the 29th floor because he's immune to fire, and if Subai had done things properly for once, he could have bagged 8 treasure boxes. But knowing Soha, considering other people's survival, was probably somewhere at the bottom of his priority list. Our hero then warns everyone not to overthink the logic in these worlds. Their job is simple: read and figure out what rewards they can get if they succeed. That's when he spots the Black Witch sitting with the detective group, which makes him blink because her character window clearly screams romance fan. She insists she is reading detective novels because she is an intelligent woman. He suspects she just does not want anyone to know she secretly melts over lovey-dovey stories. He also notices the romance group is practically empty, while the Wuxia group is overflowing with men who obviously don't want to be caught dead reading romance. Apparently, even during an apocalypse selection event, image matters more than survival. Huryud reminds him this is normal behavior for high-level hunters with pride before practicality. My guy turns to the Black Witch, all acting up about how he always thought she suited romance stories perfectly. Her expression turns so icy that the library temperature probably drops a degree. She asks if he really believes that. He confidently confirms. She sighs, gives him an even frostier stare, then quietly walks off to join the romance group. He just stands there mimicking her expression like he is her emotional mirror. The cult interrogator, also stuck in the detective group, compliments our boy, because apparently the Black Witch has never switched groups before. Our hero takes the opportunity and checks his character window. He sees the guy's favorite genres are fairy tales and mythology. His preferred characters: humans. Dislikes: none. Preferred plot: ultimate happiness for the majority. And he says exactly what he thinks, which somehow irritates my guy for reasons he can't even name. So our boy writes fairy tale on his glove and moves the man to the fairy tale group, which is literally just him sitting there by himself. He wants him to evaluate every book alone. The cult interrogator looks thrilled instead of offended. Our hero already knows there should not be any fairy tale apocalypses anyway, as they don't usually end with humanity exploding. Once everyone is sorted, my guy sighs because around half of the 250 hunters are hiding their real favorite genres like it's a state secret. Then he checks the last person. This guy likes isekai, strongest MC, and harem stories. He dislikes politics and crime. His favorite characters include older women, cute traps, and pure sundaras. His ideal story? Being summoned to another world as an overpowered extra with dragon blood and demon royalty genes. Another favorite, his sister becomes a creation goddess and keeps ruining his life, even though all he wants is a peaceful high school existence. So basically, an unbeatable protagonist, endless chaos, and a crowd of love interests. And of course, this person turns out to be Viper Nim, rank 6 hunter and leader of the Heavenly Martial clan, currently reading a Wuxia book and complaining about the alarming number of sweaty men in it. Our hero just freezes and tells him to keep reading. A little while later, the Black Witch starts complaining that her eyes hurt. Apparently, she has finally understood the suffering of the poor librarian who made these books. According to her, every apocalypse story ends at the worst possible moment. Meteors dropping right before someone confesses. Aliens landing in the exact second two people are about to kiss. She even compares it to cutting into a perfect steak, only to have something alive crawl out. And of course, she decides to share this lovely image, while our boy is enjoying a sandwich. Naturally, she is called a witch for a reason. She is just about to explain exactly what crawled out of that steak when he panics and reminds her they are live on broadcast. She shuts her mouth for about half a second. He lets out a relieved breath, only for her to lean in and whisper the whole disgusting description directly into his ear anyway. He throws his sandwich away immediately. Meanwhile, the librarian feels deeply understood for the first time in its life. All 700 apocalypse books are grimoires, destructive, addictive types of books, and it cheerfully admits it gave them to the hunters on purpose, so they would suffer the same eternal frustration it does. The hunters understandably curse this heartless librarian and hope the universe smacks it at least once. Then the alchemy Castellan calls my guy. Somehow she already has a nickname. She is flustered because a voice told her the items she made helped save the world, and that's how she earned it. He knows it's because of the elixir she made for him, meaning he is literally the reason she got rewarded. She praises him for reaching rank 3 in just a few days, and feels honored to meet him. He just shrugs, and she promises to help him if he ever needs anything. By then, the Wuxia, romance detective, and sci-fi groups finish reading. Our boy asks for their recommendations. The cult interrogator speaks first, representing the fairy tale group, which is just him sitting alone like a very enthusiastic book club of one. Their only book is Me and Our Sacrificial Lambs. This lovely fairy tale world is powered by a utopia that runs on the tortured screams of innocent children. Each child fuels 17 million lives for 5 years, until finally, after thousands of years, they run out of children and the whole world collapses. Our hero knows they will have to check this world out, whether they like it or not. Next up is the Wuxia group, led by Marcus. They recommend Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The story revolves around the Murim world, who worships strong martial artists. The Heavenly Demon wants to unite everyone, and then a mysterious pandemic wipes out literally every living being, including the demon himself. End of story. Marcus recommends it because the demonic cult has a massive secret vault full of top-tier martial arts manuals. If they save this world, they can claim it. My guy thinks hard, knowing all he has to do is die to a martial master and he will at least snag a grade skill. Hyryung just sighs, already used to this guy thinking of cheap tricks to get whatever he wants. Our boy explains he needs these skills because he now has a world he plans to destroy, and he is not strong enough yet. Right then, Sparkly alerts him that one of her sword sisters is nearby, and the sensation is coming from the book Marcus is holding. Our boy then makes a plan so dramatic that even he should probably question himself for a second. He decides the first step is basically dying once before heading into the Murim world. Hyryung has no clue who he had been talking to earlier, and Sparkly could not understand why this man suddenly wants to do something that sounds like a terrible life choice. So our hero calmly explains everything, especially the whole part about Lafanta turning the goddess of protection into Sparkly. She clarifies immediately that Sparkly is absolutely not a name Lafanta gave her. That masterpiece is all my guy's creation. Our boy admits he still does not know what kind of man the Emperor truly is, but he is pretty sure Lafanta has some ability to hop between worlds. Then he mentions how Sparkly's twin sword ended up in Murim, which pretty much confirms the Emperor treats world travel like a weekend commute. He is also powerful enough to build an entire empire and break a constellation into pieces, so he knows charging into Murim without thinking would be one of the dumbest things he could do. He is aware he is strong, but he is not delusional enough to think he is untouchable. The thing is, lately he has been feeling a bit uneasy, like his confidence is sitting one wrong step away from turning into full-blown arrogance. After all, he is the third-ranked hunter. He almost beat the Demon King alone. The city basically treats him like its front-page hero, and now even high-title hunters take orders from him. One slip and he could end up like Sukoa, the #1 hunter who died just because he relaxed for a moment. That's why he wants to learn more about Lafanta's identity, especially because he will probably run into him inside the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon setting. But currently, he knows absolutely nothing. Young agrees his mindset makes sense, but he asks how he plans to find answers when there is no path leading to them. My guy corrects him. He has got it completely wrong. The holy sword might look like some scratched up metal, but it still has the goddess of protection inside it. Sure, she is in pieces, but still technically a constellation. And that's when our boy's brain wanders into territory no normal person should explore. If he stabs himself with this thing, is it suicide or murder? In his mind, it's a perfect 50-50 coin toss, and apparently those are winning odds for him. He lifts the sword to his neck and Sparkly freaks out instantly. She begs him to stop because she hates the idea of people watching her past. She wants some dignity at least. Our hero, being him, reminds her that privacy between them died a long time ago since his life is practically a 24/7 live stream. In his mind, equal suffering is fairness. Sparkly tries again to stop him, but he does not listen and just stabs himself anyway. The tower immediately announces that the Goddess of Protection's abilities are sealed and unavailable. Then the intermediate penalty begins. Inside a throne room, the goddess stands in front of Lafanta Igam. She talks about how clueless he'd been when he first arrived, and now here he is, casually ruling the entire continent. Young eyes him and remembers he looks like the infamous Constellation Killer. My guy asks what that means, and Young explains that Lafanta got that charming nickname because he used to hunt constellations and beat them like it was his personal hobby. He further shares that the tower connects to other worlds after the 50th floor, and that's where hunters from different worlds start bumping into each other. But Lafanta did not bother climbing higher, but he camped on that floor and attacked every constellation that appeared. Our hero asks if he is a hunter too, and Young confirms it. The ghost always wondered what kind of world could produce someone this unhinged, and now here he is, meeting the very insane guy in an unexpected way. My guy then asks how Young knows Lafanta. Young drops that he fought him once. Lafanta was strong, just not beat Young strong. Meanwhile, the goddess watches Lafanta in disbelief. The man went from clueless to surpassing her, and she can't imagine what he plans to do with that level of power. She thinks neither holy nor evil forces can stop him, and from the look in his eyes he does not even see spirits as worthy anymore, because constellations have now piqued his interest. He releases this intense aura, and assures her he won't kill her because she helped him grow, but right after that lovely reassurance, he breaks her existence anyway, and seals her so she can never recover. He apologizes, the kind of apology that fixes absolutely nothing, and is all confident he did the right thing. The tower announces the trauma is complete, and our boy gets tossed back to one day earlier. He ends up in a bathroom, still trying to process the emotional disaster he just witnessed. He asks Sparkly why her old master killed her. She sulks as she has no idea. The Lafanta she remembers had a strong sense of justice, so she can't understand why he sealed her or abandoned the empire he worked so hard to build. Young reminds our hero of what he said before, that the stronger hunters get, the more unstable they become. He warns my guy not to waste his brain cells trying to understand people like that because he might end up just as messed up, but rather he wants him to just get stronger and handle whatever comes next. Our boy realizes he at least gained one useful thing. Now he knows Lafanta's face, and since he is literally carrying a fragment of the constellation Lafanta sealed, the Constellation Killer will probably see him as an enemy the moment they meet. Back on the 21st floor, the hunters look through the apocalyptic worlds and choose the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Marcus recommended it, so the decision is quick. The librarian approves their Wuxia-themed pick, but warns them it won't be a perfect copy of Muram. There will be martial arts, the Jiang Hu, and different encounters based on their choices, maybe even new skills. But the risk stays the same there, and it's game over for real, and they can't leave until the apocalypse wraps itself up properly. The librarian then asks who is entering since only 2 to 4 people can go. Our hero steps forward, and Marcus instantly joins because there is no universe where he is skipping the apocalypse he personally handpicked. My guy can practically see his inner Wuxia nerd waving flags behind him. With 2 spots left, Marcus explains why he chose this world. He tells them to look at the cause of its collapse. An unknown disease killed the heavenly demon, and the population followed soon after. Since the problem is a pandemic, they need people who understand illnesses. He then turns at the Potion King, the old shop owner he always visits. Marcus plans to handle combat. Our boy supports, and the Potion King will manage the disease. According to him, it's the perfect setup. Then Marcus asks our hero if he has someone in mind. My guy points at the alchemy Castellan, who instantly looks like someone just accused her of a crime. She insists she is too weak, and besides, it's been only a week since she got her title. But in our boy's eyes, she is the best alchemist and doctor he knows, and reminds her of her very noble promise to help him whenever he needed it. From his point of view, she received help from him before, so returning the favor is only fair. Everyone suddenly becomes very curious about who Alchemy Castellan really is. Marcus, who seems to finally remember her correctly, notices how she keeps shrinking behind our hero. To avoid looking like the villain, he reassures her that he and my guy have already resolved their past misunderstandings. Next, he turns to our boy and politely reminds him that their destination is not exactly easy. Our hero assures him she is the most skilled alchemist he knows. Young, of course, has his own opinions. He does not agree that the famous Potion King is the best, but he admits the old man produces some decent stuff, at least compared to the alchemy Castellan. Marcus then drifts off into his own thoughts, while my guy quietly opens his thought window. What does he discover? Apparently Marcus believes the alchemy Castellan must be impressive since someone equally impressive, obviously our boy, recommended her. Even the Young connected to Marcus shares this view. So Marcus sees this as an opportunity to play matchmaker between our hero, the alchemy Castellan, and the Potion King. My guy does not argue. He and Marcus have already faced enough chaos together, and he knows this old man loves to act like he knows everything. He can sense that the Young connected to Marcus likely judged the poor girl solely based on her small appearance. The Potion King does not like our boy calling the alchemy Castellan the best. It seems his ego is too big to accept that. He finds it absurd to consider himself top tier when he believes he has only achieved something minor. When he looks at the alchemy Castellan, he claims she reminds him of his younger days, a memory he seems to dislike revisiting, but keeps visiting. Marcus, trying to keep the peace, supports our hero by saying he is talented but just lacks life experience. But the Potion King insists my guy acts like he knows everything, even when he is missing the bigger picture. He compares him and the alchemy Castellan to his past self, when he made a fortune and developed a charming attitude problem. Marcus just wants him to calm down and breathe. My boy, watching Marcus get flustered by this stubborn old man, finds the situation amusing. It seems even senior citizens have their ranking system. Meanwhile, the alchemy Castellan, still trembling, speaks up for our hero. The Potion King immediately calls Marcus's attention, asking him to look at her, acting like his wife. Before things escalate, the paladin steps in as the responsible adult and vouches for the alchemy Castellan's skills. She supports her claim by stating that her guild has been getting one impressive potion after another from her, but the Potion King belittles her guild. The paladin blinks at him, unsure if she should be offended. Apparently in the Potion King's eyes, her guild does not even count as customers at his precious store. Young, observing the scene, finally asks our hero why he allows the old man to speak like that. My guy explains that he is not holding back. He is just aware that everything they say is being broadcast live. So maybe this is the perfect moment for someone's big entrance and another's gentle exit. That's when he casually suggests a match between the Potion King and the alchemy Castellan. The Potion King immediately reacts, insisting our boy only wants this because he can't win with words. Our hero, staying annoyingly calm, clarifies that he is not asking for a fight. He plans to give them the same ingredients. They will make their potions, and the results will speak for themselves. The alchemy Castellan panics when she hears the challenge. She feels nowhere near the old man's level, but he reassures her to trust herself, as he trusts her. So she composes herself and promises to give her best effort. They both get to work while the hunters in the background start gossiping as if they are watching a live episode of a favorite drama. They whisper about how brave or possibly insane my guy is for challenging the Potion King, who has a month-long waiting list and prices his potions like they are made of liquid gold. Meanwhile, the Countess is already running a betting ring. The Black Witch feels stressed because the bets are heavily against the alchemy Castellan. But our boy sees this and finds it exciting. Why not bet on themselves and maybe earn some money? She reminds him that the entire world is watching, and if the girl he supported loses, his reputation will suffer. He knows that, and that's why he feels a bit sorry for the Potion King. The Potion King finishes first and proudly announces his victory. He has crafted a special grade recovery potion. It tastes bitter, but heals even critical injuries. Sure, it has side effects, but he believes that just makes it better. Everyone gets excited and starts shouting to buy it, pushing each other like there is a flash sale. The old man's confidence is now soaring. Then at last, the alchemy Castellan steps forward, holding her finished potion quietly as she prepares to turn the whole situation upside down. The alchemy Castellan ends up crafting this potion called Soma Strawberry, and the funniest part is that it does not even contain strawberries. Everyone just stands there blinking at the glowing bottle. If someone loses a body part but it's still in decent condition, this potion can stick it right back on good as new, with no weird side effects. She then strolls over to the Potion King, takes his bottle, gives it a polite inspection, hands it back, and then with a smile that could start a war, asks if that's the best he can do. The Potion King wonders if she powers up the moment she thinks she has got an edge. She calls him incompetent. He calls her lucky, and honestly, at this point it's two alchemists fighting to see whose ego is heavier. He even mentions how he once made $1 billion in 10 minutes by getting lucky. She suggests another round, and he warns her that fortune does not bless the same fool twice. They go again anyway, and she wins again. He sticks to his luck theory, so she suggests trying one more time just to be sure, and the result is the same. At this point, even Marcus feels secondhand embarrassment. The Potion King keeps clutching bottles and loudly promises that this time he will show her what real skill looks like, while everyone else watches him drift further into his personal fantasy. Marcus finally turns to the alchemy Castellan and admits she really is the best, and that he should not have doubted my guy's recommendation in the first place. She, however, worries the Potion King's soul might be cracking a little. Marcus agrees the man is not bad, just nowhere near her level, but he is solid enough with the basics that he might work as an assistant. Our hero decides they can sort the chaos out after saving the world from ending. Right on cue, the librarian appears to remind them of the rules. There is only one exit: save the world from vanishing or let it collapse. The finish line depends entirely on their choices. They can cure the disease and rescue Muram, or they can take advantage of the disaster and overthrow Muram themselves. My guy gets the message and asks to be sent into the book, but then the librarian pauses and wonders why the Viper is not joining, since the world practically has his name carved into it. That's when our boy remembers Viper is the leader of the Heavenly Martial clan. Everyone else agrees the world fits him perfectly, even his own disciples. The Viper takes this moment to dramatically declare he was planning to join all along, even though his internal thoughts are basically screaming about being pushed into this countryside-looking world. Outside, he is all confident. Inside, he is worried about Muram having no decent bathroom since he suffered quite a bit when he visited the Agam Empire. He insists he founded the Heavenly Martial clan, but deep down he knows he was just a jobless guy with a cheat skill before entering the tower. Somehow the clan assumed his random scribble had deep meaning. Even Sparkly can't believe how mixed up he is. Marcus understands why the Viper wants to go, but he still does not see why he should give up his own chance. Their auras start clashing, and everyone labels it a pride battle. The Paladin tries calming them, but the Viper argues that since they are both martial artists, they could settle it with a fight and let the stronger one go. Outside he sounds noble. Inside he is planning to lose with style, so he does not embarrass himself and fully expects his disciples to fall for it. The Paladin turns to Marcus and asks if he is willing to step aside, all while holding the huge pouch of gold coins she won on the bet. The Countess started. She reminds him he already joined the 11th to 20th floor raids with our hero and the Black Witch, and joining the 22nd too might look a bit shameless. She asks him to respect the Viper's position as clan master. She knows the Viper does not care how he looks in front of his disciples, but Marcus is a lone fighter, and his situation is different. Marcus annoys her by saying he never once cared about the top guild hierarchy. She is stunned for a second, until he suddenly adds that maybe it's time he shows some respect. My guy has no idea why the old man is being sentimental, but Marcus finally gives the spot to the Viper, who keeps a proud face on the outside, but inside he is yelling at Marcus for suddenly acting out of character. The cult interrogator praises the Paladin for persuading Marcus, but she gives the credit back to him. The interrogator tries to hug Marcus, who obviously dodges him. The Black Witch just watches with a knowing smile, happy that everyone is slowly improving. The Potion King, meanwhile, proudly declares that even though he only lost because of luck, he is still the greatest alchemist ever born. The Alchemy Castellan admits she is nervous but assures our boy she is far better than him. The Viper tells both of them to hide well, once he and our hero start fighting, because it only takes a moment for someone's head to fly, though deep inside he is still hoping Marcus suddenly volunteers again. Finally, the librarian announces the 4 participants for the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon: my guy the Viper, the Alchemy Castellan, and the Potion King. It informs them that once they open their eyes they will find themselves inside the book setting that's only 10 days away from being destroyed, and it hopes they will create an ending worth witnessing. In this era, wuxia is basically turned into one of those genres people promise they will get back into someday but never actually do. Anything serious is treated like a joke, and martial arts plus noble heroics gets ignored. The whole world looks like it's falling apart anyway, and in the middle of all that decline, the only thing still working overtime is the snowfall. The 4 of them land in a place where the snowfall itself feels annoyed with them. Our boy instructs everyone to raise their aura for warmth, which sounds great in theory, except the Alchemy Castellan and the Potion King have never learnt how to do that, so the cold bullies them like 2 clueless tourists who showed up without jackets. Our hero asks the Viper to help the old man, who does not waste time, and just slings the Potion King onto his back. The man still looks cold, but at least he is no longer shivering. Meanwhile, my guy holds the Alchemy Castellan's hand to share his aura. She feels ticklish. He is embarrassed too, but then reminds her that while the librarian they met earlier was a constellation who used words like story and cancellation, this place is an actual world, not some novel that ends when the writer gets bored. She apologizes for not taking things seriously, and promises to focus from then on. He then reminds her they all need to play their parts properly. He is shielding her for now, but once he and the Viper handle the pandemic situation, he wants her and the Potion King to be responsible for themselves. He also remembers that the book description never mentioned anything about freezing weather, knee-deep in snow, which feels like a suspiciously important detail to leave out. From there on, they must uncover what happened to the Heavenly Demon, how they died, and what sort of mysterious illness wiped out this entire world. The Alchemy Castellan then spots a figure in the distance, and they move toward it. Young frowns because he can't hear anything from the direction where those people supposedly are. Our hero blames the noisy snowstorm, but Young claims it's not just the silence, there is zero movement too. The mystery solves itself the moment they arrive. Every single person there is frozen stiff, stuck in place. The Alchemy Castellan checks one man's skin and announces, with disturbing calmness, that he is human and has been dead for over 2 years. The disease is completely unfamiliar. The Potion King immediately feels something is off. He finds it strange that all these people died the same way, yet none of them actually froze to death. And if a disease really killed them, They should be lying down, not standing around. He even starts suspecting ghosts. But before he can start a full ghost lecture, the alchemy castellan casually drops another bomb. She believes someone moved these bodies there on purpose, especially since their times of death vary. Some 2 years ago, others 3. My guy wonders if the whole place is some kind of messed up tomb. To the Viper though, the scene is reminiscent of terracotta warriors. Our boy opens the character window of one of the frozen men, but it's empty. The only thing in the thought window is the single word light, probably his final philosophical moment before things went downhill fast. Just when he starts wondering if they have accidentally walked into some dramatic graveyard setup, they hear laughter. He turns to see a man and woman fighting like they have been recycling the same argument for centuries. The man acts immortal, proudly declares that the demonic faction is meeting its end on the very day. The woman, however, disagrees. She is the leader of the demonic faction known as the Heavenly Demon. While they bicker, our hero and the trio approach quietly, hoping they won't get sucked into their never-ending argument. The Heavenly Demon calls the axe immortal pathetic, and reminds him he used to be the great Muram Alliance leader. She wants to know where all his elite comrades went. He claims they are busy doing secret world-saving missions, all because she keeps causing trouble non-stop. The fight can't even start because they get stuck insulting each other. When the Heavenly Demon challenges him properly, both of them suddenly freeze, holding wooden canes like confused elderly martial artists. She asks where his jade axe is, which in her eyes was the only cool thing about him. He fires back by asking where her proud demonic sword is. She points at her wooden cane and announces it's a wooden sword she carved herself, infused with 1,000 years of demonic essence. She even names it the demonic heavenly wooden sword. The man looks like he needs a second to emotionally process that level of dramatic nonsense. He insists she should just call it a cane, but she refuses, claiming it might hold some deep meaning. He almost explodes trying to convince her that a cane is just a cane. She finally settles on the name Demonic Cane, which honestly does nothing to calm him down. He rants about how the demonic faction adds demon to everything. Blood demon, sword demon, phantom flame demon, twilight demon, general, and somehow thinks it sounds stylish. He can't believe Jiangsu was ever under their control. Then he remembers she promised good weather on the day. She casually shrugs and blames the fortune. He regrets not asking a random street fortune teller instead of trusting her. She reminds him to focus since they are both running low on strength. The Potion King tries his absolute best to run, but with those tiny legs it looks more like a desperate fast walk than an actual escape. He is terrified, and honestly anyone would be with zombies practically breathing down their necks. Our hero pulls out his sword and swings at a zombie's neck, slicing it clean off. But the headless thing keeps going like missing its head is just a minor inconvenience. He quickly realizes they only stop once their brains are smashed, so he instructs everyone to run before they get drowned in zombies. The Heavenly Demon spots the group and looks stunned, seeing 4 actual living humans sprinting around like it's nothing. Axe Immortal also squints and assumes his eyesight is finally giving up on him and naturally blames her for it. Meanwhile, my guy comes racing with the alchemy castellan hanging on to him, yelling at those two to move and guide everyone to safety. But the pair are too busy being stuck in their own personal comedy show, arguing whether the newcomers are living humans or some upgraded form of dead. Axe Immortal believes they are definitely in the afterlife. The Heavenly Demon insists they are real people. Basically, they are having a full debate while danger is literally charging at them. The Viper and our boy eventually decide there is no point convincing them, and simply pick up both the man and woman to drag them along. That's when the arguing duo finally accepts that yes, this is real life, and they are all annoyingly alive. The Heavenly Demon also notices our hero's body warmth, which is enough proof he is not secretly undead. She gets curious about who they are, especially since she likes the way they move, and guesses they are from outside. Before our boy can even open his mouth, a bunch of corpses suddenly rise straight into the air. Now there are flying zombies, because apparently the universe decided regular ground-level zombies were not stressful enough for them. Our hero and the Viper nearly faint on the spot. The Heavenly Demon, indirectly responsible for all this chaos, proudly announces that this amazing sight is thanks to a weightless technique she invented herself. According to her, she borrowed the concept from a few Kunlun folks and then made her own version. She even mentions that her Korb are trained so well they don't leave footprints. In her mind, they are proper demonic warriors who refuse to forget their drills, even after dying. Meanwhile, my guy is sprinting like it's his full-time job, wondering how a corpse even remembers martial arts. She decides the only explanation is that these outsiders are slow learners, since everyone in her world knows martial artists keep their abilities even as zombies. Our boy would love to meet everyone she keeps referencing, because he is pretty sure they don't exist outside this madhouse. She keeps bragging, apparently she once trained elite cult members to respond to killing intent even in their sleep, and claims that skill sticks with them in death. Meanwhile, the zombies start closing in, and the Potion King absolutely loses it. He clamps onto the Viper's neck like a panicked koala and shrieks at him to run faster. He even threatens that if he is turned into a zombie, his first bite is reserved for him, because that's definitely what the Viper needs to hear while carrying one elderly man on his back and another glued to his front while our hero gets both women. Naturally, he complains. My guy yells at him for worrying about that right now, but the Viper argues that near-death experiences rearrange a man's priorities. Our boy asks the heavenly demon if her zombies have a weakness. According to her, smashing their heads works. He asks for something simpler, because breaking hundreds of skulls is not exactly a 1-minute chore, and after a moment she remembers that light makes them freeze. He looks at the alchemy castellan and her and warns them he is about to toss them up for a second, and they should land properly. Then he hurls them off the ground with his aura. Both immediately disappear into the snow, and he apologizes. He then glances back, and the zombies are practically breathing down his neck. Hurryung, instead of helping, is watching the scene like it's the best entertainment he's had in weeks. Apparently our hero almost getting eaten has been on his wish list. My guy draws his sword and reminds him he is not dead yet. He calls for Sparkly to shine, and a bright burst of light spreads across the sky. Instantly the zombies dive into the snow like cockroaches running from a flashlight. The whole group keeps running for their lives. The Potion King is ecstatic he is not dead yet, and immediately curses Marcus for dragging him into this nightmare. My guy checks on everyone, and the alchemy castellan, still trembling, thanks him sincerely. Meanwhile, the Viper finally dumps the Potion King, and complains that he is just as bad as Marcus. The poor guy dreams of a future where old men are not stuck to him. Our boy then orders the Viper to protect the others, while he takes care of the zombies. Sure, it will take time to crack open every skull, but he hopes it won't be too much of a migraine. Then the heavenly demon thanks him for helping strangers like them but suddenly stops him from killing the zombies. He briefly wonders if smashing them triggers a curse or something, but she explains they were all members of her demonic cult, her people, disciples, followers, soldiers. According to her, they are in the middle of a massive war against Orthodox sects, and she can't afford to lose trained fighters, even if they are technically dead. Their numbers are already low as it is. He recalls that the story in the book should be nearing its end, meaning there should not even be forces left to wage war. He remembers the librarian saying they were only 10 days from the whole story collapsing when they entered. Axe Immortal then introduces himself as leader of the Murim Alliance. The heavenly demon shares she has been fighting him non-stop for 3 years straight. Almost 1,000 days of war between Orthodox and demonic factions. Neither side agreed to leave until the other surrendered. To her, even if her troops have become zombies, they are still trained fighters under her responsibility. She asks our boy not to kill them, but if he still wants to get rid of zombies, she allows her to go after the ones dressed like monks. Axe Immortal immediately refuses. Those are elite Orthodox warriors he gathered personally. And just like that, the two start arguing again right in front of the incoming apocalypse. Our hero is honestly exhausted. The world is literally falling apart. Zombies are everywhere, and these two are still fixated on their 1,000-day war like nothing else matters. She corrects him, saying the war began long before everything started collapsing. She won't stop until she beats this old man. She wants to regroup her remaining forces and crush the Orthodox sects once and for all. Axe Immortal intends to do the exact same, and my guy, completely drained of patience, decides he is ending this absurd war himself, preferably before the entire world crumbles on top of their heads. The heavenly woman declares that just like a scholar should not fuss over their brush, a martial artist should not get picky about their sword. Even though she is holding a demonic wooden blade because she forgot her savage blood weapon, she insists it's more than enough to take down Axe Immortal, so the two of them start swinging their swords at each other. The sticks snap almost immediately, because, well, they are sticks, and they switch straight to hair-pulling, beard-tugging, and good old-fashioned brawling. Our boy just stands there blinking like he is watching some bizarre street performance, and wondering if he has lost his mind. Axe Immortal tries stabbing her eyes, but she blocks him. Hurryung finds the whole thing weird too. He can tell that beneath the chaotic wrestling, these two would easily rank as top-tier martial masters in his world. According to him, that Axe Immortal's eye stab is technically the divine dragon's claw going for the evil dragon's pearl, something called the Two Dragons' Pearl Snatch. And the heavenly demon covering her face, that's the 1,000 Moves Bodhisattva, a technique meant to shield the world from harm. But what he does not get is why these highly skilled moves are being thrown around like some messy playground fight. With their level of skill, there should be energy, intent, and aura, but it looks totally empty. And even if their energy centers were destroyed, this chaotic mess should not happen. Our hero wonders if Hurryung is just messing with him again. At that moment, the Viper finds the two of them pretty good at fighting. He is analyzing their every move as if he is a professional commentator. Hurryung agrees with him and reminds my guy that at least the Viper knows martial arts, unlike him. Our boy peeks into his thought window and discovers that the guy has been using his invincible skill to break down the fight. To the Viper, the two are like elite hellhounds protecting the Demon King's castle, but also somehow stuck between the past life of a two-headed troublemaker and the past life of a high school class president who skipped a grade. Not only that, but he mentally links it to his own imagination of high school heroes teaming up to save the world. This guy is totally confident in his analysis. To the alchemy castellan, however, The two just look like kids wrestling on the floor. The Viper explains that if anyone else could see it that way, then there would be no difference between a martial master and a normal fighter. Deep down, he is watching so closely he thinks he might actually level up just by observing them. He is already imagining teaching these moves to his own students later. Our boy and Heryoung just stare, speechless. Our hero tries to stay reasonable that everyone has their own perspective, and the Viper's thoughts are just his way of seeing martial arts. Then suddenly the Potion King, who has been silent the whole time because he is literally freezing his butt off, finally speaks. He compares their obsession with fighting to the narrow-minded adults he grew up around. Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon finally realize they have been neglecting their guests from another world, so they decide it's time to guide them to their cave. While they are trudging through the snow, my guy notices both Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon dragging their feet like their batteries are almost out. He offers to carry her, but before he can even finish the sentence, the Viper jumps in like he is claiming a prize and scoops her onto his back. That leaves our boy with Axe Immortal, who notices how warm he is. Eventually they reach the cave, and there is a full-on hot spring inside. The Heavenly Demon found this place ages ago and never imagined she would be hosting unexpected guests in her secret winter spa. She tells them to freshen up while she and Axe Immortal go find food. Axe Immortal grumbles that all they have are grain balls. She points out very loudly and very pointedly that this is exactly why they need to go look for food. He gets offended at being called old man every time when they are the same age, and naturally that kicks off another round of bickering as they walk off. The alchemy Castellan is amused by the fact that these two were trying to murder each other earlier and are now going grocery shopping together. According to the Potion King, after 3 years of fighting, people probably get attached somehow. He is just relieved to finally be warm, because the whole holding hands with another man to avoid freezing experience traumatized him. Now he hopes the Viper maintains at least a respectable radius. The Viper, meanwhile, still does not get why Marcus ended up befriending the Potion King, which makes the old man snap that he became Marcus's friend, not the other way around. Soon, the Heavenly Demon and Axe Immortal return with grain balls. They apologize, but the options outside were apparently limited. Our boy still thanks them politely. The alchemy Castellan wonders if they have really been eating this stuff non-stop. The Heavenly Demon answers that it's been 2 years. The alchemy Castellan nearly faints at the thought of living on that diet. The Heavenly Demon insists she is perfectly healthy, which is wildly debatable. The Potion King has heard enough. He scolds them for surviving on such sad excuses for food, and declares their weak bodies are exactly why they are stuck eating snow snacks in the mountains. Then he summons ingredients with his skill like he is starring in MasterChef and starts preparing a feast. In no time, the cave is decorated with dishes from every corner of the world. Axe Immortal warns him that he and Heavenly Demon are not exactly young anymore, but the Potion King ignores him completely and forces them to eat. Our hero takes a bite and realizes the meal is better than anything he has ever tried, even better than that one absurdly expensive white mocha monstrosity he splurged on once. The alchemy Castellan is delighted, and even Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon devour their plates like they have just discovered real food. The Potion King immediately starts bragging. Apparently, he owned a restaurant in his 50s and earned 3 Michelin stars. The Viper asks why someone like that would climb the tower. The Potion King just shrugs like it's not worth discussing, and mentions that Marcus also climbed it. The Viper asks whether they knew each other before. The Potion King denies, then launches into a rant about how Marcus is a clueless rich kid who somehow survived everything with pure luck. According to him, the Potion King reached the top through skill, while Marcus tripped his way upward. Still, he admits Marcus had a few rough years before reaching the tower. After they finish eating, the Heavenly Demon's curiosity finally wins. She asks who these people really are, especially after seeing their skills and that casual display of food. She also asks if the outside world found any cure for the zombie. Our hero denies it and assures her they are still trying. Apparently, every expert in Murim already failed years ago. Even the Maoshan sect, the biggest name in Jiangxi problems, gave up. She figures it's the same elsewhere. He tells her he is not exaggerating, and that after tasting that meal she should trust these people, know something Murim does not. He then introduces the alchemy Castellan as the best at handling illnesses. The Potion King interrupts and claims she is only lucky. Then my guy introduces the Potion King and asks whether these two have anything useful for figuring out a cure. Finally, Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon head deeper inside the cave, and when they return they are carrying a coffin. They open it and inside is a chained-up zombie lying. The man lying there just happens to be the Wudong sect leader. The Heavenly Demon shares how he willingly offered his body for study after getting bitten by a zombie. According to her, they tried everything, but the only trick that worked was sealing off all his blood vessels with acupuncture. To prove she is not messing around, she plucks out one of the needles. The zombie immediately lets out a scream and starts getting agitated. The alchemy Castellan jumps back so fast she might have invented a new martial technique. The Heavenly Demon calmly pushes the needle back in like she is just fixing a loose button, and explains that blocking the flow between his brain and spine keeps the zombie behavior under control. Only temporarily though, and it is not an actual cure. She goes on to explain that once someone gets bitten, both their blood and inner energy get contaminated with murky chi. It spreads everywhere into every vessel, every meridian, and no amount of breathing techniques or fancy meditation clears it. Even people who spent their lives messing with demonic life force, or those with the cleanest pure life force in the land, can't get rid of it. Once the infection settles in, their body overheats and stiffens up, and then they turn into a zombie. Apparently, Shaolin monks held out the longest. Those guys managed to stay conscious for an entire year, even after losing their arms, but they were rare exceptions. For everyone else, even strong fighters, lasting more than about 2 weeks is basically a miracle. Then she asks if they seriously think they can create a cure. Both the alchemy castellan and the potion king suddenly become extremely interested in staring at the floor. She does not push them. She admits she thought she and Axe Immortal were the last humans left in this frozen wasteland anyway, so meeting anyone at all is already a blessing. As the sun sets, Axe Immortal tells everyone to rest and continue the conversation the next day. Night falls, and everyone drifts off. The Potion King mutters Marcus's name like he is having a dramatic dream argument, while the Alchemy Castellan mumbles about food, very on brand for both. Meanwhile, my guy is wide awake. Something has been bothering him since they arrived, so he pretends to fall asleep instead. Once the others seem settled, Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon shuffle closer together and whisper about doing something. Our boy suddenly sits up. Axe Immortal jumps like he has been caught sneaking snacks at midnight, but the Heavenly Demon stays completely calm. She asks when he noticed. My guy suspected them from the start. With how cold this place is, anyone else would have turned into an icicle, yet those two walked around dressed like the weather was mildly chilly. The only way they could survive that is by constantly using internal energy, and if two masters like them were exhausted from fighting earlier, clearly that energy was being burnt somewhere else. He figures they were bitten already, and have been using a ridiculous amount of internal energy to contain the murky chi, which is something only leaders of major sects could maintain. The Heavenly Demon steps out of the hot spring without the slightest hesitation. Axe Immortal panics again, but she is done pretending. She admits our hero is right. They turn around and show how far the infection has spread across their backs, proof they have been fighting it for years. Axe Immortal explains that they are not actually holding the murky chi back. Instead, they blocked the acupoints along their neck with internal energy. Young immediately recognizes it and asks my guy if he remembers the airburst sword technique. He does. It's the one where one wraps their blade with energy and moves it around from afar without touching it. Young explains that's basically what these two are doing, but to themselves. By sealing off the acupoints in their necks, their bodies are technically paralyzed from the neck down. None of their movements are natural, and they are controlling every part of their bodies the same way someone controls a floating sword. Their breathing, their heartbeat, every twitch of a muscle, it's all being manually powered by internal energy. And they have been doing this non-stop, every second, for years. The Heavenly Demon shares that the entire time this massive war between the orthodox and demonic factions was happening, the two of them were fighting, surviving, and keeping themselves upright through this insane method of 3 years of dragging around bodies that should have collapsed long ago. A man rushes up to the Heavenly Demon and reports that half of the Blood Demon squad has vanished off the map. Even the elders who boldly declared war on Muram have gone completely silent, which is not a good sign. He insists this really is not the ideal moment to babysit a bunch of Orthodox sect prodigies when their entire cult or possibly the whole world is falling apart. Later, time moves on and he is back with updates. The pharmacy the Heavenly Demon ordered is finally running and surprisingly open to everyone. Regardless of faction, Muram has not seen cooperation like this since, well, ever. He also mentions the Tang clan leader and the Mashamlon sex masters arriving, some already infected and willing to hand over their bodies for research. Eventually, more news piles up and none of it is positive. Word reaches her that the Lunar Shadow Demon and the Blood Demon have both fallen. At this point, the poor man is basically held together by sheer panic. He points out that even if they crush 100 zombies in a day, 1,000 more will pop up the next day, so brute force is not saving anyone. Being the last one still breathing, he pleads for her to leave Fallen Island while she still can. Not even zombie soldiers can cross the sea, so there is no reason Muram has to stay chained to this doomed place. In his mind, wherever their cult's flag stands is where Muram survives. He urges her to abandon the Great War Oath and rebuild everything from scratch. Once everything is off his chest, his life gently slips away as well. Back in the cave, our hero wonders how Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon lasted this long. The two give him a look that's basically an invitation to follow if he is ready for the truth. On the way, the Heavenly Demon starts talking about an old martial legend, a grandmaster with immunity to 10,000 poisons and skin, so tough blades might as well have been feathers. People genuinely thought he couldn't die, which should have been the first red flag. She brings up his death and our boy has no idea. The answer is the Lust Demon. She explains that pleasure is not poison or a weapon, but apparently too much of it works just fine. The Lust Demon did not overwhelm him instantly, but she eased him into it with small indulgences that slowly rewired him. Even the slaps stopped registering as pain, which is probably when he should have started worrying. By the end, he was enjoying everything. Hands, feet, even the way she looked at him. She only had to tighten her grip around his neck a little. He smiled and died. Proof that even an invincible man can lose to very creative methods. Axe Immortal concludes that messing with the lust demon is a life choice nobody should make. This is not some bedtime story. The Tang clan trained that grandmaster, and the heavenly demon personally dispatched the lust demon. She continues on about how newcomers always misunderstand martial arts. The goal is not becoming untouchable, but it's chasing immortality. She picks up a frozen zombie, noting that poison-immune people die from things that are not poison, and blade-proof people die from anything that is not a blade. Axe Immortal gathers a couple more frozen zombies, and the two lay them down. Her point continues smoothly. Choosing a martial art means choosing the death one can accept. Everyone dies eventually, and martial artists don't resent that. A death by blade, poison, a surprise ambush, or even getting sent flying by Shaolin monks is perfectly respectable. But becoming a zombie? Absolutely not. They are only still alive because they refuse to let this be their ending. My guy suddenly remembers what the alchemy Castellan mentioned about moving the frozen bodies earlier, and now understands that it was these two who moved them. Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon talk about how not many zombies have gone too far that day. Axe Immortal believes Orthodox Morum won't fall to these corpses, and the Heavenly Demon is convinced her cult won't vanish just because something undead got hungry. If either side disappears, it will only be because they destroyed each other. The snow falls over the dying world, and even if the 10 major sects and 5 great clans vanish, even if every secret manual in existence burns, the world is not truly gone as long as 2 people remain. Even if 1 billion people died from the infection and only 1 remained, the final death would not belong to the disease if that person chose their own end. That's the logic shared by Axe Immortal and the Heavenly Demon. For them, this apocalypse is just the battleground for deciding the world's official cause of death. The two face each other again for what is literally their 990th death match. After all this time, nearly 1,000 days trapped in this frozen nightmare, and they are still going at it. Hyung sees some legendary duel unfolding, but our boy finds the whole thing painfully embarrassing. Hyung wonders if he plans to end one of them. A ridiculous idea considering they are outsiders and my guy already knows it. The pair want their final moment to come from each other's hand, but our boy has a different plan for shutting this nonsense down. When the sun begins to dip, the 3 head back to the cave. The duo casually schedules their next murder attempt for tomorrow, like they are booking brunch. The Viper wants to know where they went, while the Alchemy Castellan and Potion King look exhausted from studying patience and finding absolutely nothing useful. The Heavenly Demon decides to rest. Our boy then turns to the Alchemy Castellan and wonders how long creating a cure would take. She estimates around 120 days at the absolute earliest. The Potion King thinks even that's optimistic, maybe double or triple. Our hero settles on the idea that the fastest outcome is roughly 100 days, the slowest around 300. The Alchemy Castellan admits they don't even know if they can pull it off with such shabby equipment. She apologizes, completely convinced she has failed already. Both assume the time frame is too short to accomplish anything. But my guy takes it differently. To him, the time is enough. He wants them focused, not drowning in doubt. He promises to handle everything else. He reminds them they are there to save the world after all, and he wants her mind clear enough to actually do it. Once they shake hands, her determination sparks back to life. She still remembers the exact moment our boy dragged her out of the mess she once called a life. If he had not stepped in, she would probably still be wandering through that slum alley. Now all she wants is to return the favor by throwing herself entirely into creating the cure. But her dedication comes with one tiny flaw. Once she focuses, the whole world disappears, and politeness and courtesy just evaporate. Our hero could not care less about that flaw. His only interest is seeing her dive in at full speed, so she steels herself, turns toward the Potion King, and tries to move things forward peacefully, hoping he will behave like a civilized human instead of, well, himself. That hope does not survive even a heartbeat. The Potion King immediately launches into one of his grand lectures about hierarchy, acting as if she has personally offended the heavens by reaching out for cooperation. Apparently the world has rules, and she is breaking them by talking to someone so important. She endures the drama without flinching, and simply flips her skill cards open right in front of him. He stares at her like she is either fearless or clueless, maybe both, because no sane competitor reveals all their abilities to someone who could easily use that against them. She casually offers to demonstrate everything, one skill at a time, just to make things clearer. She starts with her mobile hospital ability, which allows her to check blood, scan brains, and produce prepared medicine on the spot. Sure, there is a small chance of misreading something, but nothing catastrophic. Then comes the genetic diagnosis skill, which is basically a built-in manual that interprets conditions through someone's genes. When both skills work together, the risk of mistakes drops to nearly zero. The Potion King completely loses it. Her cards hit the ground and he sees that because she is being generous with information he could broadcast to every alchemist, physician, and nosy guild on the planet. She just shrugs, leaving the choice in his hands. He can leak it, hide it, or chew on it. Does not matter. All she needs is cooperation. So the cure gets finished before the world collapses into a bigger mess. She steps closer, locking eyes, fully aware of why he can't stand her. In his head, she is some stubborn kid who refuses to remain in the shadow of her elders, and worse, someone who might outshine him in a few years. So she tosses out an offer he was not ready for: every potion recipe she has designed so far. He can keep them, brand them, and show them off like trophies. She is not demanding a shred of credit. His response? A slap so sharp her glasses perform a backflip. She quietly picks them up and decides to analyze the virus like the slap was just a passing breeze. He tosses out another overly dramatic line about how she will eventually meet someone better than her. She repeats her request for cooperation. He repeats the same tired line, so she moves on and informs him that she will need him to fetch ingredients on command if they want this cure done before everything goes dark. Once the tension stops sizzling, work finally resumes. She pushes my guy outside to gather materials, and the Potion King adds his own request: 6 zombies of different ages and genders, plus any medicinal plants he can grab. Meanwhile, our boy carves numbers on the cave walls. Every morning, the 4 of them head out together and return with their delightful collection of zombies. A full week rolls by since the apocalypse kicked off. Then the weather gets dramatic again. The heavenly demon recognizes the shift, and it turns out the peaceful stretch was nothing but luck. Once the real storms start, the snow roars for more than a month. Sunlight disappears, and stepping outside becomes a great way to get buried in white silence. Our hero worries that the zombies will wander off during weather like this, making them impossible to track. The heavenly demon just shrugs. Her cult once had around 3,000 members, and the Orthodox sect had roughly the same number. Plenty drifted too far into the snowfield to ever retrieve. He can practically picture the horror waking up one morning and realizing the zombies that slept standing nearby yesterday simply walked into the endless white void overnight. The heavenly demon glances at him and mutters that she must have overturned the world a few too many times, because normally someone spouting this kind of nonsense would have already lost their head. Apparently the apocalypse softens her patience. He knows he is not remotely close to matching her or Axe Immortal in martial strength, but he also understands that their internal energy is not bottomless. They have been using it to block a vital point at their necks just to keep their hearts running, which means eventually they will hit empty. So he brings up the question again: how much time she has before her internal energy fades. She notices how sharp he is, and reassures him she is still holding on. Thinking about their historical records suddenly ending makes everything fall into place for him. Once their internal energy dries up, they freeze in place and can't move again. She confirms it. As long as the heart, lungs, and upper dantian stay active, the rest of the body can rot without stopping them. She has seen how it ends. She spent a year with the Shaolin monks and remembers them in their final state sitting in lotus position, bodies darkened and decayed, except for their faces, whispering a faint Amitabha as their last act. Then something slips out of her, something she rarely shares. Fear. Quiet, suffocating fear. Fear of her internal energy running low. Fear of her life force fading. Fear of endless months buried in darkness. Fear of watching her former followers vanish into storms she can't fight. Fear of failing to kill Axe Immortal. Fear of Axe Immortal failing to kill her. Fear of the day their bodies stop together, lying side by side while the last bit of their life drains away. For someone who once stood confidently at the peak of the world, nothing has ever felt as terrifying as this to her. The heavenly demon is honestly terrified of dying for absolutely no reason at all. She is scared that all their stubborn suffering will end up being for nothing, and the world will eventually turn into a giant snowy wasteland. The alchemy Castellan checks on Axe Immortal, who looks like he is one apology away from permanently passing out, and she apologizes for failing to make a cure. The heavenly demon demands him to get up, but he just keeps muttering apologies like his voice is stuck on a loop. She does not want to hear a single excuse. She tells him to rise again, reminding him of that bold speech he gave about taking down the demonic faction and restoring the Orthodox Murim. Except none of that is happening while he is lying there, like someone's elderly relative who refuses to admit they need a doctor. Her frustration peaks so sharply that her aura leaks out. The alchemy Castellan and our boy can feel it, and probably consider stepping outside to avoid becoming collateral damage. Axe Immortal apologizes again. The old man really tried to hold on for one more day, but his body simply gave up. He knows she sensed it too, that he had already burnt through his innate true life force. Now his energy is gone, his life force is gone, and while she might have a year left, he is already at the finish line. So he quietly asks her to kill him before he turns into the same blind, half-living tragedy as the others. She stares at him like he just insulted her ancestors. If things were going to end like this, she complains, they might as well have killed each other ages ago. Rather than dragging themselves all the way there in the name of hope and pride, they could have simply ordered everyone under them to end it together. But they had to be stubborn. She calls him by the name Nam Goong Woon, and reminds him of his entire highlight reel, a martial genius admired across Jianghu. Someone who reached the peak stage at 20, became clan head before 30, and later stepped up as alliance leader when the demonic faction rose, basically a living advertisement for righteousness. Yet here he is asking for a quick death without putting up a fight. He stays silent. So she agrees to do it, but warns him that he should not expect it to be peaceful. Her aura bursts so strongly that even the Potion King starts coughing like he inhaled his regrets. She pulls out his precious jade axe. He looks at her and she demands he admit that chivalry is gone, martial ethics are gone, and the orthodox side has fallen. Only if he accepts that will she kill him with his favorite weapon. In short, the alliance leader needs to officially confirm the downfall. He remains silent. She yells at him to accept it. He breaks down crying and apologizes again, and she raises the jade axe. But instead of slashing him, she lets it hit the ground. In her eyes, dying like this does not even count as a real death. She walks away, saying she can no longer tell the difference between barely living and barely dying. On the 9th morning after they entered the apocalypse, the Murim alliance leader Axe Immortal dies from illness, but the others keep going because now they finally have a useful sample. The alchemy Castellan explains that studying long-infected people only reveals so much, but this time, they can observe the infection step by step. She also mentions that people don't turn into zombies instantly. Apparently it takes time for the infection to reach the brain. The Potion King already has the test report ready. He thinks she is great at medicine but terrible at explaining it. My guy goes through it, and the alchemy Castellan admits she tried everything, but creating a cure at the moment is impossible. He can see it's just a time issue, and they'd need about 120 days. Then, out of nowhere, Axe Immortal wakes up and starts thrashing violently. The heavenly demon walks in and looks at him with a mix of pity and mockery. She puts her sword near his throat and calls his state pathetic. Then she sticks her hand into his mouth and tells him to swallow. The Viper panics and tries to stop her, afraid she will get infected, but our boy holds him back as it's already too late. A glow erupts and she pulls her hand out safely, unaffected. Then she starts laughing like someone who has crossed every emotional checkpoint and kept going anyway. Her young warns our hero that she has fallen into life force deviation. She looks at the four of them and suddenly decides they are orthodox assassins. Before anyone can explain, the Potion King's head is already flying through the air. The Viper draws his weapon to buy time, while our hero grabs the alchemy Castellan and starts running. According to Heryoung, the heavenly demon has completely lost herself. She has gone beyond the transcendent demonic stage, using her energy and life force in a way that pushes her right into the life and death threshold. Even Heryoung admits that in this state he would lose 4 out of 10 matches against her. She demands to know where Axe Immortal is, but my guy keeps running. In her eyes, the only person who can fight her is him, despite everything. Despite running with everything he has, our boy dies quietly, absorbed by the world, without sound or trace. In a place this dark, everyone eventually becomes part of the snow, buried under cold white nothingness. But for our hero, the end does not matter anymore because now, he is ready to save this world. Now let's dive into the memories of the heavenly demon. A young girl stands alone in a massive snowfield. She had not come there by herself. Her mother had brought her all the way out only to vanish into the storm. So Baekhyun kept calling out for her, with absolutely no idea that her mother had basically walked her straight into a situation where losing each other was practically guaranteed. Whether her mother meant to accidentally disappear or really lost her in the snow, the girl had no way of figuring that out. Our hero wakes up in the netherworld after being killed by the heavenly demon. He immediately asks Heryoung if he memorized all the alchemy Castellan's notes. The ghost claims he did well, at least enough so he does not feel guilty about forgetting the rest. Between the two of them, he is sure they can reconstruct everything. Before returning, my guy has to pick a skill. Heryoung digs around and hands him a card. The technique is called the Demonic Heaven Divine Art, created by people who hated the heavens so much they basically weaponized their grudge and built a belief system around it. They cursed the sky, cursed life, and cursed everything above them, and then turned that resentment into a martial art. Anyone who understands this technique could rip the heavens apart or crush mountains. But that's only if they can handle all the anger baked into it. The more someone curses the heavens, the stronger the technique becomes. Master it completely, and they become the heavenly demon, someone who rebels against the sky itself. Of course, staying mentally stable while doing all that is a bit of a problem. Our boy remembers it as the same technique he just saw the heavenly demon using. Heryoung calls it the standard demonic flavor. He explains that all martial arts traps or formations come down to how someone treats the world. If someone accepts life as it comes, they are part of the orthodox side. If they treat the world like something to tear apart with their bare hands, that's the demonic side. That's why orthodox fighters train themselves into big roomy vessels ready to accept life, while demonic fighters sharpen themselves into claws made to scratch life into pieces. To show how simple it is, Heryoung does a downward slash. Some sects call it the charging tiger form, others call it something else. Honestly, from his POV, whether it's a tiger or a confused cow does not matter, as founders of techniques just name things based on whatever enlightenment they had that day. Our hero finally gets the idea. Taking something from the world and making it yours is what embracing the world means. But demonic arts work differently. When the demonic cult trains someone, they tell their disciples to remember the worst moments of their lives, the stabbing from a bandit, the helplessness of having a sister taken away by someone in power, the weakness that held them down. They are told to relive the moment they waited outside the magistrate's house, only to watch blood spill, to remember burying their sister in frozen dirt with bare fingers breaking from the cold. to recall every grain of soil, then grab a sword with those same hands and curse the world for letting it happen. In short, internal energy training is the process of building the heart. Whether someone is a fighter or a hunter, victory depends on whose spirit hits harder, and demonic techniques are heavy with emotion. Haryung wraps it up by saying that our boy really does not need to learn this stuff. Naturally, my guy immediately decides he wants to learn it. Haryung just stares, horrified. He panics and insists that our hero must have gotten bewitched by the heavenly demon's sword techniques. He rambles that she reached the life and death realm using True Life Force steroids, and every martial artist ever has been told to stay far away from anything like that. Our boy can see he is sulking, so he reassures him that the ghost's martial arts are the greatest in the entire universe. That finally calms Haryung down. In fact, he proudly declares he is the strongest anyway. My guy then explains why he wants the demonic art. He wishes to finish everything properly. Even if they create the cure, they are only saving 2 people as everyone else has been gone for years. And imagining the axe immortal and the heavenly demon turning into some awkward Adam and Eve pair, yeah, he would rather avoid that storyline. Haryung also looks sick just imagining those two being romantic. Our hero believes the cure is only the starting point. A proper ending depends on whether the characters inside the story feel content with it. He wants to create the best ending possible, almost like offering a gift to both the heavenly demon and the axe immortal. He selects the skill, but the trial does not end. They are still inside the heavenly demon's nightmare, and another part of this nightmare is waiting for him. For now, he jumps back to the day before everything went wrong, landing again inside a brutal snowstorm. The Viper looks around like they have accidentally teleported into some budget version of Siberia. Our boy guides the alchemy Castellan through the storm, holding her hand so she does not get cold, and she thanks him. He tells the Viper to watch the Potion King while he checks something ahead. He spots something in the distance. When they get closer, they find frozen bodies. He casually comments that they look like zombies by pointing out those chunks of flesh lodged in their teeth. The alchemy Castellan checks the DNA of the corpse and the meat in its mouth. She concludes the corpse has been dead for about 3 years, but the meat is only 2 years old, meaning the body must have been walking around for a year. The Potion King, who absolutely hates anything horror-related, immediately asks our hero to handle it. Our boy notices their progress is much faster this time, and tells them he has a useful skill. He spent the nights in the cave memorizing the Castellan's notes with the ghost, and now he shares everything he learnt with her. She is amazed. To her, his method is basically the perfect way to do research. The Potion King is relieved too. Faster progress means less time standing near zombie popsicles. He suggests they find somewhere warm, but before they move even a step, laughter echoes through the snow. Standing there are the heavenly demon and the axe immortal. Our boy looks at the heavenly demon and feels again just how overwhelmingly strong she is. Strong enough to survive alone until the very end, even if it means being the loneliest person left. She spots him, and he tells her they came from far away and sought her after hearing how unmatched she is. He claims he admired her for a long time, even though deep down he is not sure how long it will take to earn her approval. Then, without hesitation, he asks her to take him in as her disciple. Now then, let's open up the old memories of the heavenly demon again. The young girl is lying flat on a snowy field during a vicious snowstorm. She can't hear a thing, can't see anything, and can't even smell the freezing air around her. It's like the cold has marched right into her stomach and made itself comfortable. She calls out for her mother, complaining about how unbearably cold it is. But then the sky clears a little, and a figure appears in front of her. An old woman stands there, staring at her with the expression of someone who just stumbled onto something that makes no sense. After all, it has been snowing non-stop for 10 whole days in that area, and the snow piled up around them is no less than 5 inches deep. Yet somehow, this little girl is still breathing. She helps her up and instantly realizes that she is far from ordinary. From what she can tell, her body seems completely unaffected by the cold. The whole thing strikes her as downright bizarre, especially considering she has been buried under snow and storms for who knows how long. She starts thinking she might actually possess that legendary ultimate yin body scholars only wrote about in dusty old records. She asks for her name. She does not know. She asks her age. She also does not know. And her backstory? No clue. She follows her when she begins walking. She can't help but find her pitiful, especially when she realizes she has already reached the creation realm at such a young age. That alone would make most martial artists cry into their training logs. And with her unusual body, she might as well carry a sign saying she is perfect for martial arts. To her, this whole encounter feels strangely fated. Someone like her could fetch 100 million gold, but the real question is whether she is destined for their cult or their cult is destined for her. She asks her if she will follow her by promising to give her food and a warm place to sleep. She also notices that she does not give off any scent at all, so she decides to give the girl her surname and names her the Saint of Snow, Subai Haiyong. Just like that, she becomes a follower of the demonic cult. She asks where she is going, and the woman tells her she will be taken to a place where children like her are gathered. Now we return to the present. The heavenly demon has brought them back to the same cave from earlier. She insists it makes no sense because she has never taken a disciple in her life, and regardless of how much the world has gone downhill, her principles are not about to crumble now. Axe Immortal, however, is absolutely baffled by her refusal. He pities our boy and the trio since they are managing to survive despite being outsiders, which is honestly impressive enough. And now that my guy wants to learn from her and face the dangerous Jianghu journey head on, he feels she should at least pretend to be proud. Instead, she is clinging to her stubborn rules. She admits she is proud, but the rule of master and disciple in her cult is strict, and they only accept children who were abandoned by their parents or the world. Axe Immortal almost chokes on his shock. These are the same people going around claiming they stand above everyone else, and meanwhile their moral system is this. He mutters that it's always the ones who judge others that end up being the messiest. Then, in an act of pure confidence, he turns to our hero and suggests ditching her altogether and choosing him as a master instead. He even introduces himself, expecting applause, but our boy simply pretends he does not exist and turns to the heavenly demon again to ask why she refuses him. Axe Immortal can't believe he just got ignored so brutally. The heavenly demon repeats her rule: only those abandoned by the world may enter their cult. Our hero puts on his most miserable look and points out that the world has changed drastically. People are turning into zombies, Murum's sects and clans have been wiped out, and humans themselves have basically been dumped by fate. So technically they are all abandoned now, whether she likes it or not. Deep inside, he knows he is a hunter, an orphan, and someone loyal to the tower. Admitting he has been abandoned by the world is embarrassing, sure, but he figures he can say he dumped the world first. She challenges him. If he is truly that confident, he must show her the tri-sword technique. She wants to judge him herself and see whether he deserves to enter. She is certain he is just full of talk, but my guy gratefully thanks her for giving him the chance. He draws his sword and activates the demonic heaven divine art skill. As soon as he does, he starts seeing pathways of sword movements and countless techniques flashing in his mind, but that is all they do. Flash. With his incomplete understanding, trying to copy them now might turn him into a walking joke. But then he remembers Huryung's words about lamentation and the cruelty of the world. So he decides that if he is going to mess up anyway, he will at least deliver the most impressive disaster possible. The more he uses the skill, the more his mindset shifts. The demonic cult is not about elegance, it's about raw cries from the soul. Yin and yang may be deep ideas, but a single scream from a desperate human beats them easily. Compared to refined sword styles based on old books, a swing backed by pure anguish is much stronger. The more a person laments, the rougher their scream, and the sharper their blade. That's why the strong survive. That's the nature of the demon cult. Even the heavenly demon herself wielded sword techniques built entirely on those screams, and even she screamed in her final moments. Seeing our boy continue, the heavenly demon finally snaps and orders him to stop, using her aura to shut him down. She demands to know where he learnt the ultimate technique of her cult. She warns him that fooling her is impossible, as no matter how terrible the execution looked, what he showcased just then was definitely the demonic heaven, divine art. And in this world, only demonic beings can learn it, and she is positive she has never seen him before. Our poor hero, exhausted and barely functioning, simply asks if he is worthy and then collapses. The alchemy castellan rushes over and checks on him. He has drained too much aura, so she injects something into him while the heavenly demon steps outside. Haremi watches and realizes he ended up like this because he tried to use a martial art that did not suit him yet. That's exactly why he kept nagging him about starting from the basics. Still, in his eyes, our boy is not terrible at all. In fact, he is quite commendable. The old woman takes Bakyang to her place and tells her that from then on she should eat whenever she wants, sleep whenever she wants, and basically do whatever the heck she feels like doing. Her only condition is that she actually lives her life however she wants. She is not the only child there are a whole bunch of kids, each one carrying a little life story that's way too heavy for their age. Some of them whisper among themselves about how impossibly kind the adults there are. One boy wonders if they are being groomed as slaves. A girl who has been around a year reassures him that it's nothing like that. Curious, Baikwang asks how everyone ended up there. Of course, every kid has a story. One had a sword-wielding man swing into his village in the dead of night. Another kid's entire village suddenly falls sick. There is even a kid who ran away because his father, let's just say, was not exactly father of the year. As she listens, Bakyang starts thinking about the place like it's some kind of enormous jinken pot, the one where poisonous creatures are locked inside until only the strongest survives. And apparently, whenever these kids speak, poison seems to seep out of their mouths too. When she asks if they are happy here, all of them nod with bright smiles, which is either heartwarming or terrifying, depending on how one looks at it. This is not a utopia, it's more like a training ground for whatever poison life has put in them. The kids don't have to care about money, the physician heals them, nobody hits them, and they are fed. So yes, they are clearly enjoying it, even if Baekhyung still is not sure how to feel about the whole thing. In the morning, while the other kids are being woken up out of bed for breakfast, Baekhyung is not anywhere near hers. She skips breakfast entirely, and heads to the farms to help the farmers, while everyone else is off playing. Those words the old man told her about eating, sleeping, and playing keep looping in her head, but apparently, her idea of play involves a lot of physical labor. The other kids think she is strange for spending all day with the farmers, deliberately skipping meals, but she does not care. This is the life she has chosen. One day the old woman approaches her. She has heard rumors that she helps the farmers, harvests her own food, and has even made her own clothes and blankets. So naturally she asks why she is doing all this, especially when she could easily live a comfortable life without lifting a finger. Bahakyung calmly lays it all out. Mr. Mo, a farmer at the bottom of the mountain, lost his 2 daughters to the county magistrate. Mr. Kwei, another farmer in the orchard, lost his sons for complaining about unfair treatment. Both families, scarred by the world, ended up at this place and became believers in it. According to her, the adults feeding the children are not stupid or overly kind, but they have been hurt by the world, and they want the children to grow strong enough to eventually get revenge. They themselves are too old to master martial arts at a high level, but the children can. That's why this place, Blossom Springs, exists. The kids are not just eating and sleeping for free. They are part of a plan to reclaim power the adults no longer have. The old woman asks if she has anything she wants to tell the world. Baikyang does not hesitate. She has a lot to say. The old woman decides that if she does, the world must hear her. She formally introduces herself as one of the 7 elders, the demonic Buddha. She asks if Buddhas exist in hell, and the woman nods because apparently even hell needs a Buddha. Otherwise, what's the point of their existence? She tells her that she has passed the test to enter the cult, that she has not wavered in the presence of food, comfort, or a cozy bed, and that she has shown her poison clearly. She then decides to take the girl as her disciple, and announces that from then on, her sword will ring with the echoes of countless screams. After performing the ritual of 9 bows, little Bikang officially becomes her disciple. Back in the present, the heavenly demon watches over my guy in the cave, staring at him like a ghost trying to guilt-trip him awake. Our boy wakes up and tells her that with her crouching over him like that, he physically can't get up unless she wants a head collision. She notices he is speaking quite smoothly for someone who claims to be weak, so she orders him to go wash himself and purify his heart, whatever that means. He finally gets up and spots the trio asleep, and of course curiosity gets the better of him, and he decides to peek into their thoughts. The Potion King is living out his fantasy of beating the Alchemy Castellan 1,000 times. The Alchemy Castellan herself is dreaming about being right again, and refusing to explain anything simple to dumb people. Then there is the Viper, letting out this suspiciously evil giggle in his sleep. Our hero wisely decides to let sleeping weirdos lie, especially the Viper. After bathing, he steps outside, and the heavenly demon asks if he washed every single corner of his body. He proudly claims yes, even his heart. She rolls her eyes because to her, guys who are way too good with words are trouble, basically human con men. Then he peeks at her thoughts and discovers she is impressed with his looks and thinks he is a perfect goody two-shoes face for the role of some ignoble clan leader. He has no idea what that is, and she orders him to follow her anyway. As they walk, she mentions that he is going to have to wear the cult's gloves and pass multiple tests. Just because he impressed her once does not mean he is officially a superstar yet. She starts talking about the first test, but our boy of course interrupts. He lays it out himself, the test of comfort. This is where they feed and clothe new recruits for free. Those who get too comfy end up as farmers, blacksmiths, or escort warriors. The ones who resist get the real demonic arts. She asks him how he knows all this. He obviously can't confess he peeked at her trauma when she killed him, so he claims to be a guy who knows a lot of things. She groans dramatically to the heavens that her last fated student has to be this sneaky, and calls him a wasteful good-for-nothing person. Our hero decides to take it as a compliment because, well, life is easier that way. Young can see she has sharp eyes, but then again he believes that our boy is not worthless. My guy does not know if that's an insult or a compliment, so he just smiles and takes it as a compliment. In the meantime, they reach a cliff. She tells him he should feel lucky she is even considering him. Apparently the demonic faction has strict rules. If someone meets the requirements, she can't reject them. He gets excited, only for her to add the fun twist. He is still not officially a disciple. He whines like someone expecting express delivery, but getting standard shipping. She continues to scrutinize him. His story about coming from the outside world just to learn from her, suspicious. Admiring her for years, also suspicious. Her instincts are screaming, liar. He curses her sharp intuition silently. She explains it's only because he did not seem wicked, so she left him alone before. Still, she is unsure if they are truly fated to be teacher and disciple. Then comes the test. She points to a zombie soldier she tossed down the cliff. This zombie was once a peak martial master, now a hungry, undead mess. Our boy has to defeat it, but she wants him to fight while starving. She emphasizes that during the fight, his heart can only feel hunger. No fear, no pity, no distractions, just pure, delicious starvation. He realizes she already considers him her disciple. She explains that mastering this feeling will let him cut down someone who has never known real hunger with a single strike. That's how she wiped out half of the Orthodox Murum in one swing, and after hunger comes thirst, and then the other 9 things, until he can wield the ultimate sword and basically flip the world upside down. Of course, he thinks this sounds ridiculously appealing. She smiles and tells him to jump, and he does. In this world, if there is one thing that sounds completely off when paired with zombie, it's definitely force palm. The fight is in full swing between my guy and the martial master zombie. Unsurprisingly, our boy is having a really hard time. The heavenly demon, who is watching the whole thing like some hypercritical coach, yells at him not to just swing his sword randomly. She reminds him again that he is supposed to remember the suffering of someone who starved to death. The whole relive the hunger lesson she gave him earlier. Because if he is just hacking away without feeling the pain of starvation, the demonic heaven divine art is basically just an empty shell. Our hero is helpless because he is not even hungry right now. This makes her furious, and she calls him a fool. To her, it's like he is someone who can't imagine the color red just because he has never seen it. She goes on and on about how not feeling hunger does not mean he can't remember it, and if he truly can't, that just proves he is way too full for this kind of martial art. According to her, anyone who wants to learn the demonic heaven divine art needs to summon these feelings at will. She orders him to dig up a memory where he went hungry for the longest time, remember every detail, and relive it fully, where he was, what he craved the most, and how long he starved. He scratches his head and remembers the longest he has ever really starved is 3 or 4 days. She nearly drops her eyebrows in disbelief. Only 3 days. She finds it impossible. She means, come on, this world has seen famine and long, harsh seasons, and now he tells her his maximum hunger experience is 3 days. Unless he is from some fancy top-tier clan, she can't believe it. He explains that in the outside world, life was more abundant, so 3 days was the longest he went without food. She insists, no, he is just not getting it. Hunger, according to her, is the ultimate urge. Everyone feels it the same. The emperor and the commoners all live to satisfy it. If he can't even grasp that, there is no way he can understand the demonic heaven divine art. Our hero thinks to himself that being hungry is just part of life. It's not some mystical thing, and he is not going to believe that martial arts mastery hinges on that alone. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon is staring, disappointed. She calls it a mistake for ever having expectations of him, and in her eyes now, he is just all talk. She disappears before he can defend himself. Eventually, my guy gets killed by the martial master zombie and finds himself back in the netherworld. He mutters about how he has already suffered plenty. Hyung thinks her teaching is a traditional style of training. Our boy, however, is annoyed. He is stubborn, burnt before, and definitely not about to back down now. He wants to prove himself to the heavenly demon. The next day, the Viper notices him sneaking off and asks where he is headed. He makes the excuse of looking for an item he will need to clear this stage. Hyung can see that our hero has officially lost it, with anger completely blinding him, and nothing else matters to him. He predicts this madness will probably last a few weeks. Later, my guy finds an empty cave and decides to starve himself. Hyung cannot believe he intends to stay like this until he dies of hunger. He reminds him that they are both crazy, but our hero insists he is serious. Hyung, a little resigned, allows him to immerse himself in this insanity, but kindly asks him to have some mercy, since his job is just to watch. Our boy does not care, and wants him to mind his own business. The ghost asks how long he plans to do this. Apparently, our hero has seen that the heavenly demon survived 111 days on pure energy. No food, so naturally he plans to survive 112 days. Hyung loses his mind at the ridiculousness, pointing out that with the cold weather and practical limitations, there is no way my guy can cover himself with aura for that long. But our boy does not care. He is determined to push the feeling of hunger to its absolute limit and stay there, reliving it day after day. Hyung wants to know if he has ever even tried starving for that long before. Our hero fires the question right back at him. Hyung shares how when he was young, he used to fast with monks, and there were days he genuinely thought he was going to die. But after about 15 days, the hunger just vanished. It was not starving then, it was just the mind being pushed until it snapped. Basically, it was mental training, or as normal people would call it, suffering for no reason. They argue back and forth. My guy insists that he will starve for 15 days, reach peak hunger, and then cleverly reset the day to keep feeling that hunger over and over. The ghost is completely speechless, watching this guy commit fully to his insane plan. Our boy's reasoning? He wants to master the demonic heaven divine art perfectly. He even asks Hyung why the heavenly demon disappeared from the world, why her chronicle ended, and then explains that they probably thought life was meaningless, but he refuses to let this story end like that. He is not interested in living like Supha, who just cheats, sneers at everyone, and wins because of arrogance. Sure, sneering looks cool, he admits, but living a whole life sneering at everything? That's just childish. He thinks a righteous life might sometimes look silly, but it's worth living. And now, after all this reflection, the answer to how he should live is perfectly clear to him. By the time a full week passed, our boy had become far too familiar with the joys of not eating. The first 2 days felt like someone had personally designed misery just for him. But strangely, after the third day, the pain dulled, almost like his body got tired of protesting. His thoughts slowed, his insides moved lazily, and his very life felt like a tiny drying stream in a year that forgot rain existed. That was the moment he finally understood. So this is what real starvation actually is. Still, Lying around is not magically solving anything, so he forces himself up. He pulls out his sword and starts practicing, accepting that he has completely misunderstood everything. The heavenly demon clearly did not mean just skip meals and meditate a bit, and starvation definitely is not some peaceful fasting technique. It is wanting food desperately, but having absolutely no power to eat it. Throughout the week, one person kept appearing in his mind, a farmer who lives his whole life starving. Whether his stomach aches or not, he has to work, and the worst part? Even after working every day, there is still nothing to eat. He digs at the earth with a worn-out hoe, but during a famine, the soil is about as cooperative as a stubborn mule, and no crop wants to grow. It has not rained for more than half a year. The reservoir dries up, the well gives up, and the fields turn into cracked wasteland. Many villagers already escaped toward the coast, thinking life will magically improve there, but this farmer stays behind because what else can he do? A farmer only knows how to pull food out of the ground, and switching careers is not an option. Every night after working in useless fields, he climbs the mountain looking for tree bark that can be boiled. Of course, even the bark is running out, but he has children waiting at home, so he boils whatever he finds with whatever water he can gather. He is starving, really starving, but he can't eat because the food has to go to the kids. The kids, however, protest that they don't want this strange meal anymore. His hand rises instinctively, almost hitting the child, but he stops. That is not who he is. He blames his reaction on the stress and hunger, knowing deep down his life is not supposed to look like this. My guy realizes the world has gone through countless famines, each one filled with farmers living through the same misery. He remembers the heavenly demon telling him to fight while hungry and to let his strikes come from the movements of someone starving. He wonders whether the farmer's hands truly move differently because of hunger. As he practices, he notices the same unsteady, desperate motion in his own hands. He recalls her instructions, the sounds, the groans, the movements of a starving body. He thinks about the farmer's hand when he almost strikes his child, then when he opens the door and throws the bark outside. Out of frustration, he remembers the moment the farmer places the dirty bark in front of his child anyway, knowing it is the only food available. Some farmers scold their kids, others apologize softly, some starve alone, and some die with their children. But every one of them carries starvation in their hands. And with all those emotions gathered into one point, my guy finally executes the first form of the demonic heaven divine art, the sword of starvation. He finally understands the meaning of hunger, yet even then he feels something is missing. Haryung looks at him like he has officially crossed the line into chaos. Our hero does not understand why. In his mind, he did everything correctly for once. Haryung brings up an old saying about ignorant people being the scariest, and my guy seems to be the perfect walking example. He claims our boy has the soul of a traditional martial artist, but thinks like someone from the demonic cult, which must be his personal nightmare as a teacher. He wonders how he is supposed to guide someone like this without losing the last bit of patience he has. Meanwhile, my guy is not really listening, because his brain is busy thinking about chocolate pie. That's when he realizes his personal version of starvation is actually chocolate pie, not exactly the philosophical angle the heavenly demon probably expects. Haryung notices he is not paying attention, and keeps ranting. Our hero mentions he is considering going down the mountain for a moment. The ghost asks if he plans to show the heavenly demon his progress. Our boy denies it because obviously he has just started learning the demonic heaven divine art. First he needs to die again and go see her. He even imagines her reaction, thinking she might accept he is not completely hopeless, which, according to Haryung, is basically a compliment. But my guy disagrees entirely. Being acknowledged does not erase the emotional damage from when she mocked him for never truly starving. And since he is the type who holds grudges like rare collectibles, he wants a better reaction. He wants her stunned, apologetic, maybe even admitting that he is exceptional. Just imagining it feels sweeter than the chocolate pie he is craving. But he knows he still lacks something. Compared to people of that era, he has never truly starved. When he pictures the farmer boiling tree bark, he can't even imagine how it should look or how to prepare it. So he decides he needs to fill that gap in his imagination. He summons the 100 souls, and the hungry demon shows up with the skeletons behind. Our hero explains that this world is ending. People are turning into spirits and corpses, wandering like restless shadows. He mentions that this place might resemble the empire the hungry demon once destroyed. Then he orders it to scatter and collect every corpse that died from starvation. There must be a village or farmland somewhere nearby. Some bodies might still move, but he instructs the demon to overpower them with sheer numbers. He wants the hungry demon to bring him exactly 112 corpses. The demon hesitates a bit, as this number is, let's be honest, a little ridiculous. On top of that, it's noticed how our hero has been looking thinner lately. Its loyalty is sky high. That's the way of it. If he disappears, the demon disappears too. Its entire little world of memories, purpose, and even what passes for happiness relies entirely on him. My guy is pleased that the demon has the honesty to speak its mind. He asks how life has been going for it lately. Ever since he earned the right to control the 20th floor, he has let the hungry demon hang out in the village, unless he needs it for a task like right now. The demon answers that things are going fine. well, as fine as they can be when you're a fallen constellation trying not to notice humanity's usual disasters. Our hero presses a little, and the demon reluctantly reports an incident. Apparently, a group of self-proclaimed hunters came snooping, claiming our boy held incredible power and that the hidden treasures of the 5 major guilds were lying around. But the Black Witch he had brought and her entourage took care of the situation before anything could happen. My guy smirks, noting that the Black Dragon Guild's post-cleanup efforts are more competent than he had expected. The hungry demon continues its update, like a village newsletter no one asked for. The minor rulers from the neighboring kingdom have stopped pestering the village, mainly it seems because they caught a nasty measles outbreak that spread from the wandering tribes the villagers had defeated. Our hero is relieved to hear Agam Empire's affairs are more or less running smoothly. Then the hungry demon drops the holy bomb. Both the Empire and the Temple have officially declared the village a sacred place. Pilgrims now show up hoping for miracles, and lizard folk and elves occasionally swing by with gifts. The demon, no longer powerful, does not quite know how to manage all the attention. Sick people, hopeful pilgrims, curious visitors. It's like trying to run a theme park without any staff. Our boy recalls the alchemy castellan saying she would only sell potions to people approved by him. He reassures the hungry demon, promising he has a plan to handle the crowd and keep things orderly. After this expedition, he intends to build a proper alchemist shop on the 20th floor. Since the alchemy castellan wants all new customers filtered through him, he will need to make sure it's organized. He plans to hire some staff, and even make the hungry demon the assistant. In this way, he could allow a hunter who wants to become an alchemist to take a proper apprenticeship. Slowly, the small shop could expand into a branch and maybe someday even become the main alchemist headquarters. It might sound ambitious, but impossible? Not for our boy, apparently. The hungry demon mentions a few TMIs before leaving. A little girl loves the rice cakes the hunters bring. There is an old man who tends the orchard and hands out fruits to the black dragon hunters in exchange for a bit of protection. My guy smiles to himself, noting that people are more or less doing okay. The demon agrees. With that, his attention shifts, as his aim is to make sure life in this world is not a constant nightmare. But first, there is work to be done. He orders the demon to collect the bodies, and it disappears to carry out his grim instructions. The hungry demon, once known as the hungry demon of autumn rain and a literal destroyer of the Agam Empire, starts plotting its route. She starts with towns having offices, as they might still have maps, even if they are battered. That's enough to plan a course. It then sent out a group of skeletons to scout, taking broken maps to explore remote villages and fishing spots. The selected corpses include mothers whose children wake to find them dead, villagers cursed for their parents' deaths, people trapped in wells, and prisoners who starved alone. 112 carefully chosen souls, nothing more, nothing less. Once the hungry demon arrives with the zombies, my guy commands them to make them release. He prepares himself, and the zombies charge, tearing into his arms and shoulders, and just like that he gets killed. The tower recreates the memory of those who ended his life. The first memory is of an old man drifting on a boat, content to die there and cause no trouble. He spent decades working the river, and it feels fitting. The quiet of the water brings him peace. The next memory centers on a castellan. A servant warns that the barn is empty, the warehouse will be out of millet in 15 days, and the fishermen have not caught enough to make up the shortfall. The castellan orders severe cuts. The elderly and children get a third of their usual food, and adults get half. The servant protests, but the castellan has decided to lead by example. If he starves, complaints won't carry much weight. After all, this place is not going to last forever, so a few days of hunger is not going to change the outcome. Then there are the children, starving, scared, and trying not to panic. One girl has an idea, a desperate sort of plan. If they are going to die, they should eat something first. Something called an earth biscuit, a recipe from her sect. The others are dubious as they gather mud from the riverside, spread it in the sun, and call it a biscuit. They complain, but then reluctantly they eat it. Then they notice the body of a fisherman on the boat. The fisherman, now a zombie, lunges at them. They run, screaming. Every single person in these memories went through hunger, fear, and desperation, yet somehow they managed to push through. The memories fade and our hero returns. He thought he would learn to boil tree bark. Instead, he finds the truth is far worse. People in a desperate corner will eat literally anything, including dirt. Inspired, he digs through the snow with his bare hands, gathers some soil, and by morning has made his own earth biscuit. It tastes terrible, of course, which makes him question too many things. Why is earth so inedible? Why does it smell so bad? He can't figure it out. But then he realizes something. Emotions that can't be put into words can be shown through action. That, he decides, is what martial arts is, turning raw, messy feelings into movement. With a grim resolve, he stabs himself. He plans to return and show the heavenly demon the techniques he has learnt from the dead, the hopeless and the forgotten. Back in the present, the heavenly demon tells him she has tossed one of the zombie soldiers off a cliff, and wants him to defeat it before she will consider teaching him. He does not know martial arts theory, yin and yang, or elemental rules. If his style has any rules at all, it's based on the cries of those abandoned by fate. His blade carries the actions of people forgotten by the heavens. He recalls the taste of soil and the feel of dirt in his hands and finally succeeds. The first move of the demonic heavenly divine art, the Blade of Starvation, obliterates the zombie. He turns to the heavenly demon with a smirk as he looks forward to showing her how much he has changed. The two of them return to the cave, and the heavenly demon starts by explaining to him that the demonic heaven divine art was not just a one-trick sword technique. No, it originally had 9 stances, and the Sword of Starvation he had just managed to pull off is only the opening move. The next one is called the Sword of Thirst. In her eyes, he handled the first stance pretty well, and with some focus, she believes he could get even better. Our hero naturally does not let her off easy. He interrupts immediately, because being humble is apparently not on his to-do list today. He tilts his head and complains because he thinks he crushed it, but for her it's only pretty good. He apologizes, but in that over-the-top way, claiming that his pride momentarily vanished, and his confidence nearly hit the floor. Unsurprisingly, the heavenly demon gives him a look that basically screams, she is done with his nonsense. She then sighs, gives in, and admits he did in fact perform the Sword of Starvation skillfully. She just does not want him prancing around bragging that he has mastered the entire divine art. Our boy of course can't resist and asks for maybe a whole thesis on her definition of skillfully. She snaps at him for twisting her words like a mischievous little wordsmith. He notices that she is hooked because she is giving just enough attention to keep him interested. She mutters that if he insists on acting like a master, she can become his disciple. That's when he realizes that this is not just a casual acknowledgement. She is essentially announcing he is her genuine disciple, not some temporary honorary student. She wants him to stop talking nonsense and focus on the basics as she will be teaching from there on out. He can hardly believe it. She has already made her choice, but she won't admit it outright. In this world, the bond between master and disciple carries enough weight to scare off even the bravest of souls. Saying it aloud is serious business, and he can understand she is cautious because she knows how heavy the responsibility can be. As he can handle the Blade of Starvation at this level, she thinks he has earned the right to listen to her cult's teachings, and maybe even sneak a thing or two if he is bold enough. Our boy naturally gets curious and checks her character window. Unsurprisingly, she is all about wuxia stories, with zero patience for legends, myths, or fairy tales. She likes characters with stubbornness and strong rivals, while she despises playboys, bullies, and tricksters. She enjoys plots packed with action and battles, but forgets running away, fading into oblivion, or dying for no reason. Those are a hard pass. Then he peeks into her thoughts. She is quietly debating whether to take him on as her disciple. She tells herself she needs to decide soon, then immediately scolds herself for even considering it. In her eyes, she just finished a fight with the Axe Immortal, and should feel satisfied, as taking a disciple at her age sounds a little pathetic to her. He smiles inwardly because he wanted her to wrestle with that thought, to hesitate. He wonders which path she will choose, keep fighting a hopeless war against Axe Immortal, or pass on her teachings to the next generation. Deep down, he hopes she chooses the latter. Even if the world falls apart, even if she ends up alone, he wants her to keep living, and maybe he will be the reason she decides to. He also knows that words mean nothing. Actions are what really last. She probably feels the same way. Neither of them has done enough yet to make lasting promises. Checking again, he sees she is still indecisive. Meanwhile, she notices him zoning out and interrupts. He reassures her he is listening, radiating confidence. She sees it and decides to move on to the next trial. She leaves, warning him not to follow. He notices how she did not leave a single footprint behind. Meanwhile, Hurryung grumbles about wanting a shot at fighting her. He recalls how weak the demonic cult in his Murim days was. Back then, he spent most of his time beating up small fries for entertainment, and even the so-called heavenly demon got their butt handed to him once. Now, of course, he envies the Axe Immortal for being born in that world. If it were him, he'd already be planning a grand duel with the heavenly demon, wondering whether he would die or she would. He imagines climbing a snow-covered peak, having a legendary battle, then sipping a drink while overlooking the Janghu. Sounds perfect, really. If only he were not dead. My guy, as usual, is not impressed by the ghost's daydreams. He reminds him that the alchemy Castellan is working on a cure for the epidemic, and that he is about to become the heavenly demon's disciple. Everything looks promising, but he feels the finale still needs a bit of flair. Hurryung's previous comment, of course, just added gasoline to the fire. Internally, the ghost panics because no one knows better than him that whenever our hero gets that excited, chaos follows. Then our boy brings up their old bet. Back in the past, Hurryung wagered that my guy would die fewer than 100 times before reaching the 19th floor, while our hero bet fewer than 99. Our boy recalls clearly that he died 97 times just below his bet, but above Hurryung's. The ghost now sweats while my guy grins, knowing exactly how to make him squirm. Later, the heavenly demon appears, holding a zombie, the blood demon, an elite assassin from her cult. These are not ordinary zombies, they are trained killers who only obey her. Our hero remembers she sent the future leader last time, and now she is sending someone from her personal squad. He can see the difficulty level is maximum. She reassures him that she only selects opponents that match his level. He imagines her wandering snowy plains, examining hundreds of zombies before settling on this one. He senses how much thought and care she put into this. She explains the trial is not much different from the morning, and he just has to fight, but only the feeling of thirst should exist in his heart. She then releases the zombie, and he braces but ends up dying again. Returning, he checks with the alchemy castellan and potion king on the cure, handing over notes he memorized from her future records. Then he heads to an empty cave and summons 100 souls. The hungry demon appears, and he orders it to collect bodies of those who died from thirst. He also instructs it to find zombies skilled in martial arts nearby, demonic fighters in black robes and orthodox warriors in white. 50 kilometers, 150, it does not matter, as he wants them all. The hungry demon asks what he plans to do with all the bodies. He answers as if it's obvious. In a ruined world, two people still want a real fight, but at the moment, they are basically pretending to be soldiers. So if they want a proper showdown, he is going to give it to them, a full legendary orthodox versus demonic war. The heavenly demon is not exactly impressed the first time our boy attempted the sword of starvation. Honestly, she looked at him in a way unsure whether to be disappointed or offended. She did not even acknowledge his effort because in her eyes the entire trial was designed so he eventually gives up on his own. But the moment he pushes past starvation and moves on to thirst, her attitude makes a full U-turn. Suddenly she is watching him closely, as if she has just realized he might actually be worth her time. After our hero finishes off the blood demon, she examines his sword style again. To her it is way too honest, so straightforward, it might as well ask the opponent to break it. She points out that his movements feel like he is fighting the entire world instead of individual opponents. Apparently that kind of technique suits righteous sex, not her cult. Still, she can't ignore how the screams carved into his sword path are disturbingly vivid. Credit for that, of course, goes to the hungry demon, who generously provided people who died of thirst so my guy can learn better. She eventually decides to teach him something basic, her mysterious fundamental principle. The way she hypes it up, one would think she is about to reveal the secret recipe to immortality. But she asks him what he was thinking when he used the sword of starvation, and it's obviously starvation for him. Then she tells him to imagine an apple, but he has no clue what an apple actually feels like, so she switches back to starvation, and suddenly he can describe everything. The roughness of mud, the earthy smell, all thanks to those famous earth cookies he ate earlier. He even clarifies that he means the good kind of mud, without gravel or sand, like a man of standards. But when she asks him about the taste, he goes quiet. Instead of flavor, all he can picture are children waiting for their earth cookies to dry under the sun because they have nothing else to eat. She instantly understands his silence. To him, starvation is not a taste, but it is a memory. She calls that his poem. Then she circles back to apples. She explains that he can't describe one because it does not trigger anything meaningful in his past. If he had eaten apples in a way that matters, he would know. Eventually, a memory surfaces, him being sick as a child, while someone cuts apples for him and feeds him the soft middle. So he describes the taste as mushy and full of juice. She accepts it. To her, an apple is not just a fruit, but it is a memory. It can be a mother scraping the flesh for a sick child, the leftover peel she eats herself, or even the absence of all that for children who have no one. She thinks of the parents who can't afford apples, and those who simply don't care enough. She believes every object in the world carries a human heart, and nothing exists without resentment hidden somewhere inside. So starvation, she explains, has no true shape or scent or flavor. Starvation is mud, rivers and children waiting for the sun, and thirst works the same way. He has to feel it, taste it, and experience it. According to her, demonic arts are not flashy moves. They are memories turned into sensations, and that is the essence of the demonic heaven, divine path. Together with the hungry demon, our boy has gathered 112 people who died of starvation. One is the child who eats mud cookies, so he bites the soil himself to learn. That unlocks the first form, the sword of starvation. Then they find 48 who die of thirst. One is an old woman who drinks salt water until the end, so he salts his own insides like he is marinating himself. That becomes the second form, the sword of thirst. Next comes 37, who drown. One father gives his last breath to his child, so he sinks underwater and shares breath with the hungry demon. That opens the third form, the sword of asphyxiation. Then they gather 96 who die of cold. One newborn freezes against its mother, so he holds a corpse close until he stiffens too. That awakens the fourth form, the sword of frostbite. The heavenly demon watches as his swordsmanship evolves. She explains that a person's life is etched into their martial arts, and habits born from suffering are almost impossible to erase, especially in the demonic heaven divine art. She can tell our hero has lived through things most people can't even imagine, and knowing every pain is nearly impossible, and even knowing does not guarantee true understanding. But when she looks at him, she sees all of it. He is the demonic heaven, divine art. Before she can continue her lecture or her unexpected praise, she senses movement. She then turns to see the viper strolling over, carrying Axe Immortal on his back. The heavenly demon looks at the two of them and wonders why they would voluntarily show up there with that pathetic look on their faces. Axe Immortal makes it painfully obvious that he is there because he is worried about her. He immediately notices the missing ritual of 9 bows, and of course her stubborn silence only confirms his suspicions. He knew this whole mess would happen, because apparently he has a sixth sense for chaos and a talent for being melodramatic. Our hero naturally just stands there blinking, completely clueless about what the ritual even involves. So Young explains that in Jianghu, when a master and disciple form a bond, different sects have their own quirky traditions. Some bow 3 times, some 9. His own sect demands to survive 9 hits from the master to officially become a disciple. He brags shamelessly about taking 63 hits, apparently the stuff of legend, which makes my guy finally understand why this guy acts like a lunatic half the time. The heavenly demon, as usual, does not care about any of this nonsense because obviously it's up to her to decide who can become her disciple and when. She warns Immortal to back off, which of course only makes him more insistent, because apparently everything is his business. He knows why she remains without a disciple. Pity. She feels sorry for him. And since she is the last demonic being, and he is the last orthodox martial artist in Jianghu, if she takes a disciple, the demonic side might just run the show. Then he casually places his hand on the Viper's shoulder. The Viper smiles, cool as a cucumber, and the heavenly demon loses it instantly. Immortal has already claimed the Viper as his disciple, right under her nose. She rushes forward, grabbing the old man by the hair, and starts taking her anger out on him, but he just shrugs and accuses her of getting dramatic over something that seems obvious to everyone else. He believes that if fate hands her an opportunity, she should accept it instead of obsessing over him. She calls him out for not caring about the great orthodox demonic war, and he shrugs again, pointing out that a war does not require just the 2 of them to fight, but their disciples can fight as well. Meanwhile, our hero and the Viper are just standing there, trying not to get sucked into the chaos. My guy glances at the Viper. He is curious if it's okay for him to have a new master, but the Viper does not fuss over picky details, and if a master is there, he plans to learn. Our boy, however, knows this is not really the Viper's call, just like he himself jumped into the Heavenly Demon Chronicles out of pride, not planning. He warns him that jumping in now would be like throwing himself into a beehive for fun. Slightly thrilling but mostly stupid. The Viper does not get it, which only annoys him, so he decides that if his resolve needs testing, he will prove it with his sword. They draw their weapons and our hero immediately launches into the demonic heaven divine art, Sword of Starvation, testing the Viper, who blocks, realizing that my guy's swordsmanship is not just a lot of hot air, but that he has actually got talent. Still, the Viper relies on his eternal demonic sword technique to counter. Immortal, still mid-argument with the heavenly demon, points out that the sword technique channels demonic spirit capable of freezing and shattering the world. The heavenly demon notices the Viper's piercing gaze, sharp even with one eye, while Immortal, despite being ancient enough to remember the invention of tea, sees genuine talent and praises my guy's skill. He has not been training long, yet his swordsmanship is already impressive, which of course infuriates the heavenly demon. She calls the praise nonsense, while our boy quietly acknowledges that this duel is not just about fighting, but it's about making her recognize him. Immortal, in his infinite wisdom, decides to give the Viper guidance mid-battle, which the heavenly demon finds offensive, naturally. But he reminds her that she cannot yet claim mastery over our hero. The Viper mixes techniques from the butterfly sword method with Supreme Heaven martial arts, predicting my guy's movements and attacking him with precision. The heavenly demon watches our boy struggling, and she finally snaps. He can see that she is finally acknowledging that he has earned her recognition. Then he presses the advantage, unleashing the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th forms of the demonic heaven divine arts, Sword of Forethirst, Sword of Asphyxiation, and Sword of Frostbite. The wounds on both of them keep piling up, and the cold wind is doing its best to helpfully turn every fresh cut into a scar. Immortal and the heavenly demon, bless them, are holding back because apparently going all out is so exhausting for them. So our boy has stepped in to become the heavenly demon's sword, while Viper has taken on the role of the Murim Alliance leader's sword. At this moment, it becomes a pretty neat setup, if you like watching chaos turned into art. Though it's a scene too intense for ordinary eyes, something like a dream that no one sane could actually hold on to. Our hero, of course, has a moment of philosophical clarity mid-battle, about how everything fades eventually, and no matter how brilliant a dream might be, it will disappear. Humans deteriorate, genres deteriorate, even world-shattering attacks deteriorate. And of course, only people can abandon others or make the choice of refusing to awaken someone else. Then amidst all this blood and wind, my guy turns to the heavenly demon and asks to become her disciple. Not because he wants a new hobby, of course, but because he wants to become the scenery she notices, the dream that does not fade from her eyes. What she sees, he wants to carry into himself. What he sees, he wants to flow into her. And if he is really ambitious, he prays her life continues into his. The heavenly demon finally decides he is committed enough. She orders him to perform the ritual of 9 bows, and with that she accepts him as her last disciple. A long time ago there was this prayer floating around the demonic world called Baraya. Nobody actually knows what it meant. Even the elderly women who dragged little Baikyang into that world had no clue. They just memorized it because apparently that's enough in the demonic world. For So Baikyang, Baraya is more like the villagers' chant, a raw screaming mess. And honestly, screams never come with deep meaning, so it's only natural that they don't mean much either. You don't need manners or a philosophy degree to yell your lungs out. The villagers barely know basic etiquette, so screaming was basically their greatest skill. Baekhyun eventually grows from a kid into a young woman, and the old woman finishes teaching her everything she knows. Then she asks Baekhyun about the place she wants to go. Baekhyun points straight for all the strange vacation spots, places where people are starving, dying of thirst, crushed by oppressive authority, or casually being burnt alive. The old woman realizes that Baekhyun wants the entire tragic world. And so at 21, Baekhyun makes her debut in Murim. That winter alone, 31 martial artists, 47 government officials, and 55 prominent families ended up missing their heads. The heavenly demon aka Baekhyun brings our boy to the same place and explains that her cult has its own unique customs. For instance, when a disciple greets a master, they bow 9 times. She lights some candles for atmosphere and explains that whether a bow counts is entirely up to the master, who may demand extra bows just to be entertained. Our hero, curious as ever, asks Huryeong about the place, and the ghost explains that it is the cult's secret vault, their hidden world. When someone physically steps inside, it's called the Heavenly Martial Academy. Then, like a kid in a candy store, Huryeong leaps onto the shelves. He is utterly thrilled, bouncing around like he is about to inhale every book in the room. His plan is to read everything, devour every hidden martial arts secret, and claim the ultimate techniques of the world for himself. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon mentions she was 21 when she entered Murim and asks my guy to guess her first thought. He guesses destroy the human orthodox sex. Nope, that was third. Then prove the demonic cult supremacy. Wrong again. Second thought. Her actual first thought? Not drama, not glory, not any of that cinematic nonsense. She hated the term Murim. Apparently martial artists used it to glorify themselves, forgetting that fishermen, farmers, traders, and random people in interesting professions were also living in Janghu. Somehow, the 10 sects and 5 clans decided to call it the Forest of Martial Arts, so she decided the first course of action was to grab all the martial arts away. She proceeded to steal every treasured manual, ignoring the Taoists of Kunlun, begging her to spare the principle of the Cloud Dragon. She politely ignored them, crushed their heads anyway, and walked off with the books. She did this for decades, building a collection so complete it could make any historian cry. Now this place combines Kunlun, Wudong, Tang Clan, Zuji Clan, Mount Mo, and every other lineage you can name, and she calls it Murim. Finally, she sits down, ready to receive our hero's bows. He nods and she assures him she won't nitpick his technique, so he just follows his body and finishes all 9 bows. Now each bow carries a different weight. The first, the heart of starvation, makes our boy remember the children waiting for sunlight. The second, the bow of thirst, which feels like clashing waves. Meanwhile, she begins a lecture on the demonic cult's 4 ranks. The first, the novitiate demon, expresses personal pain through the sword. Then the second, the ultimate demon, expresses others' pain and even heals it. He moves to the third bow, which is the bow of asphyxiation, and she covers the third rank, the transcendent demon, who senses everyone's suffering. Only 5 in the cult have reached it, including the heavenly demon herself. The fourth, the bow of frostbite, makes him recall the heart of a mother watching her child suffer. The final rank she mentions is the divine demon, who is meant to feel the suffering of all living things, and no one has achieved this. The 5th bow is the bow of poison death, representing souls taken by drugs, and my guy is still learning it. She stops him mid-bow repeatedly. By the time he finishes, he has experienced the pain of hundreds of poisoned souls, sickly deaths, and beaten to death. She observes his honesty, painfully, exhaustingly honest. She has this whole viewpoint about people, dividing them into 2 groups. On one side, there are kids who grow up honest because life gave them a soft landing. On the other hand, there are kids like my guy who turn out upright because they earned every bit of goodness despite crawling out of unpleasant circumstances. The 2 of them make their way back to the cave, and our hero wonders what the heavenly demon is thinking this time, so he checks her thoughts. As expected, she is quietly calculating her remaining internal energy, and according to her estimates, if she uses it carefully, she might have about a year and a half left. Not exactly a comforting timeline, especially since she intends to pass down every last bit of her knowledge to him. He then suddenly feels oddly ticklish, and right on cue, Huryeong pops up practically glowing with excitement. Apparently, he has gone through every martial arts manual he could find, and now he is buzzing with energy, almost floating as he asks whether my guy has completed the ritual. And then Sparkly also alerts him that she is trying her best not to cry as she is in awe of him. The Viper, who apparently has been waiting, asks if our hero is done with the ritual. Our boy answers proudly that he has now become an official disciple of the demonic cult. The Viper congratulates him, so my guy casually turns the question around and asks whether the Viper has somehow become Axe Immortal's disciple in exchange. The Viper just gives a small shrug and claims he simply asked to be taught and did not go through anything special. A smooth and tidy story, except reality disagrees. Our hero, after taking a quick look at his thoughts, knows the real version. Axe Immortal, practically at the edge of his life, had bowed to the Viper and begged him to give the heavenly demon a reason to continue living. Rejecting him was not even a distant possibility, as the old man is definitely stronger than him. Once they finish discussing martial arts, they sit down, but Alchemy Castellan and the Potion King start praising the Viper like he is some newly discovered wonder of the world. The Viper looks very pleased, pretending he prefers a quiet, uneventful life while clearly enjoying every bit of admiration coming his way. Meanwhile, our boy just watches all of them silently, trying to make sense of how he always ends up stuck with people who swear they dislike attention but react to praise like it's their source of energy. Then the Alchemy Castellan brings actual news, both the good kind and the kind pire. She starts with the good part. They have finally created a cure. The heavenly demon almost freezes in disbelief. A mysterious disease that defeated countless Taoists, physicians, and scholars has been solved by two exhausted alchemists working out of a cave. They tested the cure on the Wudong sect leader's corpse, and the disease vanished completely, leaving behind nothing more than an ordinary dead body. The heavenly demon can hardly believe it took just these two to accomplish what the entire Zhenghu failed to do. The Alchemy Castellan tries to credit my guy's research materials, but the heavenly demon urges her to treat Axe Immortal first. Even the strongest warriors don't have unlimited time, and saving him while it's still possible is more important than modesty. Our hero already knows that the Alchemy Castellan is incredibly capable, so her success does not surprise him. But then the twist arrives. The treatment comes with a condition, as the procedure requires the complete removal of the patient's dantian. Axe Immortal, after watching the effect on the Wudang leader's corpse, has total confidence in the cure. He knows he and the heavenly demon are barely staying alive at this point, kept upright mostly by willpower. He is also amazed they have survived this long, and is more than willing to accept the cost without hesitation. The Alchemy Castellan examines the heavenly demon and confirms what she already suspected. Too much time has passed since the infection, and her impure energy and lower dantian are both in terrible condition. To make the cure work, the entire affected area has to be removed. No shortcuts. The heavenly demon hopes it might be a smaller partial removal, but the Alchemy Castellan shakes her head because everything needs to go. She reassures them that the surgery will succeed. While she may not be the most gifted surgeon, the Potion King is exceptional, and she can support him. Axe Immortal has already made his decision. He barely has any internal energy left anyway, so losing the dantian won't change much. He is simply relieved he has the chance to take in a disciple at this point in his life. Even without a dantian, his mind is firm, and his disciple is unbelievably talented, learning far faster than anyone expects. Martial arts come from the heart, he claims, and as long as the heart remains, the art remains. The heavenly demon just listens quietly. The surgery takes place overnight, and succeeds. When our hero informs the heavenly demon, she quietly reflects on her childhood. She used to hate winter, the endless snow, the freezing air, and the lives lost to the cold every year. She could not erase all the coldness in the world, but she could confront those who kept spreading it. She draws her fierce demonic sword and remembers her first expedition into the jungle, when she imagined the world's coldness as a giant mountain of ice, and tried cutting through it. Naturally, she barely left a scratch, but she was young, and it was her beginning. Now she gathers her aura again, whispers her prayer, and swings once more, and once again she leaves only a faint mark at the peak. Her bloodlust strike still is not perfect, but she accepts it, and she has made up her mind to go through the surgery. The Alchemy Castellan and the Potion King are practically collapsing from exhaustion, so done with life that the heavenly demon's surgery has to wait a bit. While they struggle to stay upright, the heavenly demon moves to check on Axe Immortal, after hearing about his lost dantian. He did not expect her to be literally the first person he saw after surgery. He acts as though he has just ascended to immortality, claiming a sensation of unbelievable lightness, and she can see through the nonsense, since his body has not even begun evolving yet. Noticing her calmer expression, he wonders if she is finally committed to the surgery, and she confirms while mentioning the recent whirlwind of expending a year's worth of internal energy swinging her sword. She adds that this is probably the last time she will ever draw on that energy. He regrets missing the sight, imagining how impressive it must have been, and curiosity nudges him toward asking what exactly she slashed. She shrugs at the futility of trying to cut through winter itself, not even close to success, and he cheers her up. Her thoughts start forming, but he cuts in, insisting he has zero regrets. In a world already crumbling, surviving 3 more years seems nothing short of a miracle to him. Doctors from outside their world, another miraculous touch, and taking in a disciple in his late years adds to the list of unbelievable luck. Miracle piled upon miracle, and he is honestly grateful for everything. If anything nags him, it's the unfinished business of the orthodox demonic war, but life rarely hands out perfection, and he is confident their disciples will probably finish it anyway. She is at peace with that, ready to accept this as the closing chapter, if it is indeed her last. My guy steps outside, drawing a wary glance from her, since a ruined world is not the place for casual strolls. He insists on just catching some air, which naturally raises her suspicion even more. He promises to return before her surgery concludes, requesting that she proceed calmly, with him waiting upon her return. Once outside, he wonders about the world before the end, if forests have returned, if waters have started flowing again. The hungry demon reports the results of its meticulous zombie gathering, hundreds from both demonic and orthodox sides, totaling 1,998. Our hero then draws his sword, complimenting the demon's effort, then orders the zombies lined up one by one, starting their elimination before sunset. His mind drifts to what constitutes a perfect ending in life, realizing that simply taking in a disciple is too mundane for his standards. Yes, it clears the 22nd floor, but satisfaction? That's a different story entirely. Sparkly and the hungry demon cheer him on as he is happily past the halfway point. Eventually, he finishes the job, and the hungry demon radiates joy, which confuses him until it clarifies that his actions filled its heart. Even without ever seeing the woman who saved its master, it feels confident she will be ecstatic, possibly overjoyed. Our hero can only hope. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon's surgery concludes. The alchemy Castellan notes the recovery is solid, practically full restoration, and that even a zombie bite won't pose a threat anymore. The heavenly demon insists they owe her their lives, and the Castellan simply nods, having done what she was meant to. My guy returns and invites the two of them on a walk. The heavenly demon is in for a stroll with her disciple, but less so with Aximortal. Aximortal also immediately shows his lack of enthusiasm, yet our boy's insistence leads to a reluctant agreement. While walking, my guy brings up their shared regret that they never managed to finish the great Orthodox demonic war themselves, leaving the final chapter to him and the Viper, their disciples. Naturally, he can't let it slide without offering his own perspective. In his view, the so-called Great Orthodox Demonic War is not some duel they just pass on. Even if he and the Viper had stepped in, it would have been nothing more than a regular fight, barely worth mentioning. The only real battle worth calling a war is the one fought by the two of them, the ones who had been guarding their respective sides from the very beginning. He tells them how he appreciates their past years of persistence, and even more so their dedication in finding zombies every morning. Had they given up even once, he would not have managed to locate any of them. As they reach the cliff, he summons his 100 Souls technique, leaving room for them to interpret it however they like. Maybe it's a dream, maybe a side effect of losing their Dantian, or maybe he has just picked up some peculiar sorcery along the way. The vision he unfolds proves one thing clearly: the world of the demonic cult is not finished yet. As long as martial arts still holds any sense of honor, honor itself is not lost. If the demonic cult ever vanishes, it will only be because the Orthodox sect's swords cut them down. Conversely, if the Orthodox sect falls, the demonic cult will be the ones doing the cutting. After letting that sink in, he turns to both of them and tells them to duel each other to decide once and for all who will stand as the last martial master of Jianghu. The souls start turning into people who stare at their bodies like they are waiting for some hidden crack to appear, as if their skin might suddenly unzip and reveal the zombie bite marks again. They were certain they were doomed, but now they look completely fine, which is obviously the kind of confusion that makes a person wonder if they accidentally died somewhere along the way. Even the heavenly demon is standing there trying to make sense of the miracle, because apparently reality is taking a break. She ends up asking our hero whether he is secretly from another world, because whatever he just pulled off is not something any normal person from Jianghu could do. It looks more like the kind of nonsense one usually hears in those dramatic legends that nobody actually believes. She even starts doubting if she has somehow wandered into the afterlife without filling out the required paperwork. Our boy clears up her confusion, explaining that these people are the same as her. They can't use their martial skills anymore, and they are a lot weaker than when they were alive. He urges her to go see for herself, instead of standing there questioning the universe. She heads down the cliff, and sure enough she spots a man trying his best to calm the chaos around him. It's the Blood Demon Squad captain, which practically shocks her out of her soul. She starts calling out the names she thought she would never speak again: Lunar Shadow Demon, Spirit Flame Demon, Sword Demon, each name leaving her more overwhelmed. She touches them carefully, almost like she is checking whether they are real or just illusions, playing tricks on her overworked mind. Meanwhile, Aximortal runs over to a monk who is staring at everything like he is trying to read instructions that don't exist. The moment Aximortal hears the confused mumbling, he immediately recognizes him and hugs him like he just found his favorite lost person. He looks ridiculously happy, while the monk insists they were never friends in the first place. My guy watches their little reunion and smiles like he already knows exactly who that monk is, the one who probably survived the longest after Aximortal. The heavenly demon then turns to Aximortal. She does not care if everything happening there is just some elaborate dream, and she is fine even if she herself is just a person wandering through illusions. To her, it does not matter if the demonic faction's world is nothing more than a moment that eventually dissolves. In her eyes, everyone is carrying some kind of illness, and everyone is trying to chase the same dreams anyway. She remembers every single name of the illnesses she carries, and she refuses to forget the warmth of the dream she is meant to follow. So she decides she won't let go of the people standing in front of her, and she won't release her grip on the world either. She hopes her illness, not her martial power, proves her worth, and that the warmth she carries shows she exists, even if nothing else does. After saying all of this with her usual stubborn calmness, she asks Axe Immortal for the 990th duel. Axe Immortal replies in typical dramatic fashion. He accuses the demonic cult of treating the cries of ordinary people as part of their doctrine, turning their screams into vengeance, their vengeance into blood, and their blades into something that dyes the world red. Then he calls them blood-starved rage, pretending to be humans, accusing them of painting the world crimson while acting like helpless lambs. He goes on about how they keep demanding the heavenly demon solve all their problems for them, clinging to her clothes like stubborn kids who refuse to stand on their own feet, even though they clearly have hands and legs. Obviously, his words manage to instantly annoy the entire demonic cult. The heavenly demon takes that colorful speech as his acceptance of her duel request. They both know this is a fight where someone is not going home. She turns to her people and tells them it does not matter if others claim this day will fade like a dream or vanish like an illusion. Her voice becomes steady, lifting their spirits without needing to shout. Her people start chanting their prayer together, their voices growing strong and steady. Axe Immortal boosts the morale of his own group with equal intensity. And then, with both sides fired up and ready, the battle finally begins. The whole thing kicks off pretty much the way every chaotic battle in history seems to start, with swords slicing the air, fists landing wherever they feel like, a couple of bites thrown in, and kicks going in every direction. In the middle of this mess stands the Lunar Shadow Demon, the one who commands the Corpse Shadow Squad, and also ranks among the 4 major demon generals. He looks genuinely thrilled to face the so-called righteous crowd, almost as if he had been waiting for an excuse to stretch his arms. On the other side is Sage Hyungong, the head of the Wudong sect, who for reasons only he knows, decides he is the right person to challenge this particular demon general. Both of them dash forward at the same time, but the demon ends up landing the first hit. He plants his fist straight into Hyungong's face. Even so, Hyungong refuses to step aside. Instead, he jabs at the demon's eyes and then starts laughing and making fun of him. Not far from that chaos, another match is starting. The Spirit Flame Demon, who is the leader of the Soothing Spirit Squad, and yet another one of the demon generals, faces Jo Myung, the Divine Master from Shaolin. As someone who clearly thinks highly of herself, she politely announces that Myung can make the first 3 moves, and Myung, being the respectful monk he is, actually believes her and prepares himself. But too bad for him, because right when he is about to make his move, she smashes her head into his chest so hard he ends up coughing up blood. Though it turns out he was just bluffing and takes quite a pride in his acting while she collapses to the ground, hurling curses at him. Myung, however, is still stuck on those remaining 2 moves and grabs her head, slamming it against his knee with full intention. Unfortunately for him, his knee immediately rebels, leaving him twisting in pain like he underestimated how hard her skull actually was. A little distance away, the Sword Demon, who is the Extermination Squad leader, crosses blades with Mount Hua's elder, known as the Myriad Rampaging Blossom Sword. Their swords keep clashing again, with neither one willing to take even a step back. Fighters on both sides shout encouragement, turning the entire place into a very aggressive cheering contest. My guy watches the chaos unfold, while the Heavenly Demon seems to be enjoying herself. After spending plenty of time tossing people around and making fun of the Orthodox group, she finally decides to call out someone she thinks is actually worth her attention. Her choice is the Axe Immortal, who steps forward with the seriousness of someone who is already committed to this fight in his head. Right as he positions himself, a memory hits him, the day the Great War started. They tried wrapping it up that day, failed, tried again the next day, failed again, and had to continue on the third. All because he held himself back on the very first day. Now though, he feels confident enough to trust that fortune is finally leaning his way, and he openly challenges her. She meanwhile looks at him and thinks that if luck is truly supporting him today, then it's probably just guiding him straight into disaster. She lunges at him first, hurling every bit of strength she has, like she is trying to punch a hole into his face. He answers with a clean hit to her face. But she is not about to just accept that, so she gives him one right back on the chin. Not to be outdone, she bites his ear. He reacts instantly and brushes it off, obviously because ear biting is not considered appropriate etiquette in the martial world. She then mocks his clan's big fancy cultivation technique, the one supposedly famous for strengthening the body. Naturally, that pushes all the right buttons, because insulting someone's lineage in the martial arts or anywhere else is not the right thing to do. Sizing him up, she thinks he looks like a dried-up piece of old produce, and admits that she kind of regrets not ending the Great Orthodox Demonic War on day 1. Back then, she was not fighting with her life on the line. But this fight? This is the rare luxury to go all out. A one-time discount coupon from fate itself. Her gaze shifts to our hero, the reason this rematch is even happening, and she promises not to repeat her past failures. With that mischievous spark only she can pull off, she warns Axe Immortal that she will be using every last bit of what she has. He shivers at the thought of her tapping into her innate life force. For anyone who might have forgotten, that's not just spiritual fuel, but that's the actual core of a person's existence. Unlike normal internal energy, you can't train it, grow it, or restock it. Once used, consider it gone forever. Most immortal artists who rely on it end up dead or crippled, neither of which is ideal. He reminds her they are both weakening by the second, and that using life force without internal energy or even a functioning dantian won't magically create a winning edge. She acknowledges it calmly, fully aware of what he is hinting at, and assures him she is not just throwing her life away carelessly. She is choosing her ending, one that would have come eventually anyway. Somehow she feels genuinely happy to be alive, grateful she made it this far, and even grateful she gets to die here. It sounds ridiculous, but she is sincere. She really thinks she has lived as a happy martial artist. Then she unleashes her core life force. Axe Immortal, who has wanted a fight like this for ages, taps into his own as well, apparently deciding that if they are going to crash, they might as well crash together in style. She darts forward with a punch. He narrowly dodges. All at once, the environment around them twists strangely. Young explains that nearby life forms are devouring the life force in the air, swelling with power as they siphon off the energy pouring out of these two ridiculous martial artists. A short-lived buffet, but an impressive one. The ghost mutters that maybe it's the result of an extreme yin body clashing with a heavenly martial body, and somehow their yin and yang energies fused neatly, turning the battlefield into something unrecognizable and frankly a little too beautiful. In the middle of the chaos, she vents years of anger toward the orthodox and honorable warriors, the Ninth Sex, and the 5 great clans, all those prestigious groups who stood comfortably aside while ordinary people screamed. What infuriates her is not their joy, it's that they feel pain, comfort, and humanity while casually hurting others. They are so effortlessly human in their selfishness, and that to her is the real unforgivable thing. She smashes her fist into his stomach, and he spits blood before collapsing. She drops too, exhausted beyond anything she has ever felt. My guy rushes to her side, checking her condition, and she announces with a tired but victorious grin that she has won. He warms her freezing body with his aura and tells her she truly is the victor. She admits, slightly embarrassed, that she meant to punch straight through Axe Immortal's heart but ended up merely hitting him. Facing our boy, she feels ashamed, especially seeing he looks much better than she does. She reassures him she still has 2 hours left, plenty of time to lie there and enjoy the absurdity of the world. His expression trembles, almost as if he is about to burst into tears. The alchemy castellan arrives, clearly worried, while the heavenly demon confesses that her own stubborn pride kept her from sharing everything she wanted to. She only hopes he remembers her like a flower that bloomed at the perfect moment, even if it did not bloom for long. The alchemy castellan checks on Axe Immortal, and the heavenly demon casually reassures her he is fine. His earlier bragging about luck seems ironic now, since surviving as a future cripple is apparently that luck. The alchemy castellan refuses to let harm come to her, but the heavenly demon knows her own body best. She wants her final moments with our hero and insists the alchemy castellan tends to Axe Immortal. Instead, painkillers are offered, but she declines. She wants to feel the full winter around her as she leaves the world. Alone with my guy, she brings up a beautiful mountain where her cult lives. Though he barely absorbs the information, he has a final favor to ask, one last request to shape the ending he can live with. Tired, dying, and surrounded by chaos, he still wants to spar with her right there, right now. The moment Su Bai Kang reached the Mind Sword level, that was when everyone quietly stopped calling her Bai Kang and switched to Heavenly Demon. It was the level where she could slice through basically anything if she felt like it. People usually whispered about that kind of mastery in bedtime legends and old tavern stories, but Bai Kang had the audacity to achieve it in real life. Some villagers approached her, complaining about the government drowning them in taxes and forcing them to build reservoirs during a drought, and naturally they brought all these problems to her as if she had absolutely nothing else to do. She looked toward the place she wanted to reach, but being Bai Kang, she agreed to help anyway. If she had been given just a few decades uninterrupted, she might have reached a level where she could cut through anything, including winter itself. She had once taken down the people responsible for freezing the world, yet even she could not slice away the season. Now in the present, our boy suddenly asks her to spar, and she nearly laughs. She admires the confidence, honestly challenging her while she can barely lift an arm. She wonders where exactly he thinks the satisfaction will come from if he wins. Our hero, however, has a plan only he could be proud of. They won't fight physically at all. No muscles, no internal energy, no fancy footwork, but it will be a duel of words and a pure battle of strategy. She notices his newfound confidence immediately. He might overpower her physically at the moment, but in a strategy-only fight, she is already predicting his spectacular downfall. If she were in her prime, she would unleash every terrifying move she had, but for now she simply asks how he intends to beat her. He reminds her that her recent fight with the Axe Immortal was not her true best anyway. She herself admitted that she normally would have pierced through him and plucked out his heart. Even if this is just imaginary, my guy wants it to feel real enough that she walks away actually satisfied, and he is confident he can give her that kind of match. She warns him that she is not going to hold back, though she generously gives him the first move as a favor. After that, she plans to share a few stories from the past. He then turns to Young, patiently waiting for his chance. Our boy knows this is not just some wandering spirit, but this ghost was a guy before who reached the absolute peak in another Janghu entirely. Young is practically buzzing with excitement. He has been dying again to test himself against the heavenly demon. As a favor for losing the earlier bet, he will be fighting on our hero's behalf. He even gives her the first 3 moves, an offer so outrageous it basically slaps martial arts tradition across the face. But desperate times require desperate creativity. He sits down and introduces himself as someone from the myriad sword world, claiming the title of strongest there, and politely requests a hypothetical duel. He knows it might offend her, but he is committed. Meanwhile, she is still waiting for my guy to explain things. He reminds her how he earlier dabbled in strange sorcery and summoned her people in orthodox zombies. At this point, she is convinced he is some kind of reaper sent by the Jade Emperor for her as a pity. He explains that he can summon ghosts, and this particular one is exceptionally skilled, widely known as the strongest in his world. Deep down, he is not confident that she will trust him, but surprisingly, she believes him and accepts the ghost as her opponent. She is curious to see what his strongest techniques look like. My guy plays the mediator, helping them communicate as the duel begins. She immediately announces her first strike, the 5th technique of the 21st Cloud Dragon Sword, the first dragon swift slash, aimed straight at his lower acupoint. Young counters with the Earth Dragon Staff Art's 6th technique, Jija Copper Dragon, before slipping away using the Cloud Evasion Mystic Arc. Back and forth, 3 moves each. They trade invisible blows, and it becomes obvious Young is not some low-tier martial artist. Our boy dragged in for moral support. Through the exchange, Young glimpses her life and her sacrifices after becoming the strongest, the burden of running a cult, managing crises, and juggling life and death decisions. She had barely any time left to train, even though she could have reached realms others only fantasized about. Despite carrying the whole world on her shoulders, she never stopped walking forward. He feels a flicker of sympathy, as her only real misfortune was becoming the ultimate martial artist in a world that would not let her breathe. With that, he decides to show her something she has never had, a rival who can stand above her, someone who can push even the heavenly demon to the edge. She sits up straighter, bracing herself. There is no room for holding back. On one side stands the heavenly demon, the strongest in her history, master of the demonic cult, an unstoppable force. On the other side stands Young from the myriad sword world, the strongest among his own, a figure revered across the orthodox sects, and with no hesitation and no theatrics, their duel begins. The heavenly demon wastes no time, and immediately launches the Fireblood Flame Dragon's first technique, Rampage Explosions, clearly intending to send Young flying. He, however, does not seem remotely phased. He counters almost instantly with one of his own techniques. She does not slow down either. She weaves the laws of life and death into her next strike and unleashes the Butterfly Impact, casually adding yet another powerful move to their ongoing imaginary duel. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic. She attacks, he counters, she reacts, and he parries. Round after round, the back and forth continues, giving the feeling that they might be trapped in an endless loop of martial arts debate. It's exhausting just to watch, even if you are standing safely on the sidelines. My guy can't help but realize that a Hawk's immortal never had a chance against her. Sure, he may have been the strongest among the Orthodox side, which sounds impressive on paper, but anyone who watched the final Orthodox demonic Great War knows exactly how that match would end. He guesses that's why she dragged that war out to the 900th round, like a child slowly savoring a candy that's clearly melting, pretending it will last forever. Meanwhile, Young and the heavenly demon continue trading attacks purely through words. She pauses just long enough to give our hero a small, approving glance for summoning this rather good spirit. Our boy finally understands the frustration. Axe Immortal must have felt before. How could anyone make sense of their duel? He recognizes a few of the techniques like the Sword of the Forthirst, but others, such as the Sand-Piercing Dragon, remain entirely foreign. The notion of using the laws of life and death to confuse an opponent, or employing the Taiji engulfing heavenly sword, is beyond his comprehension. Because he could not visualize these moves, he had no way of picturing how the fight flowed. He wanted to be a worthy opponent to the heavenly demon, maybe even a small glimmer of hope for her, but in reality, all he could do was listen, trying to follow a duel that was leagues beyond him. She snaps him out of his thoughts, and mentions that the cold has returned, and the battlefield has fully transformed into an eternal snowfield. Every step is treacherous. One misstep could leave a fighter trapped in the snow. Here battles rely on footwork, strategy, and forcing the opponent to fall first. Our boy listens. Then she asks if he realizes what's happening. Both she and the ghost are desperately trying to take control of each other's space on the snowfield. That's why snow is flying everywhere, kicked into the air to block vision, creating obstacles and testing their reflexes. Even though the fight exists only in imagination, the stakes feel terrifyingly real. They are acting as if the battle could end their lives at any second. She then gently covers my guy's eyes for a moment, and tells him she can see her opponent clearly. A massive martial master breathing heavily yet smiling confidently, silently daring her to bring everything she has left. His size alone explains why he can remain so calm. She knows exactly what her advantages are: speed, snowfield mastery, and footwork perfected through years of experience. Techniques like traceless snow steps are basically second nature to her. She also reminds our hero that she intends for this match to be drawn out and thorough. Hyeryung has already figured out her plan. That's why he charges at her like a giant wild boar tearing through a whirlwind of snow. She is not fazed though because she expected it. Her strategy is simple. Step back lightly, lure him in and use the swirling snowflakes to her advantage. Our boy can hardly believe what he is witnessing. Every step they take sends snow flying like frozen petals blooming in the air. She is confident she could keep going indefinitely, while Hyeryung insists that she will eventually have to stop. She admits there is no fixed destination, running freely across the endless snowfield. If she were at her absolute peak, she could probably run forever. He reminds her that the remaining time she has is limited, less than 2 hours. With a quiet, amused smile, she declares that she is aware and that's why she has decided to also show him her full strength. Everything she has left in the time she has remaining. The heavenly demon does not waste a single second. She kicks off the demonic heaven divine art with the first form, the Sword of Starvation. She does not just swing her sword though, she uses the moment to lecture Hyeryung on the horrors of starvation. And when she says horrors, she means the kind of nightmare where parents swap their own children with neighbors as if they are ingredients for some grim recipe. She goes so far as to explain that adults hide dried meat made from children in the snow, like they are stocking up for the apocalypse. Naturally, she wonders whether Hyeryung has ever heard about villages with tiny bodies buried beneath the frost, waiting for someone foolish enough to dig during the coldest nights. Hyeryung just shrugs. In his worldview, life is basically a game of chance. Bad harvests, freezing winters, joy, and misery, they all boil down to random outcomes. If someone freaks out about horrible coincidences, he figures they should also beam when luck smiles on them. Happiness and grief are siblings in his eyes, squabbling over who gets the last cookie, and naturally he takes the opportunity to lecture on autumn harvests, as if he is a wandering bard with a farming degree. And just to make things more entertaining, the scenery decides to get involved. Suddenly they stand in a wide grassy field blanketed with autumn leaves. Hyeryung notes that sometimes the horizon stretches quietly, and other times it glows golden, like molten metal. Children play hide and seek in the tall wheat, their laughter floating through the air. He contrasts this bright, happy scene with her grim stories of children buried in snow, insisting both are just random coincidences of life. And if he has to choose one thing to carry in his heart while holding his sword, it is absolutely the laughter in the wheat fields, not the tragedy. Meanwhile, they are still fighting, blades flashing and colliding in the background, like old rivals debating philosophy while multitasking. The heavenly demon moves on to the second form, the Sword of Forethirst, and finds his optimism mildly entertaining, but she reminds him sharply that joy does not kill anyone. Starvation and thirst do. Once someone dies, that's it, as no poem, no heroic speech, and no moral lesson fixes it. She braces herself to focus on ordinary people, the ones who die quietly, without a sip of water or a single comforting hand. Hyeryung blocks her strike like it is nothing more than a warm-up. Then, as casually as if he were commenting on the weather, he speaks of the refreshing feeling of a summer swim. He adds that while she might have taught our boy correctly, she did it too early. Caring about suffering is one thing, but throwing a kid straight into it without a break is how one breaks a heart. In his eyes, our hero has not experienced enough joy to understand sorrow properly. He insists that my guy needs to experience the small joys of life. Tasting good food, laughing without fear, swimming on a hot day and savoring light-hearted moments. Only then will he understand the weight of those who have no chances. According to Hyeryung, a human heart is like a candle wick. Burn it too fast, and it is gone before you even notice. Then he goes on to point out that our hero has never loved anyone, has never known ordinary friendship or romance. Yet the first thing life handed him is the burden of the world's grief. He was told not to dream, and her cult teachings were thrown at him too soon. On the other hand, Hyeryung wants him to learn to laugh, to enjoy life, and to rely on others. Only then, he argues, will our boy be capable of truly feeling sorrow, and only then can he genuinely understand compassion. This, unsurprisingly, finally tests the heavenly demon's patience. She is not thrilled about someone else trying to play master over her disciple. She raises the third form, the Sword of Asphyxiation, and their blades collide like two storms meeting in mid-air. Hyeryung reminds her that he always intended to be my guy's master. He is the one who taught him to sense aura, guided him through battle, and shaped him into someone at least halfway decent. And here she is, a so-called villainous cult leader, interfering with his plan. She does not appreciate being labeled evil, but Hyeryung repeats it anyway. He argues that the demonic heaven divine art came too early for our hero. In his eyes, a sword path should feel like joy, not suffering, as a pain-driven sword creates a demon, while a happiness-driven one creates mastery. She shoots back that our boy is like her child, born to inherit the next leader's role. He counters quite bluntly that exactly this sort of thinking is what makes her evil. She threatens him with the seventh technique, the Sword of Battering. By now, my guy finally sees both blades clearly. Sparks flying, slicing the air like the climax of a particularly dramatic movie trailer. Young does not miss a beat, and counters with the autumn night setting moonstrike, and their duel carries on. Through all this, our hero slowly starts to understand everything. The heavenly demon brings up how she never completed the final sword path of the original divine art, because her understanding of death was shaped by cold. She was abandoned by her mother to die in the snow, and that memory dictates how she perceives mortality and her marital path. Finally, she completes the 9th technique, the solitary rain sword. Raising her blade, she proclaims her dominion over heaven and earth, beginning the prayer of the demonic cult. Her plan is clear: to die alone, standing over the snowfield as the ultimate martial artist, the last of her kind. Young observes quietly, recognizing that her final move matches the resolve of the last martial artist in a crumbling world. He insists he knows solitude well, having lived alone for over a century, yet he cannot help but admire her unwavering determination. Then, the illusion shatters. They are back on the cold, unyielding snowfield. Our hero, out of breath and wide-eyed, rushes to her side. Her pulse is faint but present. She realizes that his only goal has been to help her, and that his tale of becoming her disciple has been a clever cover to protect and guide her all along. She acknowledges him as her disciple, knowing he has crossed worlds not for fame, not for glory, but out of genuine care. Quietly, she expresses gratitude, wondering if meeting her has truly made him happy, and if he will remember her as a fleeting flower in his life. He answers with quiet certainty, yes to both. To him she is a red peony, and that is how she will live on in his memory. She reaches out wanting to touch him one last time, but her hand never reaches him. Timing, fate, or just bad luck intervenes. She dies, leaving our boy holding her close. The sky clears, and he whispers softly to her that she has in a way split winter itself, and in doing so winter has been cut. The long and exhausting orthodox demonic war finally drags itself to an end, and the result is not exactly shocking, as the demonic cult walks away as the clear winner. Once the surroundings are calm, the 4 demon generals head toward my guy. Blood Demon, who looks like he has been sprinting laps around the battlefield, steps up first. Apparently he overheard some cult members whispering that their leader supposedly declared our hero her disciple, and now he wants to know whether that rumor is just bored soldiers talking or an actual truth. Our boy stays quiet for a moment before admitting he is not sure if she ever meant official disciple in a formal paperwork-included way, but yes, she did accept him. That answer is all Blood Demon needs. In his mind, if our boy was truly acknowledged, then the heavenly demon must have shown him the demonic heaven divine art. He apologizes for sounding pushy, but still politely asks my guy to demonstrate a few techniques. Even with the polite act, our hero can feel he is being tested. It's here that the title's weight finally settles on him. Being recognized by the heavenly demon already puts him next in line for successor, which explains why she took forever to decide to take him as a disciple in the first place. And now that she's gone, that entire mountain of responsibility does not even hesitate before falling straight onto him. With that uncomfortable realization settling in his chest, he agrees to show them. Blood Demon then explains that he is simply following their leader's strict instructions. She told them never to acknowledge anyone as her successor, unless the person fulfilled every requirement. He assures him that even if they are just nameless warriors, they can still judge how someone handles a technique. Sword Demon, who always seems slightly confused by life in general, does not understand what Blood Demon is doing, so Spirit Flame Demon translates it for him like a patient teacher, explaining basic math to someone who keeps forgetting numbers exist. Sword Demon is not thrilled that Blood Demon is acting as the spokesperson, but Spirit Flame Demon explains to him it's because Blood Demon is the most polite among them and belongs to some Moyang family. Sword Demon is shocked, which only entertains her more because apparently this has been repeated several times in the past. She does not bother repeating it now since in her mind explaining things to him is like arguing with a wall, technically possible but pointless. In simpler terms, she basically calls him an idiot without ever using the word. Sword Demon obviously does not appreciate that and fires back. So the two start bickering like this is their favorite shared hobby. Blood Demon notices the nonsense and sharply clears his throat. Both of them freeze instantly, though their expressions make it pretty clear they would rather continue yelling. Sword Demon assumes Blood Demon is challenging him, while Spirit Flame Demon narrows her eyes, clearly annoyed that he is staring at her instead of, well, anywhere else. Our boy watches the entire spectacle with a small smile. The heavenly demon had always carried herself with impressive dignity, but the rest of the cult, etiquette must have been left out of their training manual. He then performs the Sword of Starvation, and not only that, he shows the next forms of the demonic heaven divine art, all the way up to the 4th. It helps that he saw fragments of the heavenly demon's battle with Young earlier. The 3 demon generals stare at him in stunned silence as he executes each form like he has been practicing them in secret for years. My guy then explains that this is the extent of his learning so far. After hearing that, Blood Demon quietly kneels and offers the deepest bow on behalf of all 4 generals. He addresses our hero as the new heavenly demon, while the other 2 look like their brains have just blue-screened. A moment later, they catch up and kneel as well. Our hero, however, still does not feel worthy of the title. He already goes around with the name Death Sovereign, which which is dramatic enough on its own, and he would rather the Heavenly Demon's title stay hers instead of being slapped onto him. More than that, he still feels something is missing in himself, so leading the demonic cult does not exactly feel like his calling. Besides, names and fancy titles are not something he loses sleep over anyway. Blood Demon insists that their leader never misjudged people, not even once. If she has chosen him, then clearly she saw something the rest of them could not argue with. My guy appreciates the confidence boost, but deep down he still thinks he is not the guy meant to run an entire cult and politely returns the responsibility. Blood Demon then pauses, suddenly unsure how to address him because calling him Sir forever feels a bit too generic, even for them. Spirit Flame Demon steps in with a suggestion. They can call him Young Cult Leader, a common title in the Jianghu for someone waiting in line for the big chair. She suggested this name because he is overwhelmed by the actual title, but not completely rejecting the possibility, so this middle ground label works perfectly. Our hero thinks it over, then nods. Blood Demon thanks him with all the formal respect he can squeeze into a single moment. They recall how our boy saved them from being zombies, and if it were not for him, the war would probably still be limping along somewhere. Because of him, they even got to show loyalty to their leader before her final moment. One by one, the generals swear allegiance. Blood Demon first, then Spirit Flame Demon, then Lunar Shadow Demon, and finally Sword Demon, who luckily manages to do it without starting another argument. After that, the rest of the cult members pledge their loyalty too. Our boy accepts every single one of them. Not long after, the tower announces the stage completion. The first volume of Quest to Remake the World is finished, along with the 22nd stage of that floor. My guy assigns the Heavenly Demon's funeral to the demon generals, telling them not to make it a flashy show. She never liked dramatic displays, so he is sure she would prefer something simple and respectful. Meanwhile, the tower begins listing the rankings. Our hero takes first place, followed by the Alchemy Castellan, then the Viper, then the Potion King. Before he gets teleported back, he requests the generals one more time to take proper care of her. He then teleports back to the library, and the librarian congratulates him and mentions that the last word in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was please, a word tied closely to someone's final wish. The demonic cult remembers a similar expression, Bariah, which carries nearly the same meaning. So in a weirdly poetic twist, it fits perfectly as the story's final recorded word. But before the librarian can continue his dramatic commentary, our boy suddenly cuts him off because he just noticed that every single hunter around him is unconscious. Our boy still can't quite wrap his head around why the librarian thought it was completely reasonable to knock out an entire group of hunters just to get a quiet moment. The librarian, of course, acts as if this is totally normal behavior, and explains that it only used a gentle sleeping scent. Nothing dangerous, nothing extreme, just enough to make the place peaceful for a private conversation. Then, as if it deserves a medal for ingenuity, it pulls out a book titled The Story of the Smoke City and launches into an oddly detailed lecture on how different worlds communicate. Some rely on speech like normal humans, some on gestures, others on singing, and in this particular apocalypse, emotions apparently float around as scents. Anger has its own aroma, happiness another, sadness, a completely different one, and apparently sleep even has a fragrance of its own. So knocking everyone out was in its mind just a sophisticated way of setting the mood. Our boy obviously is not thrilled. Watching his entire group passed out does not exactly make him feel appreciated or safe. Before he can voice any complaint, the librarian suddenly pulls him close. It practically trembles with emotion, touched by the fact that he regarded them as his people. According to this surprisingly sentimental librarian, many would have treated those companions as disposable weight, but he did not hesitate even once. That alone seems enough to push it to the brink of tears, as if someone just staged a dramatic slow-motion movie scene. It then launches into a ramble about how it watched everything he and his group went through inside the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, observing from the library like a binge watcher glued to a long-running series. Some parts apparently were tear-worthy. Everyone had prepared to greet him warmly, but the librarian had to wait, so naturally its brilliant solution was to put them all to sleep immediately. It keeps reassuring him that no one is harmed. My guy glances at the Black Witch just to be sure, and seeing her breathing peacefully eases him slightly. Then he looks back at the librarian and tells him to get over with the theatrics, and get to the point so everyone can wake up already. The librarian sighs as if our boy is rushing through a heartfelt reunion. It admits that it summoned him alone on purpose and wanted to savor this moment just a little longer. Our hero reminds it that even though he cleared the 22nd floor, there is still a sword he needs to find. The librarian, ignoring all logic, casually produces a pair of scissors and points them at him, insisting the sword can wait. My guy knows exactly what he is dealing with, a constellation capable of controlling entire worlds. Even with his demonic heaven divine art skill, he knows challenging it would be about as clever as jumping into lava for fun. The librarian then starts trimming his hair, collecting the strands in a tiny pouch like they are priceless artifacts. Then it examines his fingernails, apparently long enough to save, and begins clipping those too. He watches the process with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Once complete, it neatly stores every clipping in little pouches. Then comes a peculiar analogy. He wants to imagine someone he adores deeply, someone who does not even exist in reality but lives inside a story. Then one day that character appears before him. That's supposedly the feeling it's experiencing. Our boy's suspicion spikes immediately. He opens the librarian's character window and discovers it enjoys basically every genre: romance, comedy, war, mythology, just name it. Characters have the same story, but the plot preferences reveal one glaring aversion: stories that get serialization cancellation. Then he checks the thought window and immediately regrets it. The librarian is contemplating going after his toenails next and shaping his eyebrows. Apparently, it has developed an intense fondness for him and has decided he must become some kind of eternal living bookmark. Our hero freezes. The librarian, meanwhile, is already leaning toward his foot. Our boy glances down and with horror realizes his sock is gone. Somehow it removed it without him noticing. It reaches for his toes, instructing him to stay still to preserve his perfect feet. My guy jerks his leg back in panic, still trying to process how quickly this situation escalated. He also notices that the librarian has dropped its usual formal tone since earlier, which surprises him. Instantly it becomes emotional again, promising it would never dare speak casually to him. The tower then informs him that the librarian wants his pinky toenail. He literally feels disgusted. He adds that it must stay 5 steps away, unless it wants him to really hate it. Leaps backward. He then instructs it to behave normally, because this sudden wave of affection is making the whole situation unbearably awkward for him. He also demands the return of his hair and nail clippings. The librarian clutches the pouches, acting all teary, but our hero moves faster and destroys them. Once calm is restored, the librarian compliments him sincerely, talking about how admirable his connection to the heavenly demon was, and how becoming her disciple alone could have been a fitting end. But he did not stop there. The clash between orthodox and demonic forces and the final duel all felt like something genuinely satisfying. My guy then asks if the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon will be added to the 22nd floor. The librarian agrees. According to it, hunters can now freely enter and exit the floor, and even access the Heavenly Martial Academy with its manuals, all thanks to him. He brings up something that bothered him during the apocalypse. Why is Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon considered an apocalypse at all? The librarian shrugs. It does not need a specific reason. He mentions that he prefers endings leaning toward happiness. It explains that every ending, bright or dark, has meaning, and a story's last chapter is simply where the characters stop. Readers may crave cheerful endings, but sorrow has value too. My guy can see that bad endings deserve respect as well. He then grabs the librarian's giant robe and keeps pressing for answers. He points out that even if he had not stepped into the book, the story would have ended anyway, just in a messier, more painful way. The Heavenly Demon and Axe Immortal went all out in their fight. Even if Axe Immortal had fallen first and the Heavenly Demon lost afterward, that still would have been the ending. He thinks it's ridiculous that this ending had to be labeled an apocalypse. Apparently, the normal ending was not dramatic enough for the librarian's taste. Our boy is pretty sure the librarian does not just pick worlds randomly, and there is definitely some rule deciding which stories get the apocalypse treatment. Since he clearly is not going to let it drop, the librarian gives in and decides to take him along to show the grand truth behind all these apocalypses. The librarian takes my guy inside the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon setting. It then starts explaining that the zombie virus everyone is freaking out about did not just magically appear inside these chronicles. According to the librarian, this epidemic is not some random natural disaster, but it's more like an uninvited guest from another world crashing a party. Before our hero can even start wrapping his head around that, the librarian points towards something in the distance. Our boy looks over and sees a massive dragon sprawled across the ground like it just gave up on life. At that moment, Sparkly informs him that it can sense a creepy energy coming from the dragon. The librarian is not surprised at all to see my guy's sword feeling it too. After all, the sword used to be a full constellation, so sensing creepy things is basically its default setting. In its eyes, beings often recognize others who share the same fate, which is mildly comforting. Then it asks if our hero has ever seen a fallen constellation. Our boy, having seen the Demon King, nods, so he has at least some frame of reference. But the librarian is not done, and it presses further, asking if he has ever seen the remains of a constellation that has actually died. It tells him to really take in the moment and look at what is lying right in front of him. Suddenly, Sparkly announces that she senses her sister nearby, the second sister, famously known as the Sword of Compassion. Meanwhile, the dragon lying on the ground looks almost pitiful, like it's personally offended by its own situation. My guy wonders if it might still be alive, because it seems alive enough to sulk. The librarian quickly clarifies that it's dead, and what our hero is sensing is just leftover resentment clinging to the corpse. Apparently, this is totally normal for constellations. When beings reach that level, their deaths are absolutely awful. Then the librarian brings up the epidemic again. The so-called zombie virus is not actually a virus, but it's a curse. And not just any curse, but one born directly from this dragon's corpse. When the yellow dragon of the Great Lake died, its grudge did not just vanish politely. That lingering pain spread like wildfire, and when it touched martial artists, they lost themselves and turned into zombies. Our boy finally sees the source of all this chaos. and the curse that destroyed the heavenly demon. Naturally, he assumes someone must have killed the dragon, as dragons don't just stab themselves for fun, so he asks about the culprit. The librarian hints that he probably already knows. My guy does not suspect Lafanta Agim, the usual suspect. The librarian confirms it. Lafanta wanders the worlds killing constellations, and since a constellation represents its world, taking one down is basically like blowing up a fortress just because you can. Our hero, still trying to process the logic, asks why Lafanta would even bother. In his mind, the guy could have just stayed emperor of his own domain instead of destroying entire worlds. But apparently the librarian can't answer that. It's just a reader knows everything but does nothing. But our boy is different. He is the type who can step in, whether anyone likes it or not. And he is the one who is going to untangle this mess swallowing the world. According to the librarian, if something happens once, it might be a coincidence. If twice, it's probably fate. But what if it happens 3 times? That's when it becomes inevitable. That's the level our boy has reached. The yellow dragon was killed cruelly, and normally no one could even touch the sword stuck inside it. But our hero can because he has gone past coincidences and fate, and now stands in inevitability. Finally, my guy turns to Sparkly and asks what he needs to do to retrieve her sister. She gives the simplest possible instruction. Just pull the sword out and use it to touch the sword of compassion. So he picks up his holy sword and taps it against the other one. Sparkly absorbs a tiny shard of herself, but the sword of compassion starts glowing, clearly resisting. He struggles because the sword of compassion is being far more dramatic than he mentally prepared for. The thing reacts like a panther that was enjoying the world's best nap until someone poked it with a stick for absolutely no reason. Before he can steady himself or pretend he has things under control, the sword hits him with a question, asking whether he really betrayed Lafanta Agim. Meanwhile, the goddess of protection is trying to calm her sister down. The sword of compassion just wants to check whether her new master is even worthy of her. From her point of view, a weapon with constellation-level strength should not end up in the hands of someone who can't even pass the vibe check. So she makes it painfully clear that she has zero intention of accepting him unless he proves he is the right person. He gets the message and asks what exactly he is supposed to do to earn that acceptance. She explains that she is just a fragment at the moment, stuck in this incomplete state because she lacks the goddess's compassion. If he really wants her trust, he needs to show he can become a genuinely compassionate person. To test that, she asks him to offer his body and heart for a short time so she can wander through his memories. The goddess of protection immediately vetoes the idea, insisting she can judge our boy perfectly well just by staying beside him. No need for life-threatening memory inspections, but my guy puts the holy sword away anyway, saying he is completely fine with the test. In his eyes, carrying a sword he can't trust is basically signing up for a future disaster. Even the fanciest weapon is useless if it makes him anxious every time he looks at it. So he tells the sword of compassion to come along and examine whatever memories she wants. She tests him in total silence, digging through his memories without offering a single comment. He admits he is not perfect, and he gets easily swayed when people show kindness, and he often pushes himself too far just to earn that kindness back. It's because he wants to be seen as a good person, and he knows that desire can be a flaw. He also mentions that her previous master was not exactly flawless either. He still has no idea what grand vision Lafanta imagines while running around killing constellations. Maybe Lafanta thinks he is being heroic, but our hero still believes his actions are wrong. And if she thinks her former master was some flawless saint, then he does not want her anyway, as he is not interested in a sword that refuses to grow. The sword of compassion asks if he plans to kill Lafanta. Our boy claims that if Lafanta truly deserves death, then yes, he will kill him. She then asks him to promise that he won't let his personal emotions interfere with that decision, but he admits he does not know. His master is gone, Jianghu is destroyed, countless people have suffered, and even he is not sure what his emotions look like anymore. Still, he promises to try his best. She goes quiet again. He then tells her that if he ever starts drifting away from the path he should be following, he wants her to do whatever she can to correct him. He will give his best, and she will give hers, meaning they will stand on the same side, not end up fighting each other like some tragic duo. The goddess of compassion begins dissolving, explaining that her ability is to cause pain without leaving any visible wounds. She promises to serve him with sincere intentions. The goddess of protection glows even brighter. The dragon starts melting too, drying into a strange liquid form. The librarian, with perfect dramatic timing, calls winter the season of death and declares that my guy has finally ended it. Our hero can already smell the faint scent of spring. He wonders if the heavenly demon understood where that scent originally came from. Then he explains to the librarian one of his clearing benefits, the ability to see people's characteristics. The librarian nods completely unfazed since it supervised the 21st to 30th floors and personally arranged that reward. While looking through the librarian's preferred characters, our boy noticed the constellation killer, so he asks why Lafanta is one of the librarian's favorites. Lafanta kills constellations, so logically, the librarian should hate him, not admire him. The librarian explains that it has one long-time dream. It wants to appear as a character in the novel it loves. My guy points out that the librarian can roam across apocalypses freely, so technically it could do that anytime. But the librarian insists that in those apocalypses, it's nothing more than a foreign intruder, something that does not belong. Whether it's the killer who destroyed Muram's dragon or the librarian itself, both are outsiders. The librarian does not want to appear in a story as a misplaced existence. It wants to be a real character, someone who belonged from the very beginning. It explains that if it wants to be part of a story, it can't just walk into the pages. The characters have to reach it. Lefanta is traveling around destroying constellations, so the librarian is sure he will eventually reach the library to kill it. When that day comes, it believes it will finally become part of Lefanta's story. Our hero asks if the librarian is really okay with that, even if it means dying. The librarian does not hesitate. To it, being killed by the protagonist is the perfect ending, is the ultimate, poetic final line to its own existence. Our hero then goes to check on the funeral of the heavenly demon, and the demonic cult immediately spots him. They greet him warmly. The ceremony for the heavenly demon is not even finished, and now things have taken a wonderfully bizarre turn. Her body has straight up disappeared. The blood demon decides that instead of letting our boy hear it, it's better to drag him there and show him the mess directly. On their way, the blood demon explains that the snow suddenly melted, and the heavenly demon's body vanished. He apologizes repeatedly, acting like it was his fault. Nature decided to glitch. Everything happened too fast for them to react like proper, well-organized cult members. According to their best theory, her internal energy was so weak that her body basically dissolved into the environment. When they arrive, my guy immediately notices the bright red peonies blooming. He touches them, and Huryoung points out how weird it is. When the world's constellation died, all they got was a curse. When the heavenly demon died, they got flowers. In Huryoung's brilliant deduction, this obviously means our hero's master surpassed the constellation. The blood demon asks our boy to stay for the funeral, but he refuses. To him, there is no point in continuing something that's already derailed this hard. He knows that even though he inherited the leader position through tradition, not everyone accepts him. In this place, strength decides everything, and titles mean nothing unless one can slam a few people into the ground. So instead of a funeral, he picks something more on brand for them: duels. Since funerals require presenting something valuable, he figures the most meaningful thing they can offer to the heavenly demon is the sword technique passed down to them. He tells the cult members to come at him, which they probably enjoy way too much. Laughter and peony petals fill the air as friendly battles break out everywhere. Some time passes, and our boy and the Viper are found buried in books back in the library. The Viper is wearing his freezing temperature glasses and holding a book with a magic cover like he is auditioning for Most Serious Nerd of the Year. He informs my guy that the Heavenly Martial clan is moving to the 22nd floor. According to him, since our hero inherited the Heavenly Demon's lineage, that automatically makes the Axe Immortal his master, and the Heavenly Martial clan is already his guild. So joining the Miram Alliance is the obvious next step, according to his impeccable reasoning. Even though the Axe Immortal is currently half crippled, he insists that he is perfectly fine, and he plans to serve as his supreme guardian, which is basically him promoting the Axe Immortal to the eldest elder. Apparently, the Axe Immortal is grieving so intensely that even the Viper, who usually expresses about as much emotion as a rock, felt gloomy just standing near him. But in his infinite wisdom, keeping the old man busy teaching new disciples is the solution. Our boy just stares, probably trying to process how this self-proclaimed otaku manages to run a top-tier guild. The Viper notices the stare and asks if something is wrong. My guy finally realizes that being a leader is not about power or flashy skills. It's about genuinely taking care of people, and that's why the Viper has so many loyal followers. The moment our hero gives him a compliment, the Viper instantly turns red, waving it off like it's completely ridiculous. Meanwhile, our boy begins questioning whether he even has people he can call his own. Surely there is a ghost pestering him as he wants to beat up the Viper for fun and nudging him to select the martial arts genre for the next apocalypse. Then there is the librarian, weirdly obsessed with his fingernails and toenails, who has made some custom clippers for his nails, and of course the sword that won't stop singing praises about his achievements. But none of them are human, so he does not count them as his people. But then there is the alchemy Castellan. She arrives with news that they have successfully mass-produced the zombie vaccine, and anyone who takes it before entering the 22nd floor will be fine. He asks if she plans to move her workshop since her tiny storage room is now woefully inadequate with all the orders piling in. She has thought about upgrading, but first-floor real estate prices are criminal. The Countess even waived a contract at her, and she is planning to sign it. He stops her immediately, and promises to handle the relocation and interior setup himself. He plans to place her on the 20th floor, with one simple request in return: prioritize the medicines he needs. Right then, the Potion King shows up, coughing dramatically. He complains about his ancient cramped store and how 3 floors of stair climbing are ruining his knees. He wishes someone generous would magically hand him a massive place with fresh air, maybe 30,000 square meters or so. Marcus drags him away apologetically, and the Potion King yells at him for interfering with his big moment. My guy and the alchemy Castellan just smile at the scene. Eventually, the Alchemy Castellan's new shop opens on the 20th floor. A crowd gathers, cheering her name. There is even a dance performance, with Sufa spinning alongside skeletons, while the hungry demon plays the dutiful assistant. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Martial clan finishes settling on the 22nd floor, and the Potion King now works as their exclusive doctor, doling out vaccinations. The Black Witch is genuinely impressed as our hero cleared the chronicles of the Heavenly Demon with such efficiency that everything seems to be moving like clockwork. The hunters are fired up because they refuse to fall behind him. They have already cleared the 23rd and 24th floors and are confident they can reach the 30th soon. But of course, the 25th stage refuses to be outdone, collapsing and leaving the Countess and the Paladin flat on the ground. The book goes by the name Someone Academy Story, and at first glance it really seems like one of those classic Magic Academy tales people pick up for light entertainment. A place where students form friendships, clash with rivals, experience the highs and lows of romance, and occasionally get caught in petty jealousy that makes life a bit more interesting. Honestly, it could have stayed just a simple academy story forever, if not for a single incredibly inconvenient problem. Buried deep beneath the school, an artifact so dangerously powerful that it could end everything if misused. Naturally, the story can't resist chaos, and the seal meant to contain it gets broken in the most dramatically obvious way possible. The antagonist loses her fiancé Prince to a reincarnated student, flies into a fury, and decides to undo the seal purely out of spite. This releases the great demon trapped inside, effectively dragging the world back into a state it should have never left. The Black Witch observes the chaos unfolding on the 25th floor from the library, and she is utterly baffled. In her mind, the Paladin and the Countess were the perfect, unbeatable pair, and yet somehow, against all logic, they failed. The librarian firmly suggests that sometimes failed missions are just failures. Suddenly, the Holy Sword reacts unexpectedly, and the librarian glances at my guy with a subtle but unmistakable hint to change the outcome. Our boy finds himself in the bathroom, muttering to himself because he has never touched a romance novel in his life. And yet now, he is apparently the only one capable of jumping into a romance story to save the Paladin and the Countess. With the librarian also hinting at him, after a bit of grumbling, he decides he might as well go through with it. Hyung tries to convince him to abandon this ridiculous book and choose a different, presumably safer route, but our hero thinks it's not that simple. The Holy Sword's reaction before the book was sealed away can only mean one thing. Sparkly's sword sibling is trapped in that world somewhere. Sparkly confirms it. So with Hyung offering a half-hearted cheer, my guy dramatically stabs himself to trigger the reset and jumps back to the previous day, announcing that he intends to enter the Someone Academy story. The Countess and the Paladin exchange a look. They never imagined our boy of all people would willingly step into a romance plot. He admits, honestly, that he knows nothing about romance, and the Paladin steps closer, studying him, and asks about how a person so clueless plans to manage this stage. She treats romance with extreme seriousness, which only strengthens my guy's resolve not to bring her along again after the earlier failure. Still, he does not want to lose. He insists that someone familiar with the genre might be better suited, but then he reminds them that he cleared the chronicles of the Heavenly Demon without ever touching Miriam, so he suggests they continue with the streak. On top of that, the uneasy feeling he has about this stage pushes him even more to take control. The Black Witch immediately supports him, reminding everyone how many times he has already proven himself. Marcus jumps in too, saying he must have a reason for his choice. The Paladin, however, is flabbergasted that both of them are ganging up on her. Our hero decides to bring along the Black Witch and Marcus, but before anything can settle, the witch confidently claims that while she may not understand romance, her overall aesthetic perfectly suits the story's vibe, which he finds slightly unsettling. The Paladin, not one to be outdone, steps in again to argue that romance and romance fantasy are completely different genres. In her food-inspired logic, romance is like a delicate macaron, while romance fantasy is a rich chocolate mousse cake. She insists that someone of her expertise should take the lead. The Countess protests as well, arguing that she should be the one chosen. Then our boy does the most unexpected thing. He turns to the cult interrogator and chooses him instead. The three women stare at him dumbfounded. The Viper, unable to contain himself, spits out his tea. The cult interrogator beams, thrilled with the choice, while the Black Witch silently curses our boy for what she sees as a shocking lapse in judgment. In her eyes, he has no empathy, and even trying to soften her critique, she can't help but think he is borderline sociopathic for deciding to bring a man like the interrogator into a romance world. Our hero calmly explains that he may not know romance in depth, but he understands one simple fact: appearance matters. The interrogator has that covered, shining so brightly that even she can't argue. He also trusts the interrogator's holy magic to handle sudden problems. And most importantly, he knows the man will follow instructions without hesitation. The final kicker, at least to him, is that the interrogator's thoughts and words are always in sync, and that kind of honesty might actually be the secret ingredient needed in a romance setting. The librarian seems quietly entertained by this odd pairing, curious to see how things will unfold. After a short lecture on romance mechanics, it grants them their rewards for clearing the hidden stage of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, rewards that had yet to be received. My guy gets 3 cards, one granting face blindness, one allowing him to eavesdrop on ultimate secrets, and a third that is helpful in case of accidental slips. Naturally, he stares blankly until the librarian explains that these cards will be incredibly useful in romance situations, essentially his secret weapon. It also mentions that the final gift can be checked inside the Book of Revelations, then begins teleporting them. When they open their eyes, they will find themselves 7 days before the abrupt end of the Samoan Academy story. The librarian wishes them luck in creating a proper ending this time. Our hero and the cult interrogator land inside the storybook, taking on their new roles. My guy as a butler and the interrogator transformed into a noble lady. The moment the scene begins to settle, a woman suddenly lands a sharp slap across the lady's cheek, the very lady whose body is now occupied by the cult interrogator, and calls her a rude, clueless being. The cult interrogator, completely unfazed, calmly wonders what on earth he could have done to deserve such a strong hit. But the woman does not even give him a chance to answer. She keeps slapping him, insisting it's all because of some mockery incident. All of this chaos is unfolding in the middle of a high-class banquet hall. The attacker is not just some random guest, either. She is the infamous villainess tied to the coming apocalypse, thanks to the Countess and Paladin who had already shared their memories about this place. In this empire of advanced magic and alchemy, the woman is a duke's daughter, practically royalty, and conveniently, the world is set to end in just 7 days. She orders the servants to drag our boy and the cult interrogator out. The cult interrogator tries to offer help, noticing the young lady's worsening expression and thinking she probably needs a doctor rather than a banquet. She ignores him completely and simply commands the servants to throw the 2 of them into imprisonment. The servants comply, hauling them off and tossing them into a dim underground storage room. Inside that gloomy chamber, the cult interrogator realizes he has somehow become the protagonist of this apocalypse story. Sure, he had been dressed as a girl plenty of times when younger, but being the central female figure in a life-or-death plot is something new, even for someone like him. Meanwhile, our hero quietly marvels at the cult interrogator's infinite optimism, and the man tries to cheer him up. The cult interrogator then uses magic to slightly transform his voice until he sounds like a dignified noblewoman. My guy can't believe how convincing it sounds, though he is fairly certain the content of his words still needs work. Originally, they expected to possess the heroine, with our boy as her dutiful butler. Our hero figures they can still manage, as between the cult interrogator's spells and his regression ability, they are not entirely doomed. The cult interrogator notices our hero's expression finally softening. Since returning from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, he had carried a grim look, understandably, given the loss of his master. The cult interrogator had worried that his mood might affect his performance, so seeing him relax even slightly is a relief. My guy, meanwhile, is stunned that the cult interrogator can read his emotions so accurately just from his face. The man admits he does not personally experience depression, but he understands it in his own analytical way. Our boy finds this fascinating. The man is clearly a psycho, yet a unique and oddly insightful one. Then the cult interrogator shifts the topic. He noticed something strange earlier. They were imprisoned due to pure abuse of authority, which our hero agrees with. Their understanding aligns for once. The cult interrogator explains that normally guards would be stationed outside to monitor prisoners, yet there is no one at the door. Instead, he senses unfamiliar movement outside the window. Right on cue, assassins appear. Their goal is to kidnap the lady whose body the cult interrogator currently occupies, while apparently being allowed to kill my guy. So our hero draws the holy sword and engages them in battle, while the cult interrogator reminds him not to eliminate all of them, since at least one must survive to reveal their employer. All 3 assassins are eventually captured, staring in disbelief because they had been told their target was supposed to be a fragile young lady. The cult interrogator then lays out 3 choices: request death, submit to interrogation, or reveal information voluntarily. One assassin, apparently losing his mind, calls the cult interrogator insane and begs to die. Naturally, the request is granted immediately. The remaining 2 panic, begging for mercy. When asked why they ambushed them, they stayed silent. The cult interrogator prepares to escalate by theatrically rattling his chains, only for our hero to intervene before it turns into a scene that could earn an R rating. He points out the window. The assassins had clearly cut it beforehand, implying someone knew they would be imprisoned here. He checks their thoughts. One recalls being told a girl would be brought down to the storage room, while the other quietly curses because they had been informed she was just a normal woman. My guy concludes they had advanced knowledge. He also notes that they were ordered not to harm the girl but could attack the man, indicating that kidnapping her was their real objective. Piecing it all together, he realizes someone powerful enough to hire trained assassins, and familiar with the Academy's security, must be behind this. Earlier, the villainess had shouted for them to leave her sight but had not specified where to send them, yet the servants delivered them precisely to the room prepared for the attack. The cult interrogator notes that the villainess could theoretically be responsible, but it seems too obvious. Sylvia, the girl whose body he occupies, is the heroine and linked to the crown prince. If the villainess intentionally put her in danger, it would spark a scandal despite her noble birth. Therefore, the real culprit is someone manipulating events to ensure Sylvia remains unharmed. Just then, the door bursts open. A man rushes in and pulls the cult interrogator in Sylvia's body into a tight hug, calling her by name and trying to calm her. It's the crown prince and the story's main hero. Our boy sits there silently trying to process the absurdity of it all. Last year, 2 young women received names from the emperor himself. One was Sylvia Ivane, described as a golden bloom standing proudly among paler blossoms. From that day on, people started calling her the Golden Flower, and she also happens to be this world's main heroine. The other was Laviel Ivane, praised as a bold silver blossom with its own quiet glow. She was immediately labeled the Silver Lily, and she is the one destined to become the crown-wearing villainess in the upcoming apocalypse disaster. Out of all the fancy titles girls receive during their coming-of-age ceremonies, these 2 genuinely stood out the most. And since both of them attended the same academy, everyone just knew things were bound to get dramatic. Right now, however, my guy is too busy dealing with the crown prince, who he thinks is far too rude for someone wrapped in so much royal polish. The prince shoots him a sharp look, realizing he somehow survived the attack as well. Meanwhile, our boy can absolutely feel that the prince's entire attitude is already testing his patience, and patience is not exactly something he carries around in abundance. Trying to avoid starting a fight, our hero respectfully credits his survival to the prince, though underneath that politeness is a subtle implication that maybe this whole ambush was not as random as it looked. The prince calls him lucky, and my guy counters by calling himself a nobody who definitely could not survive on luck alone. He praises the prince again, but the hidden meaning in his words suggests he is wondering whether the prince is connected to all of this. The crown prince notices our boy is edging dangerously close to accusing him, and makes it clear that he does not think the entire empire revolves around his existence. He also points out that our hero managed to protect both himself and Sylvia during the attack, and that is not something luck can explain away. He even thanks my guy for that. Our boy silently curses at him because he can tell the prince is brushing off his efforts as mere coincidence. Even worse, he starts wondering whether the prince is intentionally provoking him, just to see how far he can push. Then my guy's mouth, acting like it's no longer taking orders from his brain, blurts out that Sylvia is his master, and that serving her has absolutely nothing to do with luck. Our boy panics internally because he has no idea why he suddenly sounds like a loyal servant from a dramatic stage play. And picking an argument with the crown prince is not exactly a safe long-term strategy. Right on schedule, the tower updates him that his synchronization with the character has reached 1%. The crown prince grits his teeth, thinking that noble households must choose servants based on how well they talk back. If the emperor heard their conversation, he would probably be disappointed. Meanwhile, our hero begs the prince in his heart to stop provoking him because his mouth seems to be functioning on rogue automation. This reminds him of the apocalypse timeline, when the paladin suddenly pledged her life to the countess in the middle of a demon invasion. He remembers wondering what on earth possessed them to start reciting loyalty vows at that moment of all times. The tower pings again, 2% synchronization. The prince decides he needs to investigate what actually happened. My guy, finally understanding why the countess and paladin acted like malfunctioning NPCs in the apocalypse timeline, asks the prince to find the mastermind behind the ambush and make an example out of them. Luckily, the prince had already planned to do exactly that. He gives our boy a confident smile and assures him he will also protect Sylvia, since she must be terrified. But our hero, trying to be polite while wresting control back from his own mouth, requests that Sylvia be taken somewhere familiar, preferably her room. He even bows as he requests it, silently begging his tongue to stop making his life harder. The prince takes this as a hint that Sylvia is not comfortable around him. The tower notifies my guy again, 3% synchronization. Even Young has no idea what he is doing anymore. He thinks our boy has officially lost it. When our hero begs him for help, Young reminds him that he used to call the Viper disgusting, yet now he is acting exactly like the hero in the Viper's cringe-filled fantasies. Our hero's real personality finally breaks through, and he snaps at the ghost to knock it off. At that moment, the cult interrogator physically pushes the crown prince aside. He seems weirdly fascinated by this strange fluttering feeling in his chest. Then he blurts out that Sylvia actually likes the crown prince. The prince gets flustered, but the cult interrogator casually shoves him away again and heads toward my guy. They silently remind themselves they are not here to act, but they are here to clear the stage. After that, the cult interrogator politely wishes the crown prince goodnight and walks toward the dorms with our boy. Once outside, both of them exhale at the same time. Things have clearly taken a strange turn. Our hero did not expect synchronization to work like some emotional trap, and he even admits he felt a tiny sting of jealousy when Sylvia hugged the prince. The cult interrogator also did not expect that at all. My guy mentions he is at 3% synchronization while the cult interrogators suddenly jump to 10%. That's when our boy realizes just how dangerous this could become. He suggests setting up a safety measure, a secret code word that can snap them back to themselves no matter what. While they are whispering about this top-secret plan, they run straight into Lavielle in the hallway. The cult interrogator leans toward our hero and quietly claims that Sylvia absolutely despises her. Our hero instinctively reacts to the name, and the tower pops in yet again. 4% synchronization. In romance fantasy worlds, there are a few unspoken rules that never really change, no matter how many books you read, or how many reincarnated into a novel plotlines you survive. The first rule: any man who shows up around the main character instantly starts looking suspicious. The second rule: the most normal-looking guy somehow ends up being the most extraordinary one. Our hero has heard the cult interrogator laughing, and realizes he needs to snap him out of the spell he has fallen into before things take a sharp left turn into chaos. But before he can even open his mouth, Lavielle steps into the scene and calls out Sylvia's name. She looks at the cult interrogator with this half-shocked, half-annoyed expression, as though she genuinely can't believe Sylvia managed to come out of the attack in one piece. And because Lavielle simply cannot resist, she slips in a little jab about Sylvia's background. Meanwhile, the cult interrogator, in his temporarily malfunctioning state, wonders out loud if Lavielle came all this way out of concern for him instead. He even claims he is honored that so many important people, including the crown prince, are apparently worried about someone like him. My guy stares at him like he is hearing nonsense spoken in a new language, and mentally blames Lavielle for sparking Sylvia's temper in the first place. From there, the two young women begin exchanging remarks with all the elegance of people throwing embroidered daggers at each other. Every sentence carries an edge, and every polite smile is about a few degrees away from a full-blown argument. Our boy silently screams at the cult interrogator, who is still adding unnecessary comments, practically tossing fuel into a fire that did not need help burning any brighter. Then, just when the tension hits its peak, the cult interrogator calmly asks if he can visit Lavielle's reception room someday. He even mocks her by suggesting she must be an expert in hitting people if she feels prepared to teach others. Lavielle's servant snaps immediately, accusing Sylvia of crossing the line. Before voices rise any higher, our hero quickly steps in. He bows deeply and apologizes to Lavielle, the very image of a responsible, painfully polite butler trying to prevent a noble war. He explains that Sylvia has just gone through something terrifying and needs rest, not conflict. He respectfully asks for permission to leave the situation as is, and suggests they all revisit the issue in the morning with clearer heads. Lavielle's servants practically vibrate with anger at the idea of a mere attendant blocking their lady, but Lavielle stops them with the silent command of a hand. The cult interrogator tries to figure out what the butler is doing. Subai Guy, deciding enough is enough, grabs the man's hand, squeezes it hard enough to communicate several unspoken messages, and drags him away before his synchronization or his mouth gets them all killed. He knows they cannot let their alignment with the characters climb any higher, not unless they want to watch themselves lose control. Before they fully leave, he turns back and compliments Lavielle for the refined behavior of a Duke family's servants, saying they clearly carry themselves with a level of dignity someone like him can only admire. He gives one last bow of respect before making his exit, and finally escaping the battlefield of noble tension. Once outside, he can barely breathe from dragging the cult interrogator with him. He checks his companion's expression, and sees that he has finally returned to normal. Unfortunately, the cult interrogator remembers absolutely none of what he said inside. From there, they return to the women's dormitory. Our boy closes the door firmly behind them, and he announces that it's time to finalize a secret code. He has been thinking about this all day, and at this point, it's not optional, it's survival. The cult interrogator agrees immediately. Our hero then cups the cult interrogator's cheeks to make sure he is paying attention, and recites the first half. When spring comes, magnolias fade. The cult interrogator receives the second part. Together, the line becomes their emergency switch, the phrase that should snap them back to reality, no matter how deep the synchronization drags them. They repeat it several times until my guy is satisfied that the cult interrogator is truly grounded. Our hero then asks if he wants tea to help calm his nerves. He walks toward the tiny dorm kitchen and starts preparing everything. Deep inside, he knows they are far from done, and it's a little early to give up on this regression. So he prepares the Lady Goldenflower's favorite tea, something he would have never bothered with before all this character synchronization nonsense. He preheats the cups in the pot, uses one pot to brew and another to serve, adds a splash of milk, and finally a spoonful of honey. Simple steps, but enough to recreate Sylvia's beloved tea perfectly. How does he know this? Unfortunately, the knowledge came straight from the butler's memories. He is stuck with. He shivers when he realizes they even carried precious honey along on their journey because Sylvia, normally so conscious of finances, must consider it acceptable to enjoy something sweet during difficult times. Our boy is strongly against this logic, and the moment he even thinks that, the tower pings to announce another increase in synchronization. He snaps and throws an unreasonable amount of salt into the tea, practically creating a salty potion of rage, and wonders why on earth he briefly felt pleased while adding honey. Sparkly gets concerned about his mental stability, which honestly is a fair concern at this point. He insists that love means nothing to anyone, and refuses to let the synchronization swallow him after everything he has endured. He can literally feel himself slipping into the butler's emotions, and the sensation is horrifying. He slams the cup down in front of the cult interrogator, who flinches as the dishware barely holds together. The cult interrogator takes a sip out of the cup and immediately makes a strangled sound, before spitting it out. It's pure salt water. Our hero demands he just drink it, and because the cult interrogator is nothing if not committed, he tries. He gulps it down only to throw it back up seconds later, but he still manages to thank my guy for the tea, further proving he has regained his normal state of mind. Now aware enough to think straight, the cult interrogator asks what their next move should be. Our boy begins planning. He knows the person who destroyed the world was the villainess, and the crown prince's own fiancée. When the crown prince fell for Sylvia, his betrayal destroyed the villainess completely, and her heartbreak eventually twisted into a hatred, powerful enough to wreck the world. So he decides the solution must be one of two things: bring the villainess and crown prince back together, or break them apart completely. As long as it prevents the world from ending, he doesn't care which route works. And since he has no experience helping two people fall in love at all, he decides that ruining their relationship would probably be the easier path. He explains that the more the cult interrogator behaves like a perfect noble lady, and the more he himself acts like a flawless butler, the faster their synchronization will climb. But if they behave like terrible versions of those roles, a comically bad lady and a hopelessly bad butler, the rate should slow or at least stop getting worse. And that's exactly why he decides they will become a bad lady and a bad butler. Then he summons Subai.